Would you guys like some funny stuff? I know, we got some funny stuff. Ooh, Twitter, that's right. Nate _ Snyder. I forgot. Because Morgan was the last one to use this. Which is pretty funny. Okay. Yeah, we ready for some funny stuff? I'm more than willing to do this. As I said. Unfortunately, chat is also going to be stupid in this, which is weird. So I'm going to fix this stuff. There we go. All right, how many of you want a flashback? How many of you want a flashback to the past? Because I'm thinking about doing this, at least from now on. We're bringing it back. Does that sound like a good idea? I honestly hope it sounds like a good idea. Colonel, what's up? Welcome to the stream. All right, let's go with a flashback to the past, because today's been a crazy day. So, allow me to do this. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to another Severe Weather live stream. Bet you guys didn't think you'd hear that again. Bet you guys didn't think you'd hear that again. But lo and behold, we've brought it back. We've brought it back, we brought it back, we brought it back. And what else are we bringing back? More severe weather. More severe weather. You guys know how it is. The same old, same old. What else are we live on here for? What's up, everyone? How's everyone doing in the chat? Hope you guys are having a good day. I've had a crazy day. And, you know, I know the weather has had a crazy day too. There was like, what, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning down south in Florida. There's a couple tornado warnings over near Tampa. All sorts of weird stuff down there. Listen, today has been a crazy day. And weirdly enough, it's going to get even crazier. Yes, I could, James. It did happen. What's up, everyone in Twitch? Everyone watching live on Twitch right now, thank you guys so much. Once again, it helps out a lot, actually, that we got folks that are watching on Twitch. Because, honestly, having those two platforms, it really does help out. It really does help out. We're able to get this information out to as many people as possible. And for the folks that are over on Twitch, they actually get the live stream like 10 to 30 seconds sooner. So for people who actually like the idea of getting information a lot more efficiently, a lot sooner and stuff like that, in the chat is going to be where you guys can join our Twitch, be able to watch stuff over there. Once again, our whole idea is that we want to try and get this information out as quickly as we possibly can to as many people as we possibly can. So, yeah. Tabletop with the two. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, Nate, howdy. Thoughts on Wilmington? Wilmington's going to be fine, honestly. The further east you go in North Carolina, the less intense it's going to be. Honestly, here's the thing. Here's the interesting thing about today's event, okay? I'm showing you guys the outlook here. The outlook for severe weather today. I'm going to turn off radar. Listen. 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 All right? You guys see the thumbnail that we have, right? Hopefully most of you guys have seen the thumbnail. If you clicked on this live stream, if you got notifications, hopefully you looked at the thumbnail. Been interesting stuff in that regard. Listen. I'm pretty sure there is a sleeper tornado risk in the portions of North Carolina. From Charlotte all the way up north. This would be basically the I-77 corridor all the way up to I-81. I'm pretty sure that there is a sleeper tornado risk for portions of Virginia, right here, all the way down I-77 into Charlotte. There's a good chance. This is in my opinion, based off of forecasts of what I've seen, based off of the models of what I've seen. Don't be surprised. Don't be surprised. All right. Where can you go to Twitch? In the description down below, there's a link tree that you can do, or there's a Twitch icon right there that you can click. There's all sorts of things that you can do with that. But I put a link in the chat as well. But here's the risk for severe weather in general. This is the rest of the risk here today. Down south, you can see there's a giant tornado watch that existed, as well as a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for portions of north central Florida. So that'll be something to watch. But this is the main risk here today. And as I said, I'm pretty sure if I was the Storm Prediction Center, I'd start filling in some yellows down here. All right, I'd start filling in some yellows over here near Charlotte. There's a good... that event over there is looking really interesting for the potential of tornadoes down there. But we'll see. We'll see once again. If you're in the dark green, you're in a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. All right, pretty simple. All right, if you're in the light green, by the way, if you're in the light green, that's just general thunderstorms. So you see New York is in this area over here. They just got general thunderstorms. Don't worry too much about it. All right, dark green, 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. For reference, I'm in the dark green today. Pretty cool. I'm actually on the border of the yellow and the green. So technically, I have to pay attention to severe weather. And you guys know, if there's a tornado risk in my area, this baby right here is going to fire off, all right? We're going to get all sorts of warnings and stuff like that from this weather radio. This thing's going to keep me safe today, I'll tell you what. But if you're in the dark green, you're in a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Not really too crazy, all right? If you are in the yellow, this is a 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, all right? You need to pay attention today. This is Erie, Pennsylvania. This is Cleveland. This is Pittsburgh. This is Cincinnati. This is Columbus. This is Covington. This is Louisville, I think, is right on the border of it. I think they might actually be in the green. Areas in eastern Kentucky. Stuff like that. Roanoke. And then if you are in this orange here today, this is a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, which is for Charleston, Ashland, Parkersburg, Wheeling, all the way up near Canton and Zanesville, as well as Athens. You guys need to pay attention for the threat of severe weather here today. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give you guys a disclaimer. If you think today's severe weather event is going to be significantly impactful to the point to where we're going to have devastation across the board, it's not going to happen. All right? The strongest tornado that we've had, that we're going to have today, is likely going to be the one that we had earlier this morning over in the portions of Florida. The PDS tornado, all right, the particularly dangerous situation tornado that was down in Florida earlier on this morning, that is probably going to be the strongest tornado we are going to have today. All right. So just a reference, All right. Morgantown, if you are west of, say, 79, you guys are in the enhanced. If you are east of it, north of the junction between 66 and 79, then you're on the slight risk. So, oh, something happened with what? You said a power outage? Wait, hold up. Is that true? Like, is that... Had a power outage. Severe weather coverage as it happened. Aw, that sucks. Well, I hope Ryan is okay with his stuff. I hope his stuff is all right. Anyways, wow, that's kind of crazy. Once again, if you are in the orange, the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, you need to watch out. Now, back to what I was saying about the significant weather. Listen, if there's going to be tornadoes today, they're going to be relatively weak across the board. All right? It's just not really going to be that significant, if you will, of a threat for strong tornadoes. That's not today. All right? There is the threat, however, for spin-up tornadoes across the board, and it could be numerous. All right, we have a lot of thunderstorms that are just forming out and about. It's just spinning up. It's doing some fun stuff. That's really it, okay? I promise you, that's really it. If you want the closest area to where there could potentially be tornadic thunderstorms, all right, it probably is going to be areas over in North Carolina where there's the highest high ceiling, all right? All these other areas here, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio, Kentucky, Virginia, their ceiling's not very high. The ceiling is not really there, okay? Their ceiling is just, general tornadoes. But down here in North Carolina, I'm watching for that very closely. Very, very closely. I'll tell you what, there is a very decent chance that we could be talking about numerous supercells that could develop along the I-77 corridor. from I-81 all the way down to Charlotte. And that's going to be something that I'm going to watch out for very, very closely. So, if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe. That helps us spread the information on YouTube by having our stream being promoted onto everyone else's recommended feeds. That'd be greatly appreciated. And of course, you guys know how it is. We like to try and spread information with as many people as possible while also growing our community. Yeah, I had no idea that was a thing, but that's coolio. So hopefully he's all right. Hopefully he's all right over there in Pikeville, Kentucky. Now right now there aren't any warnings, which is wonderful. That's beautiful. But there's some storms that I'm watching over into eastern portions of Tennessee right now. These are going to be the storms. All right, all these little popcorn storms and stuff like that across the board. This is going to be the stuff that's going to create your spin-ups. All right. So if you guys are living in some of these areas over in Western Virginia, as well as Eastern Kentucky, portions of Ohio, and West Virginia, you guys are going to want to watch out and make sure you have alerts on your phone, emergency alerts. So that way, whenever the National Weather Service does issue a warning, or even if they do, they can potentially be safe. All right, that's the big thing here. We want them to not really panic a whole lot. We want everyone to kind of be good. All right, we want everyone to be calm. We don't want to try and stress people out. We want to just be a calming presence. Whenever stuff starts to become a little bit more significant, like stuff can be life-threatening, then of course tensions can rise. Then of course, things can be a little bit crazier, if you will. But all in all, we just want to make sure that people know and understand that a lot of this stuff, a lot of these storms, this activity that we're seeing right now, is not really all that bad. It's not really all that bad. I'm going to pull up a camera over here that is in Eastern Tennessee. This is in Knoxville. And this is just going to have on the side of our screen because I feel like we also want to just kind of put in some perspectives as well as to what the weather is like. I also want to mention here real quickly, first off, Uptown, thank you so much for being on Twitch. As I said, everyone that's on Twitch, I really do appreciate you guys. The Twitch live stream actually gets our broadcast out. Our broadcast is out on Twitch 10 to 30 seconds sooner because YouTube's broadcasting, the processing for live streams is actually not that great. So if you have a Twitch account, head over to Twitch. Once again, our objective is to try and spread information as quickly as we possibly can and as efficiently as we possibly can. So we're live streaming on both platforms. That way we can be able to get this out to people who may actually need it. Let's see, Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia is in the risk for severe weather here today. But the closer you get to DC, say if you're over at like Fairfax, Manassas and stuff like that, even Fredericksburg, not really too crazy. But once you get into like Frederick County, like Winchester and stuff like that, getting into like Front Royal, Harrisonburg, Stanton, those areas, basically the I-81 corridor is going to be a good area for some severe weather. So I would potentially watch out for the threat of some severe weather there. One thing I want to make a note for people is that stuff like this, all right, you see this here, guys. This looks like a bucket of spilled paint, right? Bunch of red colors, bunch of just random stuff. Not really too crazy, right? Well, what we have over here is actually our contours or our colors that indicate the intensity of the wind. Now, over here on the left side, there's a little bit of a scale. All right, and this is where I'm gonna kind of briefly talk about what you're seeing on screen here, so that way you guys can get a general idea as to how strong things could be whenever we talk about the specific things. Okay, so this is for velocities. This is for seeing wind that is moving directly towards the radar or directly away from the radar, okay? Our radar is over here, down near Morristown and Jefferson City. That's where our radar is at the red, or the black dot. The reds over here on this scale indicate winds moving away from the radar. All right, so you can see over here on the left-hand side, you have reds, pinks, tans, orange, and then it goes all the way up to brown at the top. All right, everyone see that? So those are winds moving away from the radar. And then the inverse of that, the opposite of that, is winds moving towards the radar. So you have greens, light green, blue, dark blue, purple, and then pink. And so being able to see that, this will allow you guys to understand the threshold of some of the severe weather that we may be getting. So anything that's really in the pink is about 40 to 60 miles per hour. It's a little hard to see the actual numbers there on the side. I cannot lie. And honestly, it might not be a terrible idea for me to shrink this just a little, just to where it says 100. You know, that might not be a bad idea at all. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that's not smart, Nate. How about that, chat? Can you see the scale a little bit better? Hopefully you guys can, of course. There you go. So now you guys can kind of see the scale. So now it's not all too crazy anymore. So once again, once you get to the pinks, that's around 40 to 60 miles an hour. The tans is about, 80 miles an hour, 100. Once you get above that, all you need to know is that you got winds over 100 miles an hour. And when you start to see that, that's when things go a little crazy. Inverse of that, once again, winds moving towards the radar is the greens. Once you get to the light green to almost light blue, that's about 60 miles an hour. Blue, like the sky blue or an electric blue, is about 80. And then once you get to like the dark blue and into the purples, that's 100 miles an hour, and even more than that. And once again, anything that's above 100 miles an hour, all you need to know is that's strong. All right. But yeah, that is definitely a lot better for people who may want to see what's going on. And I think that might be good for us. So you can see with this storm right here, we can see with this little pink area, this is, according to the radar, 53.7 mile an hour winds moving away from the radar at 2,240 feet above radar level. All right. And you can barely see that too on your screen. You can see the 5 and the 3. So it's not all too crazy within that as well. And you're going to see a lot of these sudden downbursts, these sudden strong gusts of wind that is going to exist across many of these storms, So by watching this very, very closely, this is going to really kind of show you guys what the real risk of severe weather can be over time. It's going to be this little strong gust of wind that can knock over trees and power lines. It is going to be the little spin-ups of tornadoes that, of course, we're going to watch like a hawk because, that's kind of what we do here on this channel. We want to make sure that everyone kind of gets the information as best as they possibly can. And of course, we also want to mention the threat for flash flooding. Over the past few days, and we have been live streaming for the past 3 days, we have noticed there's been a significant amount of rain that has fallen across many states in the United States, and that is basically going to create a more elevated risk, if you will, for flash flooding. What rain does, especially if areas that have already seen too much rain, is it basically makes it more susceptible to flooding, especially flash flooding. So folks that could be in some of these flood-prone areas, do keep in mind and do be on the lookout for the threat of something that could happen. All right. I'm going to move this radar over here. We're going to start moving our radars over into portions of Kentucky and Tennessee, because now I'm starting to see on my side screen there's a little bit of areas of rotation that could be starting to develop across the board. Chase canceled and ER with your wife. Oh, I hope she gets better. I hope she gets better, Highlander. Yeah, storm mode is really messy. Storm chasing is just not really advised. Do I ever sleep? I slept this morning and I slept last night. So, fortunately I do. Let's go over to Jackson. Jackson's radar, is this down? Is the Jackson radar partially down? No, it's not. All right. So, we do have a plethora of storms that is over here on the eastern side of the state. Folks that are in any of these heavier areas, there's this one over here near Elkhorn City and Paw Paw, as well as Argo and Phelps along the border of Virginia and Kentucky. You guys are going to want to get indoors. Oh my goodness, look at that rotation. Yep, so there is an area of rotation right there. This is for Pike County as well as Buchanan County. This is eventually going to move off towards the north, eventually towards Mingo County here in West Virginia. So if you're over here in the eastern portions of Kentucky, the southwestern portions of West Virginia, do keep in mind there could be something potentially tornadic that could move off into those areas. So please be sure to watch out for that. What's up, everyone in the chat? How is everyone doing so far? We have 700 people watching right now, and I think that's only 77 likes. If you guys haven't already, hit that thumbs up. No, that's not 77. That's 189. Still, not as many as people watching here right now. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, because YouTube looks at that and says, oh, we got to promote this live stream to more and more people. And we're trying to get this live stream out to people who could potentially need this information. That's just simply all we want to do. And if you'd like to help us spread that information to people, that would be greatly appreciated. But, yeah, once again, this is a storm right here. It is not severe warned. And back to the kind of color, content, because you can look over on the left side of your screen and you see that scale over here as well. Those scales have numbers, and here in these bright greens, we're talking about 40 to 50 mile an hour winds moving towards the radar, all right, which the radar is all the way over here on the left side. It's over in Jackson, Kentucky, all right? So we have a lot of greens moving towards, which the general flow is the storms or the winds are kind of flowing in that general direction. A lot of greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. But in this case right here with this storm, that is just to the north and east of Elkhorn City, just to the north of Harmon, we actually have that here. We have a lot of very bright greens moving towards the radar. And then we also have a little bit of reds. Reds, once again, are the opposite of the greens. Reds moving away from the radar. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right about here. It is crossing over U.S. Highway 460 at this time. It is going to be moving off to the north into State Highway 194, as well as areas over near Kemper, McVeigh, and Phelps. So if you are in those areas, watch out for the potential of a strong thunderstorm that could be near your area. And I mean, this is a pretty interesting looking thunderstorm. You can see how it's got a lot of reds and pinks that are within the body of the storm as we look at the reflectivity of this. This basically tells you as to how much stuff the radar is seeing, all right? If There's a bunch of stuff that passes through the radar. It is going to show up here on this screen. And when radars kind of send out these beams to try and go in all sorts of different directions, it actually helps, you know, see what's going on all the way in and around the storm. So when you see that, when you have all these storms that are all the way around the radar, that's the reason why radar can do what it do what it does. So that's the interesting thing here with radar. Before, you know, especially not even 20 years ago, radar wasn't even as high resolution as it is right now. Technology has advanced very, very far. And thank goodness, you know, of course we do, because now we wouldn't be able to detect the storms that we do. You think of all the strong tornadoes that have occurred over the past, say, 10 years, and meteorologists have been able to detect it because of how good quality the radar data is. So right now, you know, speaking of radar data, we still have that storm, all right? With the storms being detected by radar, it is over here into eastern or southeastern portions of Pike County here in Kentucky. If you're over here, as well as into portions of Mingo County in West Virginia, you guys are going to want to watch out for something that could potentially be a strong thunderstorm. I'm seeing here on our radar that there also could potentially be some large hail associated with this. It is definitely possible, as hail size, according to the radar, could get in as large as quarter-sized hail, and a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the area here in Pike County. This is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and this will be in effect until the top of the hour, until 4 p.m. Eastern. Jeez, I've been stuck in Central Daylight Time for the past 3 days. Goodness gracious. But this will be in effect until 4 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So once again, the folks over here near McVeigh, Phelps, Majestic, Argo, and Pawpaw, as well as areas north of US Highway 460, you guys need to get indoors. Stay away from windows, too. This thing does have the potential of also producing a tornado. So you can even see here on the text, tornado possible tag has been issued with this storm. So folks that are over there are going to need to watch out. We also have some other storms that are starting to form across the board. We got some storms that are over into central portions of West Virginia. I'm going to actually want to try and move one of our radars over there and see what is going to be happening over in that general vicinity. Let's take a look at some of the other storms that are also down into portions of Tennessee and western North Carolina. As we comb the area in general, there isn't really too many areas that look relatively significant. I'm actually going to filter it so that we could specifically see if storms could start to try and become, should start to intensify here within the short term. The best way that we can try and do that is by looking at differential reflectivity, which it looks out for updrafts. The best way I can explain it is whenever you see high values of differential reflectivity, which is over here in this red and this pink, if you were to look at our scale on the left-hand side of the screen, where you start to see the reds and the pinks, that's where you start to see some heavier raindrops that could be within that area, and that usually indicates some strong updraft activity. And so when I try to look for it here across the Knoxville, Tennessee radar here, which is in between Knoxville and Morristown, Tennessee, there isn't really a whole lot. There's one that's down here near Athens and Etowah, as well as into portions of Madisonville. And those storms look relatively small for the most part. So the storms that are over here in Tennessee, they don't really look too crazy. If we go back over here to Pikeville, however, as well as areas that are east of Pikeville, and with the severe storm that is near Pawpaw, there's a couple areas of yellows and reds. And if we actually go back in time, you can see there was even some pinks associated with the storm. So that's a relatively significant storm that we'll have to watch out. And of course, you know, because of that, severe thunderstorm warning was issued. But now we also have some other areas here that is got some reds and yellows. There's a storm over here near London, Kentucky. This might be an interesting storm for us to watch out for in the future, especially with it having a lot of thunderstorm activity near Lake, as well as Manchester. That's essentially eastern portions of Laurel County heading into Clay County, Kentucky. So if you guys are over there, do keep in mind with that. We also have some storms that are over into West Virginia. And we said we were going to go take a look at that. That is a storm that could potentially be trying to rotate over here near Chelin. Or Chelian, I should say. And I think we actually have a couple of traffic cameras over there, so it might be in our best interest to try and pull up a camera that is over within this general vicinity. Let's see. That is south and east. So this would be more near the Dry Branch area. Let's see if we can pull up this camera here. We want to see if we can find anything that could potentially be tornadic within this general area. That is some ominous clouds right there, I'll tell you what. Oh, wow. Look at the visibility on this camera here. This is near Chelian. Once again, visibility is definitely going to plummet across some of these areas here in West Virginia. But let's try and keep this camera up here. Let's try and keep this camera. This is looking off to the south, and there is something that is at the top right-hand portion of your screen. That is definitely something that I'm going to want to watch out for. I wonder if conditions on this camera will start to deteriorate rather quickly. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us spread information with more and more people on YouTube, because YouTube actually self-promotes streams that have people hit the thumbs up button. It actually helps it more if it's a thumbs up button and the subscribe button. But you know, I don't want to be that crazy. I don't want to ask too much. You guys can subscribe if you enjoy the content or not. Otherwise, you know, that's up to you. I'm just here to try and get information out to more and more people. That's all. Chelian, got it. Chelian. Where's this camera? This is on I-64, south and east of Charleston. This is south and east of Chelian, where there was what looked to be the outskirts of a storm that was trying to rotate, that was moving through in this area. I'm going to take a storm motion vector here. This is basically the radar now taking into account storm motion and making it easier for us to see rotation, of course. Here is the rotation. I'll tell you what, we do have some of it in this area. Now, it's a little difficult for everyone to see, so I want everyone to keep in mind that, you know, stuff is not going to be perfect. Stuff is not going to be perfect, and actually, I'm going to go back to that camera that's over in Chelian on the Chelian Bridge. I think that one might be a little bit more telling as to what could be happening. But if we look up and tilt, actually, it's a little bit easier for us to look down and tilt. Stay at the bottom tilt. We have a lot of reds, all right? A lot of reds that are moving away from the radar here. Everyone can see that, okay? Our radar is over in the portions of Charleston, and we have a lot of reds that are moving away from the radar. But we also have these little greens right here. You guys see these little greens that are over in this area? These are our velocities that are moving towards the radar, all right? So you pair that, red's moving away, green's moving towards, right in the middle, right there, could be where we could see some tornadic rotation. It is right on the leading edge of the hook echo, which once again, if you guys are new to meteorology, all right, thunderstorms that end up becoming strong usually, and I say usually, not always, usually turn into something called a supercell. And a supercell basically takes its own rain and it starts to wrap it back around into a little bit of a hook echo, just like that. So you see how the rain is starting to try and curl off down to the bottom here? We look for this bottom area where that rain is starting to curl for the potential of something tornadic. And of course, you can pair that with velocities, be able to see if you have some counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere, and if both usually say yes, there's a good chance that you have a storm that is trying to at least be tornadic. It may not be producing a tornado, but it's got some spin, it's got some rotation, and of course that is just one step before you end up getting a tornado. Now, one thing that I want to mention as well is if you do, all right, if you do see rotation, not always does a supercell produce a tornado. Not always, okay? Sometimes it does, but not always. So it is important to understand that though most areas do have rotation and most storms do have rotation, it's not every single one. It's not every single one that produces a tornado. So it's up to the National Weather Service to be able to rely on, of course, people who phone in, people who call 911, people who are spotters, or by looking at some other characteristics that are on radar that, of course, we're going to be able to show you guys as time moves along to be able to determine if a tornado is in progress and if a tornado is doing damage, similar to some of the storms that happened this morning in Florida. So just keep in mind, of course, we're going to be interpreting this for you all as time goes along. So if you guys would love to continue to stick around, feel free to do so. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications because there's going to be more, live streams like this. I've been doing this for 4.5 years. It'll be 5 years at the end of June. And we've covered so many different severe weather events here on this channel that honestly, we can't even count anymore. I'm sure a lot of the people that have watched our streams in the past have definitely shared that same sentiment that we've just done so much stuff. It's going to be a little surprising to see if something can catch us really that off guard. So as I said, we're going to try and interpret the radar to the best of our ability, try and make sure that everyone stays safe. All you guys have to do is simply just help us spread the information. You can do that by putting it on social media. You can send it to a friend or family. Or if you would like to help us spread the information on YouTube and help us get onto YouTube's algorithm, hit that thumbs up button down below. We have over 1,000 people watching right now. We have a little shy of 400 likes. I promise you, the more that like total goes up, the more we'll reach this out to more and more people. Looks like this storm over here near Phelps and Majestic, as well as Argo and Paw Paw here in the eastern portions of Pike County, Kentucky, is going to continue to make its journey across that general portion of the county, and it will move off into Mingo County, West Virginia, as well as eventually Logan County, West Virginia. So if you're over there in those two counties here in southwestern West Virginia, you guys need to get into a sturdy building, all right? Do not be caught outdoors with some of these storms, especially if they do have the chance of producing quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and maybe even, because the National Weather Service noted this in their text, the potential for a tornado. There's also these other storms that I'm still watching over moving into Clay County, Kentucky. They don't appear to be super significant, so I'm going to go back to our updraft detector here, as I like to call it, but this is also known as the differential reflectivity. This basically looks for where updrafts could exist in storms, and if you have an updraft, then usually you have a strong storm, all right? We have one that's down to the south and west of Pineville. This is on the border of Bell and Knox County over here in Kentucky. So this storm might be something to watch over here in the future. Same thing with anything that may be north of that over here near Barburnville. You can take a look. There's a little bit of red over here with this storm. There's another one over here in Clay County near Manchester and Lake. So maybe keep our tabs open with some of these other storms. There's this cell over here near Madisonville that we mentioned earlier. That could be a strong storm. Nothing too severe, however. All right, big difference between a strong and a severe storm is a severe storm is one that could likely do damage. A strong storm is probably just a lot of wind and noise outside your house. Otherwise, there's not really too crazy that's going about within that area. Nate outage? What happened? We good? We good? Stream went out? Okay, perfect. I might need to, wow. Yeah, this might be a YouTube thing here. I'm not gonna lie, because it said on my screen that my stream disconnected. I'm going to, here, real quickly. A bing. There we go. I think we're good. I just texted someone that I know of. We're one subscriber away from 50,700. So if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button and subscribe button. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good now. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good. All right, cool stuff. Yeah. So we're watching out for this storm that's over here near Madisonville. Got some red, maybe a strong storm that's over here. Once again, the difference between a strong storm is just a lot of noise outside your door. All right, if you got a lot of stuff that's happening outside your house, it's not really too crazy. All right, believe me when I say that. But when you have a severe storm, that's when you can start to see stuff that could maybe be damaging. All right, and that's why we're here. We're trying to find out our severe storms and our strong storms. All right, so make sure that if I call your area and say, hey, there could potentially be a severe storm near your area, make sure that you take the proper precautions by getting indoors, getting away from windows and stuff like that. That really does help out a lot. But yeah, if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. Help us spread the information with as many people as possible. Refresh if you haven't already. Refresh if you haven't already, of course. No lagging, we're good. And once again, we're watching the threat for severe weather across portions of Kentucky, West Virginia, Virginia, Tennessee, North Carolina, as we want to continue to spread the information with more and more people across this general vicinity. Ohio's okay. Ohio's okay right now. There's nothing that's in that area that really is severe, let alone strong. Yep, everyone seems to be good now on Twitch. You're near Youngstown, Ohio. Should you be concerned? I wouldn't say concerned. I would just be aware. I think you guys are a little too far north, in my honest opinion, but I think you guys should still definitely be aware. Just these two storms here. This one that's over here to the east of Charleston now, moving off into eastern Kanawha County, heading over into Clendenin, as well as Pitch, and eventually areas near Interstate 79. That'll be something for us to watch a little bit later. Let's go back to Jackson, Kentucky, because I think this storm over here, the Jackson, Kentucky radar is probably going to be our best bet with this severe storm that is now moving off into, once again, Logan and Mingo counties here in West Virginia. The threat for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, as well as a tornado possible, is likely over here. If you are over in eastern Kentucky, you guys are going to need to watch out. That does include someone who said they live in Boyd County, Kentucky. Eventually, later on this evening, they are going to see some potential, some increase in the potential for some severe weather. So that's definitely something that they should watch out. But right now, the only severe storm is over here in Mingo and Logan County, West Virginia. There's a couple other storms that exist over here in the portions like Wayne, Cable, or Cabell, Lincoln, Putnam, and then Kanawha County. There's some strong storms that are over there. Nothing really too significant in my honest opinion. I'm going to move this radar that's over here, that's in Florida. I'm going to move that up north because we don't need it anymore. We are going to want to move it over to these storms that are developing in northeastern Georgia, and they are going to be heading off into portions of South Carolina. And honestly, this is what I firmly believe. I believe that there's going to be an uptick in severe weather across some of these areas. And as I said, I personally believe that's going to be the case. So we'll have to watch out very, very closely. Let's use our updraft detector once again, all right? Because if we use our updraft detector, this is going to really help us figure out which ones are going to be strong or not. Look at that, all right? Look at how many strong storms there could be here. Some updrafts that are starting to develop on some of these storms. These storms are going to be moving off into upstate South Carolina, the south or the northwestern portions of the state. So if you're near Greenville, Seneca, Pickens, Anderson, you guys are going to want to watch out. As I said, Ohio is going to be fine for right now. It'll be later on this evening, and which is when strong to severe storms are going to be moving on through that area. But Ohio right now is okay. Ohio right now is okay. You won't have to worry too much about that. So we got two areas to watch right now. These storms that are crossing from Georgia into South Carolina. As I said, those ones could potentially be severe eventually later on. And then we also have, once again, this storm that is crossing over from Pike County going into Mingo and Logan counties here in West Virginia. Well, what areas do I think that'll be? So if you take a look at our screen right here, all right, we have a screen that will help you guys see where the threat for severe weather can exist today. If you are in the orange area, that is where the greatest certainty for severe weather is going to exist. All right, so this is mainly southeastern and eastern portions of Ohio. This is going to be like Jackson, Athens, Zanesville, Cambridge, all the way up to Canton and Steubenville. If you're over here in areas like Cincinnati, Columbus, as well as Mansfield, Cleveland, Youngstown, you guys could see some severe weather, but it's not going to be as likely as the area in the orange. But just because that is the case doesn't mean you shouldn't pay attention for severe weather. The only areas that shouldn't really mind too much is Lima, Findlay, Defiance, and Toledo. Basically the northwestern portion of the state, you're good. You don't have to worry about it, all right? It's just the areas that are in the orange and the surrounding areas of the orange. And the same thing applies, once again, for areas that are over in, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, all those areas, all right? If you are in the yellow or in the orange, I recommend you pay attention. If you're in the orange, I especially think you should pay attention. If you're in the greens or the dark greens, I really do not believe that you guys should really pay attention too much, all right? Like, for instance, I live in southern Pennsylvania. I am in the dark green. Though I am in the dark green and, being in the 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale may sound crazy. It may sound a little scary. It's a very, very small chance for severe weather in my area. And if something does happen, then it happens. I have the plan of action just in case. I actually have NOAA weather radio that's right here. If something happens, that if I need to get into a shelter, if I need to get to my safe place, if you will, I'll do it, all right? Trust me when I say I'll do it, all right? But for right now, we're pretty good, all right? Areas that are in the dark green, you don't have to pay attention. Areas in the light green, you're just getting rain. You're just getting rain. It's the areas in the yellow, it's the areas in the orange that really should pay attention here today, all right? So, hopefully you guys, as I said, know where you guys live. If you don't, that's fine. If you hear your area that I call out, I'm going to be calling out towns, states, counties. If you know those areas, and if I call it out specifically, make sure you pay attention as to what that was. You can rewind if you need to. And as I said, I'm going to be able to call out as many things as I possibly can, so that way I can be as transparent with you guys about what's happening with severe weather. If you haven't already, and if you would like to help us increase our outreach to more and more people on YouTube, hit the thumbs up button down below. All right, that would be greatly appreciated. The more people hit the thumbs up button down below, and technically even subscribe, but I'm not going to ask that. You can subscribe if you want to. That actually helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm, and it helps spread the information with so many people. It really does. So if you hit that thumbs up button down below, you are essentially helping me get our live stream to more and more people who could potentially be impacted by these storms. And that would be greatly appreciated. If you would also like to see this broadcast about 10 to 30 seconds sooner, because YouTube's broadcasting processing, so basically the way for me to get my information out to you guys is kind of slow. It's not on purpose when I do this, it's kind of slow. And so you can be able to see this broadcast about 10 to 30 seconds sooner by going on to another live streaming platform that I am on called Twitch. It is in the chat, or it is in the description down below, the link to go to Twitch. Go leave a follow, stuff like that. It is greatly appreciated if you guys go over there if you want information as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if you want to stay on YouTube, be my guest. Trust me when I say, listen, I'm not going anywhere here on YouTube. I'm not going anywhere on Twitch. I'm going to be trying to get information out to as many people as possible, and that is not going to change. All right, that is not going to change by any stretch of the imagination. Tracy, what's up? Welcome to the stream. So we still have our severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Mingo and Logan County. There's still a little bit of rotation here with this too. If you look on the left-hand part of your screen, you can still see our scale. All right, our scale is over here on the left. Our reds are winds moving away from the radar. Our greens are moving towards. And once you start to get into the higher parts of the reds, the lower parts of the greens, that's when you can start to see some more intense wind that is being picked up by the radar. So our radar here, for reference, is over here to the left, over here in Jackson, Kentucky. And that means that we have greens that are moving towards the radar right here, and we have reds that are moving away. So right in the middle over here, just to the north of the border of Kentucky and West Virginia. This is north and west of Warncliffe. This is just to the south and east of Red Jacket and Matewan, as well as just due west of Gilbert and Justice here in Mingo County, moving off to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. So if you're over here near Stirrat, US Highway 52, West Virginia State Route 44, 10, and 80, as well as areas over here near Switzer and Man, you guys need to get indoors. You need to stay away from windows because the potential for severe weather is possible within this localized area. And as I said, I do believe that there could be the potential for some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and as the Storm Prediction Center and the National Weather Service notes, the threat for a tornado being possible. So please be sure to watch out for that if you haven't already. If we look at some of these other storms that could be trying to develop across the board, go through to our ZDR, our differential reflectivity, which is basically where we can see some of our updrafts that could exist, which updrafts occur within our strong thunderstorms, and sometimes, or actually all the time, in our supercell thunderstorms. Anything that is a relatively weak thunderstorm doesn't really have this. And so this usually occurs within storms that start to form, storms that start to intensify further, and even eventually storms that are already very strong as well. So we can see over here within our storm that is over here near Stirrat. Earlier, it had a lot of reds. This is over when it was near Phelps, as well as Majestic. And as it's moved off to the north, It has some reds, maybe some oranges, but not really too much. There's a new storm that's just to the south of that over here near Argo that is trying to develop. Maybe that one could be something to watch out for as that continues on its intensification trend. There's another storm that was over here just to the west of Jackson. This is a storm that could be trying to develop into maybe a strong status. Not severe, but strong. And then there's a couple other storms that are down here over near Pineville, Manchester, and Fount here in Kentucky. Not really anything too much on the rotation department. This just, once again, seems to be a strong storm that could be producing some gusty winds. Nothing too strong, nothing too significant, just some gusty winds. Let's go over to our radar that is over in West Virginia now. We'll go into Charleston, West Virginia. We can see we have a thunderstorm that is over near Clendenin as well as Walton, and even some other storms that are over into portions of Wayne, Lincoln, Cable, Putnam, Rowan, as well as the areas over in Jackson County. And so nothing really too strong over within these storms in West Virginia. There is a little storm that I'm watching, once again, that is over into the eastern portions of Kanawha County. This will eventually move into Rowan County, as well as maybe even extreme western Clay County. Maybe some strong damaging winds with that. Nothing too severe, maybe 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. But as of right now, everything seems to be kind of tame. So just something to make a note with that. Let's move on down to the south as we have developing thunderstorms that are crossing over from Georgia into South Carolina. As I said, this could be our sleeper risk, moving from here all the way up and into portions of North Carolina. These storms that form in the Carolinas will likely be strong to severe, and maybe even there could be the potential for some strong activity that can elevate to some tornadic activity. So watch out for that here, folks that are over into those portions. Nothing really too crazy as of right now to say, and that will likely continue to be the case all the way up until probably 5 or 6 in the afternoon into the evening. So right now, to monitor these storms, and even we can go to our differential reflectivity, our storms are trying to be strong. They're trying to take that next step, if you will. But as of this moment right now, it's not really doing too much. It's not really that crazy. And so, fortunately, we don't really have to talk too much about it. If you're just tuning in here right now, this is the threat for severe weather here today. We have the chance for tornadoes across the board here into portions of the Ohio Valley, into the Appalachians, as well as into portions of the Mid-Atlantic. If you are over into these areas here in the yellow or in the orange, it is recommended that you guys watch out, once again, for the potential of some strong severe weather to maybe even some widespread severe weather that could occur. Nothing really that is going to be super high end. So if you guys are worried about things that are going to be absolutely devastating, fortunately, that is not going to really be the case. And, I don't really think that it'll continue to stay that way forever, because there's, how severe weather is. Severe weather comes and goes, and if it doesn't happen today, eventually it'll happen some other day. So for today, we're in a good shape. We're in good shape. There's not really going to be too much. Believe it or not, the new outlook for severe weather has came in. Wade in Maine, by the way, what's up? Welcome to the Twitch stream. The new outlook came in. The Storm Prediction Center has now cut off some portions of Kentucky and Ohio from the severe risk. If you're over in Cincinnati and Columbus, I've got some good news for you. You're not in that yellow anymore. You're not in that yellow anymore, which means the threat for significant severe weather in these areas is pretty unlikely. However, I gotta mention, because this just popped on the screen right here, right in front of us. This is new news that's coming on here right now. We do have a new tornado watch that just got issued by the Storm Prediction Center. So they just issued a new outlook for severe weather. They've also issued a new tornado watch. But if you're in Cincinnati, if you're in Columbus, guess what? You guys are sitting pretty. You guys are sitting pretty. Not too much stuff is happening over for you guys. If you're in Lexington, if you're in Louisville, if you're in Somerset, you guys are sitting pretty. But now it's going to be transitioning to areas that are along central and eastern Ohio, eastern Kentucky, central and western Virginia, northeastern Tennessee, extreme northern North Carolina. You can barely see some of that yellow over there. Much of West Virginia, and western Pennsylvania. So if you are in these areas, you need to pay attention to some strong, severe weather that can occur over here, as well as the threat for tornadoes, because once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, we got a new tornado watch that just got issued for some of these areas. If you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread the information with as many people as possible. Hit that thumbs up button down below. We're around 900 viewers right now, and we have about 520 likes. If we had as many likes as we did viewers, I guarantee you we'd have probably 2,000 people watching right now, and we'd be able to get this information to so many more people. That's how YouTube, that's how powerful YouTube's algorithm is. It's really that powerful. So if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. You can even subscribe. That helps us with the YouTube algorithm as well. And let's do the prob game for folks that are watching here right now and are a part of my channel. There's a game that we do where there is the probability, or I should say, where the National Weather Service issues 2 probabilities. Okay, and they're all divisible by 10. All of it, all these answers are divisible by 10. So there's the probability of 2 or more tornadoes within the tornado watch, and the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes within the tornado watch. So usually probs go something like this. There's a 40% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 10% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes, or a 70% chance, so similar to yesterday, a 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes and a 50% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes, right? So, what do you guys think in the chat? All right. If you think you have an answer, do something like, what's your guess? What's your guess? So let's do the prob game. Let's do the prob game in chat. Folks that could be watching here. And yes, this did just change. This did just change. And this makes things a little bit more interactive, but this also brings out awareness to what style of severe weather event that we are going to be seeing. All right, that's something that I constantly do to try and allow people to get an idea. All right, it's all about perspective. It's all about perspective and how people are going to be able to view this event. And the best way that I do it is whenever a new tornado watch gets issued, we do the prob game. All right, survey says, as everyone has done the prob game, the probability of 2 or more tornadoes is 50%. The probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes is 20%. So it is a 50-20 prob. 50-20 prob. For reference, what that just means is that the threat for severe weather, all right, the threat for severe weather is going to include tornadoes, or a small chance for tornadoes, or actually, I shouldn't say small. I should say a decent chance for tornadoes. But if they do occur, they're not likely to be strong. So there you go. That is what we do with the prob game. If you're just tuning in here right now, we have a tornado watch for portions of Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia. So if you guys live in these areas, please be sure to be weather alert, be weather aware as these storms continue to move on through. All we have right now is 1 severe thunderstorm warning. This is moving from Mingo County into Logan County. The next county that's after Logan County is Boone County. So if you're in Boone County, West Virginia, threat for severe weather is possible across your general vicinity. Nothing really too crazy with this, if I'm telling you right now. There's not really anything tornadic. That's, of course, some good news. Let's see if I can get a camera over here. There's a camera that we can use from the Pikeville Medical Center, I believe is what it is, in Kentucky. I'll keep this on the top, and you can kind of just have a general idea as to what severe weather, or what the conditions, I should say, could be like in this portion of the state. If you also have Radar Omega, there's some cameras down and around across the board, such as that one in Knoxville. Could have some clear blue skies, and sometimes you can have some pretty dark skies. By the way, this is the Bank of America Stadium out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Interesting enough. If most of you thought that there aren't any cameras over there, then watch out. Oh, the alias of this... Thanks, Nightbot. Very cool. Nightbot is being a donut. Submit. Go away. Submit. There we go. All right, that's good enough. And you guys can actually see here. Here's the cool thing about some things with Radar Omega, is that there's a plethora of cameras here. Like, they have cameras all over the place. They have cameras all over the place. They have a lot in Tennessee. They have some in Georgia. They have some in Alabama, some in Mississippi, some in Ohio, some in Michigan. You know, they got cameras all over the place. So if we really wanted to, we can use these cameras. We have some other cameras that we have on our own camera map. We're going to have a bunch of views for you. We're going to have a bunch of views for you here in this stream today. If you haven't already, once again, please spread the information with as many people as possible. We're trying to get this out to more and more people on YouTube. If you have any friends, family that live in some of these areas here in portions of Kentucky, West Virginia, Virginia, and Ohio, threat for severe weather is possible for you guys today. I'm going to pull up Twitter here because National Weather Service tornado is going to give us a good idea. We're going to have our tornado watch. National Weather Service tornado. There we are. And here is our tornado watch. Maybe Charleston too later. Yeah, they could get some severe weather a little bit later on. But we have approximately 2.5 million people in this tornado watch. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Large hail up to ping pong balls, and a few tornadoes possible within this area. For reference, actually, I'm going to move this over to the left. Make this a little bit easier for us before we transition over into West Virginia. There's our tornado watch right there. Cambridge, Wheeling, Parkersburg, Huntington, Charleston, Beckley. The unusual suspects. When you think of Tornado Alley, you don't really think of West Virginia all too much. You really don't. But there's our new tornado watch that just got issued. All right, let's take a look over West Virginia here real quickly. Let's use our differential reflectivity to be able to determine as to where there could be some strong storms. Anything that is within these reds, these red little dots, indicates some localized areas of strong activity, strong weather. And so we do have a couple storms that are over here into portions of Logan County. We had a severe thunderstorm warning over here. That has now been canceled from the looks of it, as it has become sub-severe. We also have another storm that is over here into portions of Clendenin and Ivydale. This is getting into Rowan County, Clay County, and eventually Calhoun County. So if you're over in these areas, definitely watch out for the threat of some severe weather here if things start to intensify just a little bit more. But a lot of these other storms that are over here in the portions of West Virginia, they don't really seem too crazy. I'm not seeing anything that pops out. Once again, if you're in Logan County, continue to stay indoors, continue to stay away from windows. But as of this moment in time, right here, right now, I can't exactly say that this is too crazy. Daddy Crab with the 2, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the super chat. It really does mean a lot. Support like that really does mean a lot for our channel. Wow, things just deteriorated over there in Pikeville. We also have a plethora of traffic cameras that we're going to be using to our advantage today. As I said, there's a lot of coverage that we're going to have. A lot of coverage. Yeah, let's go back to the camera that's over here in Pikeville. How's it looking around Parkersburg? Parkersburg right now, there's just a lot of rain. There really isn't too much stuff. And thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. This thread is cooked. Maybe some wind reports. Extremely skeptical of tornado potential. Just too much clutter. There's a threat. I'd put it in West Virginia. If there's a threat, I'd put it in North Carolina. That's where I'm putting it. I'm putting my money in North Carolina. That's what I would do. Yeah, Louisiana got a significant amount of flooding earlier on. Yesterday, we were covering that for so long. What, 10 and a half hours? We started at 5:30 in the morning in Central when storms went near Port Arthur, Texas, all the way over into Lake Charles. That's a severe thunderstorm over into portions of Tennessee now. And look at that. The storm that was over in Madisonville that had the high ZDR is now starting to really become more significant. And look at that. You see that, chat? This is why we use stuff like this to be able to determine as to where some severe weather could exist. And look at that. That is a pretty severe storm. If I do say so myself, it is approaching the Maryville area here in Tennessee. If you are in Friendsville, Maryville, Rockford, Greenback, or eventually into Knoxville, you need to get indoors. You need to stay away from windows, as the threat for a storm that could produce 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts is moving near your area. We also have a couple cameras that are over here into portions of Knoxville. Let's see if... oh, wow. Look at this camera that's over here in Knoxville. Look at that. Woof. I'll tell you what, for a severe storm like that, that looks pretty ominous. That looks pretty ominous. So once again, severe thunderstorm warning over here for portions of Maryville, Knoxville, Friendsville, Rockford. If you're in Greenback, the storm's actually passing through you here right now, so you guys are okay. But we do have some severe weather that's going to be potentially moving on through your general vicinity. I appreciate everyone who's been helping spread the information with as many people as possible. Continue to hit that thumbs up button. Continue to hit that subscribe button. As I said, that continues that helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm, and we want to do that to try and spread this information with more and more people. So continue to do that if you haven't already. Yeah, there is some very ominous clouds in the background over there. And if I take you guys to the radar here real quickly, once again, this is looking at the velocities. This is looking at winds moving towards the radar and winds moving away from the radar, all right? So we have some winds that are doing both. If we look at the raw velocity data, we have a lot of strong winds moving towards the radar, which is up at the top right-hand part of our screen. You see this over here in between Morristown and Knoxville? That is our radar that is over there. And so greens are winds moving towards the radar, reds are winds moving away. We have a very concentrated area of strong wind localized near US Highway 411. This is south and west of Maryville in Tennessee. This is going to eventually move over further and further near portions of Rockford, Louisville, the Knoxville Airport down on the south side of the city, and eventually over towards Seymour and Newburgh. So if you are over there, I recommend getting indoors, staying away from windows, as we do have an area of what looks to be, according to the radar, around 60 mile per hour wind gusts localized within this area right here. Now, one thing that I also want to mention is that on the northern side, and this is if we were to take this into consideration and make the velocities a lot more easy to it, or a lot easier, I should say, to identify with where is rotation or where it could be. We do have a little tiny bit of rotation with this. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. So we have a little tiny bit of spin on the northern side of the storm, or at least at the top part of the storm. And so folks that are over there near Maryville, Alnwick, as well as Alcoa, they're definitely going to want to watch out. But I think the main threat with this storm is, once again, going to be some strong, damaging winds. So definitely something to monitor. Not really going to be too crazy here, to say the least, but let's go back to our live camera here in Knoxville. Talk about some pretty ominous clouds that are over in that area. If you would like to see this live stream a bit sooner, all right, because we, YouTube's a little whack like that, all right? We try to spread the information with as many people as possible, but sometimes, YouTube and its processing with this live stream is not exactly amazing. So if you would like to see this live stream about 10 to 30 seconds sooner, and if you have a Twitch account, all right, this is if you have a Twitch account, go over and watch the live stream on Twitch. You can also create a Twitch account for free if you would like to. And click that link in the chat, or if you go in the description and click the Twitch link, you'll be able to get there as well. But as I said, a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Knoxville, Tennessee. If you are in Knoxville, Tennessee, you guys are going to want to watch out for some severe weather. Twitch ads interrupt at key moments in my experience using it. So that is the one thing with Twitch. We have a 1 minute ad slot for every 40 minutes, which is the lowest I can do it, or at least near the lowest. But the one thing that you can do is if you do have an Amazon Prime account, you can sync it with Twitch, and you'll get a free subscription to any channel that is on Twitch. You can actually subscribe to my channel, where you get free ad, or ad-free content, as well as emotes, badges, other perks and stuff like that. So you essentially get to see the live stream and you get additional stuff just for having Amazon Prime, which is pretty cool. JD with the Prime, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. How's Washington, PA looking? Washington, PA is going to be getting their stuff a lot later on this evening. But right now, you guys are okay. Are any of these storms that are over here in the portions of West Virginia going to be doing anything here in the short term? Yes. Yes, it is. Look at that. You see this here, chat? You see this here, chat? So this is getting pretty close to Bald Knob, Robinette, Copperston, as well as areas over near Whitesville. This is going to potentially be severe. This is going to potentially be severe. And you can tell because based off of the velocities here, we're getting some pinks. See these pinks right here, chat? This is indicative of some strong winds. But I think there's also an additional risk that we can pay attention to, at least in my opinion, and that is the potential for a tornado risk. Usually when we have a lot of strong winds that are configuring in this general way, I should say, and once again, our radar is at the top here over near Charleston, West Virginia. We have a lot of pinks moving away from the radar. Very strong pinks, very strong winds that are moving away. But we also have a lot of greens moving towards. We have a little bit of spin here on the southeastern side. So do not be surprised. If this thing starts to become a little bit more tornadic over time, we could be talking about areas near Bald Knob, Whitesville, Sylvester, Colcord, Copperston, as well as areas over near Interstate 64, where there could potentially be some tornadic thunderstorms. So please be sure to watch out over there if you haven't already, because as I mentioned, there is a potential for some strong severe weather that could be moving over into portions of I-64. But let's go back with our storm that's over here in Knoxville. We'll start out with our live look that is looking to the south at a pretty ominous thunderstorm, don't you think? This is a pretty ominous severe storm that is trying to develop down here. We're watching this very, very closely. Right now at least, there's not really anything tornadic with this thunderstorm that's moving into Knoxville. It's a lot of strong damaging winds, and it's localized within two areas. Localized within two areas here. It shouldn't be too bad in Washington, PA, but still have a plan of action in case if stuff do escalate. All right. There's two localized areas where there could be some strong severe weather, some strong damaging winds. If we go back to our radar here, you can see our two areas of bright green. I know this is kind of blinding a little bit. In those two areas of bright green, that is where there could potentially be some strong downbursts, some strong gusts of wind. And that is where we could potentially be seeing our severe weather, our 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So folks that are over here, let's start out with Louisville or Louisville over here in Tennessee, as well as areas near I-140. This is in between 40 and portions of Rockford and Eagleton Village. So this is Concord, this is Louisville, this is Mentor. If I move over to Radar Omega, I could probably tell you guys a couple more areas. This is West Hills, Bearden, Ebenezer, Westminster Ridge, and just basically areas that are over near the river. Areas that are over near the river, that is where there is going to be some strong damaging winds. There could also be some strong damaging winds down here near Maryville. All right, if you are near Maryville, the potential for some strong damaging winds is possible in your area. For whatever reason, that was not going to show anything. But Maryville, Alcoa, Eagleton Village, areas just to the south and east of Eagleton Village. Basically, if you're along US Highway 411, there could potentially be some strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 miles per hour. So stay away from windows, all right? There's a good chance that when these storms do produce some strong damaging winds within your area, that could likely create some impactful conditions, such as trees blowing over, power lines blowing over, maybe even parts of trees, such as like sticks and branches and stuff like that, falling from the trees. And that could hit sides of windows, that could hit, sides of walls. That could definitely be impactful in its own way. So definitely something that folks are going to want to watch out for in that regard. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe if you want to. Both of those things help us get onto YouTube's algorithm. We want to try and spread the information with as many people as possible. And if you do both of those things, you can even unsubscribe afterwards. You can even dislike this at the end of the stream. Both of those help us spread this live stream to more and more people on the platform. And if you're on Twitch, well, then leave a follow and feel free to stick around. It'll entice more people to want to watch. I'm watching this area right here, honestly. This is a side where there could be some ominous weather that is down here at the bottom cloud base. But one thing that I note is that this bit of rain over here, this is where there's going to be some 60 mile per hour wind gusts. I'm only watching this area over here to the left to see if there might be a little bit of convergence. If some convergence exists in some of these areas, we could talk about maybe a spin up like a funnel cloud or maybe even a weak tornado. But other than that, right now we're just kind of watching for this storm to get very close to Knoxville and seeing what this actually does. Let's go back to our cell that's over in West Virginia, because I do want to talk about that storm. As I said, that one looks to me like we could be talking about a new severe storm that is going to develop in southeastern Boone County, extreme eastern Logan County, and western or northwestern portions of Raleigh County here. So if you know anyone who lives over here in West Virginia, this is Bald Knob, Whitesville, Sylvester, Leawood, as well as areas that are eventually down towards southern Kanawha County. You guys are going to watch out for the threat of a strong storm that could eventually be severe. That is a gnarly looking storm that is south of Millstone in Calhoun County. That is something that I'm definitely going to want to watch out for. Let's go over to Kentucky. We haven't really, excuse me. Wow, I have no idea why I got so parched there. Woof. What radar program do I use that has the county names labeled? This is GR2 Analyst. GR2 Analyst is my favorite radar product out of all the radar products. Radar Scope and Radar Omega is a good product for people that are on mobile devices. GR2 is quite possibly the best radar product that you can get. It's what Dr. Greg Forbes used in the when he did his analysis on the Weather Channel. I did catch a hairball. I absolutely lost my mind somehow. We are 4 likes away from 700 likes. As I said, the higher that like count goes, the more people we can increase our outreach to on YouTube. That is basically how that works. We are also starting to get our thunderstorm that is approaching Knoxville very, very quickly. Once again, 60 mile per hour wind gusts associated with this. Twitch made me make a new account. This Caleb. Oh, woof. That is kind of crazy. But, ooh, hold up. Hold the phone. Look above me here, guys. All right. So once again, our radar that is over here in Jackson, Kentucky is going to look at the storm that is in West Virginia. And we're looking up pretty high in the sky. So you might be wondering, well, why are we doing this? What was the point of looking at a storm that is super high up in the sky? To answer that question, I basically need to explain to you all that the stronger a storm is, the more well-defined its rotation in regards to tornadic thunderstorm days like this one will actually be. And the point being is the rotation with this storm is being picked up all the way to 8,000 feet above ground level. For reference, that is 1.5 miles up into the sky. Usually that isn't exactly the case with most thunderstorms in general. So the fact that this one is starting to show signs to be maybe one of those tornadic thunderstorms, this is definitely a storm that we're going to have to watch out for as this continues to move along. So once again, this is definitely a tornadic thunderstorm that we're going to want to watch over near Bald Knob, Whitesville, Powelton, Marmette, and Belva. You're in Dunbar? Is this downtown Charleston? No, this is downtown Knoxville. Charleston right now, they're a little bit out of the way. I can show you real quickly on the top screen what's happening in Charleston. There's a strong thunderstorm that's moving through. Maybe some wind gusts, 30 mile an hour, 40 mile an hour wind gusts. But realistically speaking, there isn't too much stuff that is happening within that storm. So if you're in Charleston, right now you guys are good, but there is a tornado watch for your area, so please watch out for that. I'm going to update my watches and warnings and stuff, because my bottom scroll ticker is actually not correct, and I was planning on fixing that, but we had something new that came up, and so of course we have to you know, improvise. All right, so once again, we had a tornado watch that was issued for West Virginia, far western Virginia, southwestern Pennsylvania, southeastern Ohio, and eastern Kentucky. And that tornado watch is in effect until 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you are in those portions of your state, you guys are going to want to watch out for the threat of a tornado. Yep, this cell near Bald Knob looks very, very interesting. Columbus, Ohio is no longer in the risk. Let's go over here to kind of show you guys once again the outlook for severe weather today. If you are in the yellow or in the orange, you guys are really going to want to watch out for severe weather today. If you are in the light green, you're in a general thunderstorm risk. If you are in the dark green, you're in a 1 out of 5. 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. If you're in the yellow, you're in the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And if you're in the orange, you're in the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So folks in Cincinnati and Columbus, you guys recently got trimmed out of the yellow risk, believe it or not. You recently are no longer a part of the main tornado threat, which is great. That is something I will take all day, every day. All right. But folks that are over here from Cleveland and Erie all the way down through Pittsburgh, Parkersburg, Wheeling, Morgantown, Charleston, all the way down through Huntington, Pikeville, areas north and east of Knoxville over into Roanoke. We're talking Charlottesville, Staunton, or well, actually it's Stanton, technically. Winchester, Virginia. Elkins as well. If you are in some of these areas, you got to watch for severe weather here today. And the big thing here too, before we get back to our live camera in Knoxville, Tennessee, is this storm right here, or these storms have made the Storm Prediction Center issue a tornado watch. So if you are in the tornado watch here, all right, you guys need to watch out for the potential for tornadoes to be within this area. I'm going to check the radar right now. Maryville, Tennessee, you guys are good. All right, the storm has passed you. You're good. There might be some more thunderstorms later on, but for right now, you're good. Don't worry about it. Knoxville, the storms are now starting to get near the proper areas, specifically on the southern and western portions of the city. So you guys are definitely going to want to watch out. You can see the live camera here in Knoxville. It doesn't really show too much, honestly, but a lot of our strong damaging winds haven't got into Knoxville quite yet. Give it another 5 minutes. Give it another 5 minutes, and winds should start to increase within that general area. Hello from Wheeling. I've visited Wheeling a couple of times. Fun fact for folks that might live in West Virginia. I actually coached. We'll see if I coach it again next season. A high school ice hockey team out of Eastern West Virginia. It was the East West Virginia Vipers. And I coached their middle school team from 2022 to 2023, and from 2023 to 2024 I was on the high school team. So they had state championship, as they usually have the football championship over there too for high school. They had the state championship over there in West Banco Arena. So I visited that area multiple times. I used to live in West Virginia, so I know some of these areas in West Virginia, but I'm mainly in the eastern portions of West Virginia. Eastern Panhandle. I don't live there now, though. I live in southern PA now, but yeah, that's just a nice little fun fact to kind of relate to you guys a little bit, that you know, this is kind of my area too. You know, I understand. That if severe weather happens in this area, it kind of hits a little home. You know, it's a little bit to home. As I said, I appreciate you guys being out here. Thank you so much. If you would like to help spread the information with more and more people on YouTube, please be sure to do so. Social media, send a text to a friend, or even if you just tell them, hey, there's some severe weather happening into your area, that's good too. But if you'd like to help us spread the information on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe. That helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. And then the algorithm will start to push us down that way. So once again, the strong severe storm near Bald Knob is definitely going to be the stuff, something to watch. This is starting to turn a little bit. We are starting to see this storm hook. And right at the bottom part of the hook, right here, is where we could start to see maybe a little bit of some tornadic development, maybe some rotation that can start to, you know, maybe tighten up a bit. So Bald Knob, Whitesville, Concord, Leawood, Powelton, as well as Sylvester. This is going to be in southeastern Boone County, northwestern Raleigh County, southern Kanawha County, and western Fayette County. If you're in these areas, you need to get indoors and stay away from windows. What direction is that Bald Knob storm moving at? It's moving to the northeast. Actually, it might be moving northeast now. It might have rooted again. Yeah, eastern portions of North Carolina, like the coastline, you guys aren't really seeing too much stuff, believe it or not. So you guys are actually pretty good. Magafin County. Something is trying to congeal here, maybe a quick spin up. It is likely to be a weak tornado that is going to be I'm muted. Yes. I don't know why my mic is doing stuff. Okay, test. If you guys can hear me, put the number 1 in chat. Ryan Hall has never had audio issues. Well, I'm sorry that we're pretty low budget. We have like no money here, so we just try our best. Okay, I got a bunch of 1s in chat. Now we're live. Okay, so first things first, I muted myself because someone came into my room. We had to talk about something that came in, and actually made me upset just a little bit. There was something that then happened with my thing. Honestly, my microphone converter, so my audio converter, has really been breaking as of recently. I'm gonna need something new. And once again, we don't really have the budget to get a whole lot of new stuff. You know, which this channel is actually thriving based off of contributions from viewers like you, which is kind of interesting. So, as I said, you know, we try to just talk about all sorts of stuff like that. We just try our best, honestly. And if things go wrong, unfortunately, things go wrong. But, you know, we're trying over here. So yeah, that's gonna be on the next agenda. Me getting a new graphics card and me getting a new audio inverter. But anyways, previous sounds like PBS. I know, right, Tresner? I know, right? Listen, I don't want to listen. All I gotta say about Ryan Hall here is that he does the same thing that I do. He just gets, you know, talks to more people. He just has more people that is on his stream. So realistically speaking, both of us are just trying to save lives. It's not anything that is to get up in arms about. So I guess it's just a preference thing. But that's besides the point. Speaking of preferences, this storm over here near Bald Knob has preferred to not do anything productive with itself. It is split temporarily. And now it is going to try and be a little bit more well-defined if it tries to fix its issue. Wow, this is a very weird thunderstorm. If you're near Whitesville, Concord, Leewood, Sylvester, and eventually Interstate 64 in southern Kanawha County, this is a good chance there's a good chance that this storm could potentially be tornadic. This is not going to head to Charleston, all right? I said Kanawha County, all right? But Charleston, obviously, that's over in central Kanawha County. I said southeastern Kanawha County. Southeastern Kanawha County. This is going to be near Leawood, as well as Powelton, Montgomery, East Bank, Ward, Montgomery, that general area of Kanawha County. All right. If you're in Bald Knob, you guys are actually good. The storm has passed you now. But I wanted to look at our live view here in Knoxville, because I think it's interesting to show just how severe this storm is. This camera is shaking and baking. This camera is shaking and baking. May not be shaking and baking anymore as soon as I said it was. That is very convenient. Thank you, Storm. But you can see in that instance, and as soon as I turn it off, it's going to start shaking and baking again. So, of course, why not? We'll just leave it up there on the top screen. But that is a severe storm that went through Knoxville, Tennessee. You guys are going to want to watch out if you're further northeast of that. And there actually is a couple storms that I want to check out eventually here pretty soon. But still, for right now, let's stick with this cell that is over here in northwestern Raleigh County, West Virginia, southeastern Boone County, as well as southern Kanawha County. Once again, the camera's now shaking and baking again. Of course it is. You know, we're just going to leave it up there. We're just going to leave it up there. It's just going to have some fun over on that side. Yeah, once again, don't worry about anything of what other people say on YouTube and stuff. Everyone in YouTube and the weather YouTube community is trying to do the same thing if it's for live streams. We're all trying to get the information out to as many people as possible. All right? We're all one team that's not exactly a team. All right? We have never met each other in person. This is likely going to be a tornado over here near Colquitt and Whitesville. This is likely going to be a tornado near Colquitt and Whitesville. That is some strong rotation that is starting to develop. Look at our scale on the left-hand side. You guys see the scale on the left-hand side? I appreciate everyone on Twitch, by the way, also being here as well. You see the scale that we have over here on the left-hand side with the green, the red, the blue, and the tan and stuff like that? This is what we got here within this storm. We have reds moving away from the radar and eventually pinks as well. And our radar is up here in Charleston. We have a lot of greens moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. If you're over here near Whitesville, Colquitt, areas north of that near Leawood, east of Sylvester, that is where there is likely to be a tornado here if it is going to try and develop. And honestly, as I said, there's probably going to be something here pretty soon. So it would be greatly appreciated if you haven't already to hit that thumbs up button down below. Once again, that helps us spread information with more and more people on YouTube. And if you would like to also, this helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm as well, is if you hit that subscribe button down below, that helps us spread this information with more and more people on YouTube as well. So if you do both, you do double the help. But yeah, this is definitely a strong storm here. I'm going to go back to our severe storm that is near Knoxville. So Knoxville right now is starting to get towards the latter stages of this severe storm. It is now going to head off towards US Route 11 west. It's going to parallel US Route 11 west up to Blaine. If you're also in Strawberry Plains and Hall's Crossroads, as well as Condon, and then areas up here into southern portions of Union and southwestern portions of Granger County here in Tennessee. There's also some storms that are heading up towards Kingsport and Spurgeon, as well as Bristol. Looks to be a lot of strong damaging winds with this. There is a little spin up that is over here near Rayatown. Maybe something that could potentially try to be some localized strong damaging winds within this storm. But other than that, not really too crazy with this. And then let's go back to our storm that was over here near Sublette that was trying to produce a little mini tornado, a little weak one that is essentially kind of similar to a strong wind gust. Believe it or not, I actually think it did a little smidge. It had a little smidge of debris ball, but it was very, very weak that it wouldn't really be too noticeable. My best guess is that this thing just ran over a lot of trees, and you know, the trees started swirling everything around it. So yeah, a lot of localized damaging wind gusts over here into portions of Magafin County. That really seems to be the only storm that is trying to do stuff at the moment here in portions of Kentucky. Still, watch out if you're in Riceville, if you're in Falcon, if you're in Paintsville. Threat for severe weather is definitely possible. There's also a couple storms that are starting to develop and move on through into portions of South Carolina and North Carolina. There's an area that is over into portions of western Rutherford County as well as southwestern McDowell County here in North Carolina. There's a little bit of rotation aloft with that storm, but the storm is relatively weak as well. So there's not really too much to mention with this in regards to how significant it could be. I think the main storm that we are watching at this time is now this newly severe storm that is for portions of Kanawha, Boone, as well as Fayette and Raleigh counties. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So if you're in those areas, once again, get indoors, stay away from windows. There is also a tornado possible tag associated with this, so do not be surprised if we could be talking about a tornado that could try and develop within this storm. We're also going to start to see some of the reflectivity start to stutter. When you get this close to the Charleston radar, unfortunately, the mountains start to play a little bit of a role as to you know, how much you actually see from this storm. We can see enough, however, as there is definitely a hook echo right within here, and right here near Whitesville, at the bottom part of this hook is where the tornadic rotation would likely be. It's actually just a little bit further to the east, actually near Culkern. If you're over near Leawood, as well as Powelton, Boomer, and Montgomery, you need to get indoors, stay away from windows, as there is, once again, the potential for something to be severe and maybe even tornadic. And that's completely fine, Salvador, but the fact of the matter is our overall mission is still to help people, so technically it's not that far off, no matter how high the budget is. Not to mention, you also have to realize what his background was before he got into this. He was a YouTuber before he was a weather guy. So, say all you want. I'm not trying to have a little contest, you know. That's not my objective. Who cares about, you know, what all is happening with that? Nothing in Akron right now? Yep, Akron is okay. You guys are a little too far north. You guys could get some severe weather later on today, however. That is some consolidation within the rotation. Look at that. That is a little bit of rotation. That is definitely some rotation right there. Oh, I know Salem. Salem is the. It's really funny. It's really funny. That is true, fried toaster. At least for the most part, that is. That's a spectrum width drop. That's a tornado in progress, likely. That is northwest of Culkern. Whenever we start to see spectrum width increase, all right, so we have two areas of high spectrum width. Once again, we have our little scale that's on the left-hand side. The higher you go up on the scale, the more turbulence there is. So the higher you go up on the scale, the more turbulence there is. Now, the radar can help determine as to whether or not sometimes you have a little bit of contamination, and that's what this area is. This is contamination here. This is radar contamination. But this right here is not. That is... This is definitely some turbulence that could indicate a tornado. Yeah, that's a lot of red. Wow. That's, I think this, ooh. You know, this might be contaminated as well because of the mountain. Look at the beam and how it is usually concentrated right within here. That might be contamination. I don't think we're going to be able to determine as to if this storm is intensifying or not. Actually, yes, we can. That's a ZDR arc. For folks that are a little bit more advanced into weather, a ZDR arc is essentially a good way to determine as to whether or not a storm is intensifying. So you have your updraft, and then you have your ZDR arc, and it does have a ZDR arc. This storm is intensifying further into a supercell. This is likely going to be a storm that's going to try and produce a tornado. Let's try and see if we can get a camera. Let's try and see if we can get a traffic camera, because there is going to be... ooh... You know what? This camera might actually be useful for once. Or it's either this camera or this one over here near standard. This might actually be useful for once. Yeah, it looks like we're going to be keeping this camera here. Ooh. Still a spectrum width drop over here. I think correlation coefficient is having a difficult time. I really do think correlation coefficient is having a difficult time. But it looks to me personally like there could be a tornado in progress right now north of Colcord. Once again, we still have an area of turbulence here. Less turbulence than we did earlier. So maybe not as strong of a consolidated area of rotation. But this is still a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of West Virginia. This is heading off into southern Kanawha County, which is in the heart of the state. This is also going to be moving off into western Fayette County. Now, this is getting very close to this red line, which is the interstate. This is I-64. So if you know anyone that lives near I-64, this is areas over near Leawood and Powelton, as well as Kingston and Montgomery. If you know anyone that lives in those areas there in West Virginia, you need to get indoors. Get in the lowest, innermost part of your building if you can, and stay away from windows, as I mentioned. If you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe. It actually helps us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. You can unsubscribe after the stream, but if you would like to help us get onto YouTube's algorithm, which is basically where YouTube recommends our live streams to a bunch of people, please be sure to do both of those. We are 15 likes away from 900. We're at 1,133 people watching right now on YouTube. Of course, 27 people watching live on Twitch. As I said, if we had as many likes as we did live people watching, we probably would have well over 2,000 people watching the live stream. And that's pretty crazy to think about. So that would be greatly appreciated. Let's go down over into Tennessee here just to kind of double check everything. If I don't call your area, that's a good thing. All right? Simple enough. If I don't call your area, that's a good thing. There is a report of a severe thunderstorm wind damage south of Knoxville and north of Rockford here near US Highway 129, where a few trees are down. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over here for portions of Union and Granger counties, as well as Jefferson County. Knoxville is good. All right, if you are in the heart of Knox County, you guys are good from this severe storm. There may be more storms that could come over later on, but right now you guys are good, okay? It is just this storm that is over here near Strawberry Plains, as well as Blaine, Condon, as well as Jefferson City. If you are in those areas, get indoors, stay away from windows. If you are also off in the northeastern portions of the state near Kingsport and Bristol, there is not really too much happening over there, but there is a big line of storms here that could potentially be strong, maybe even severe. I'm thinking about 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts, maybe even 60 that is possible in that area. So just definitely something to watch out for if you're over in those areas. I'm going to move our radar down over to Roanoke. We're going to have several radars up to try and cover as many people as possible, because that's what we do here. We try to make sure that everyone gets their information. Let's take a look back in South Carolina. A lot of these storms, once again, are not severe yet, maybe not strong yet either, but there is this storm that is over here near Travelers Rest. This storm near Travelers Rest, this is north of Greenville, will head over towards the Landrum area and the Campobello areas, as well as Columbus and North Carolina. So if you're over in those areas, might want to consider watching out for the threat of some strong storms, maybe even some severe storms as well. Moving off over to the Roanoke radar, as we have a couple storms that are down here. This is a little bit of a radar hole, so we can't exactly tell what's happening too much. But there are a couple storms that are forming in the western portions of North Carolina. Do watch out for changing weather conditions, as things could try and deteriorate slowly over there if things do end up turning that way. Just make sure you have a plan of action. If you're in a severe storm, severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, get into the lowest innermost part of a building, particularly a bathroom or a closet if you can. Try and put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. That's the best thing there. Let's see. It looks to me like this thing produced a brief tornado. It looks to me like this thing produced a brief tornado, which is kind of what we're going to be seeing all day. Did this thing recycle its... Oh, it did have a heck of a ZDR arc. It still may have a ZDR arc. It still kind of does. It shedded its first one. So you can see this storm over here in West Virginia. This is heading into Kanawha County now, moving over into portions of Fayette and Clay County. If you live in those areas, please be sure to get indoors, stay away from windows. That is not really looking anywhere, so we're going to have to stick with this camera. We have one camera that is here. It is right here. We have one camera that is right in the middle, right here. And we're going to see if this storm tries to do anything tornadic. If it does, it's going to be right on top of this camera here, guys. It's going to be right on top of this camera. I appreciate everyone who's been helping me spread the information with a bunch of people. Thank you guys so much. If you know any friends or family that lives in the portions of West Virginia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, there is the threat for severe weather here today as I pop this onto your guys' screen here. I'll take the radar off and show you guys there is a yellow and an orange colored contour on your screen. You guys see that? This is where the main area of severe weather is going to be. If you're in the dark green today, you don't have to worry too much. So let's say if you lived in, say, Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, or Cincinnati, Ohio, or Richmond, Virginia, you guys are good. All right, you guys are good for the threat of severe weather today. If you're over here in the portions like Cleveland, Erie, Pittsburgh, Wheeling, Parkersburg, Zanesville, Morgantown, Charleston, Beckley, Pikeville, Morristown, Roanoke, Charlottesville, Winchester, Front Royal. If you're in any of those towns, any of those cities that I just mentioned, please be sure to pay attention to severe weather here today, as severe weather is going to evolve over the next few hours, and it will likely start to transition into more of a strong to severe threat. So please be sure to, once again, have a way to get warnings, as severe weather could start to become a little bit more significant across some of your areas. We're going to be covering this live, of course. We're still here. We're still alive. We're going to be making sure that everyone gets the necessary information because, as I mentioned, we want to try and make sure to get this information out to as many people as possible. If you are in Montgomery, West Virginia, Powelton, West Virginia, Gawley Bridge, West Virginia, Belleville, West Virginia, Blakely, West Virginia, Lismore, West Virginia, there is a good chance that this thunderstorm that is heading off near your area could potentially be showing some signs of it being tornadic. If you get a tornado warning here for Kanawha County, Fayette County, and Clay County, as well as Nicholas County, do not be surprised. All you need to do, however, is you need to make sure that you have a way to get in your safe space. What is that on the left side? And this is not Knoxville, Tennessee, by the way. I need to update that. This is on Interstate 64, south of Montgomery. Look at that on the left-hand side there, chat. What is that? What is that? This is looking south. This is looking south into the storm. That's very ominous here. You're in Charleston? Charleston's okay right now. This is southeastern Kanawha County, and the storm is moving to the north and east. Oh, that is very interesting. That might be a wall cloud, ladies and gentlemen. That is a definite wall cloud. That is a definite wall cloud. Okay. That is a definite wall cloud there. We are seeing this camera. This is looking to the south into the potential tornadic thunderstorm that is going to try and cross over Interstate 64. If you're just tuning in here right now, this is located in West Virginia. This is on Interstate 64 south of Montgomery. This is in southeastern Kanawha County, West Virginia. There is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued here for a tornado possible as well. Tornado possible tag within this storm. That is a wall cloud. That is 100% a wall cloud. That is 100% a wall cloud that you are seeing on screen. And that is a lot of scud. That might be rapidly rotating. That is rapidly rotating. Wow. That is 100% a wall cloud. Now we're going to try and see if there is a funnel cloud underneath this. We're going to try and see if there's a funnel cloud underneath this. If there's a funnel cloud here, this thing is 100% trying to be a tornado. This is a, oh. That, I have no idea. See that line that's right there, chat? That might be a funnel cloud that we just saw go across our screen. That is very hard to tell. Very hard to tell because of the low quality. But I just saw a line, and I'm sure I think you guys did too. You know, bear with me if you think that, you know, if you guys think in chat that that could have potentially been a funnel cloud, let me know. That could have potentially have been a funnel cloud. It's hard to say for certain. It's hard to say for certain. Let's go back to the radar here. We have a lot of strong rotation with this storm. You can see the reds moving away from the radar, the greens moving towards, right in the middle, all right? Our camera, you see, our rotation is actually centralized right in this area right here. Our camera was located right here. So I wonder if that could have potentially have been a funnel cloud that we had just saw. And now our camera is going to start to take a beating, unfortunately. This is what it gets for catching something. Columbus is going to be fine. Yeah, you see, I'm not crazy. It's hard to say for certain, but it's not crazy for me to think that that could have potentially been a funnel cloud. Yeah, Waffle, that is true. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread this information with as many people as possible. You can take this live stream, put it on social media, send it to friends and family through a text message. Or if you'd like to help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, you can help us through YouTube's recommended feed. You can do that by subscribing and hitting that thumbs up button down below. You can undo all of those at the end of the stream, of course. And take a look at this camera. This camera's taken so much of a beating now. But we're 14 likes away from 1,000 likes. Once again, as we get further and further, once we get higher and higher with that number, we actually will be able to get this live stream out to more and more people. And that's our job here. That's our plan here. We want to just try and spread this information with as many people as possible. So if you could, that'd be greatly appreciated. We got a lot of wind that is moving from north to south on this camera. You see all this wind that is moving down the interstate? So that tells me that we might have something within this whirling mass. The Pittsburgh threat will be later. Yes, that is absolutely correct. Pittsburgh is going to see their severe weather a lot later on. A lot later on. If you would like to see this broadcast at least 10 to 30 seconds sooner, YouTube's processing when it comes to live stream is not exactly the greatest. It's a little slow. There's another social media site, or broadcasting site, I should say, that I'm live streaming from. It's called Twitch. If you have a Twitch account, you can follow my Twitch account, where we are currently live with a bunch of other people that are watching right now, and they're in chat. We do have ads, 1 minute session of ads for every 40 minutes. But if you have an Amazon Prime, believe it or not, you can sync your Amazon Prime, or you can hook it up with your Twitch account, and then you can subscribe to my account, and you basically get free perks, free emotes, free all sorts of cool stuff. All right, just by having Amazon Prime. You know, that's pretty cool. So if you want to head over there, link is in the chat, or link is in the description down below. One of the two. You'll be able to see this live stream quite a few seconds earlier. What about Elizabethton, Tennessee? So Tennessee is not really in too much of the activity, unless if you're on the eastern side. So let's get that out of the way first. Because if you're over in, like, say, you know, Nashville and whatnot, you're way too far west. But if you're over here on the eastern side, say like Knoxville, anywhere along I-81 up to the intersection of 81 and 40, and then eventually all the way up to 75, there's the threat for you guys to see some strong storms that could maybe be severe. But right now, everything seems to be pretty tame, so it's not too bad. I appreciate everyone for getting me to 1,000 likes. As I said, the more we can get this out to people, then the more we're actually doing our job. But talk about doing our job here. Let's look at the live view here from our camera. That visibility is gone. We remember about 5 minutes ago, we could see all the way down the road. That's some hail, that's some wind. That camera is shaking and baking. Big Scam with the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Lady Drea, what's up? Welcome to the Twitch stream. Appreciate you. Is Charleston, West Virginia and Columbus, Ohio still a threat? Charleston, West Virginia is still in the threat. Columbus, Ohio, not as much. After a little bit of this camera shaking and baking, I'll show you guys the threat for severe weather here today. I do want to mention here that there is also the threat for flash flooding. All right, if a flash flood warning gets issued for your area, there's a phrase that I use. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways, because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. And that's the reason why, if you were on our live stream yesterday, We saw people driving through flooded roadways in Mobile, Alabama, and some people got stuck. People got stuck. And we sat here and we called them stupid. Why? Because they thought it was a great idea to drive through a flooded roadway before their engine started to fail. So, don't do it. Just don't do it. Don't do it at all. So a flash flood warning now has been issued for Belmont County, Jefferson County, and Monroe County here in Ohio, as well as Greene County and Washington County in Pennsylvania. And then finally, Brooke, Marshall, Ohio, and Wetzel counties in West Virginia until 9:15 p.m. tonight. So once again, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways, please. So now since the rain's starting to lighten up just a little bit, let's show you guys the risk for severe weather here today. If you're just tuning in here right now, a tornado watch has been issued for portions of Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia. Anywhere that is within this yellow or in this orange contour, you see that goes all the way up to Erie and Cleveland, all the way down to as far south as portions of North Carolina and Tennessee. This is where the main threat of severe weather is going to be, and this can include the threat for a couple tornadoes. So if you know anyone that lives in these areas, need to watch out for the threat of some severe weather. If you are in these areas, I should say, please have a plan of action. All right, please have a plan of action. If you have a tornado warning that is issued for your area, all right, there's a big difference between a tornado watch and a tornado warning, first off, all right? But if you get a tornado warning issued for your area, that is when you need to get into a safe place to put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. That's why if you get into the bottom part, the lowest level of your building, and you get to like a bathroom or a closet, or if you put furniture in between you and the outdoors, you will be a lot safer than, say, you being near windows. So please be sure to have that plan of action if you haven't already. If you are in a mobile home, that is not exactly the greatest idea. I've seen mobile homes get blown over by 40-mile-an-hour winds. All right. So if you think you're going to ride through a tornado in a mobile home, I got some unfortunate news for you. That's not going to really work. It's not going to work at all. So don't be stubborn in that sense. If you have a local gas station or a local laundromat or a local mini mart that is nearby, ride through the storm that way. Go over there during a tornado warning. That's a lot safer than being in a mobile home, I'll tell you what. But right now we have one of our severe thunderstorms. Right now we have two severe thunderstorm warnings within the same storm. 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in total. We have a severe thunderstorm warning here for portions of Kanawha County, Fayette County, and actually even portions of Boone County as well. But Boone County, you guys are actually pretty good. There's a thunderstorm that's near you, but it's not even that severe at this time. It's really now going to be heading off into portions of Clay County. So if you're in southeastern Kanawha County, northwestern Fayette County, southern Clay County, this is for the towns and cities of Boomer, Montgomery, Belva, Gawley Bridge, Blakely, as well as Lismores and Clay. You guys need to get indoors. You guys need to stay away from windows, as the threat for severe weather is localized within this area. Captain Sack with the Twitch Prime, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Once again, all the folks that are over there on Twitch, I really do appreciate you all. I really do. We have 624 followers over there on Twitch. I'll tell you what, we're going to be growing there on Twitch as well. We're going to have so many people to be able to get information out to. All right. And it's going to be pretty efficient as well. This storm that is over here, by the way, on the border of Kanawha County, Clay County, and Fayette County, it does have a little bit of rotation. Right now, it's recycling, so it's not really going to be too tornadic. And actually, it looks like a storm just absolutely blew up within itself. So we're going to come back to that, and that's actually a new severe thunderstorm warning that has now been issued for Clay, Nicholas, Fayette, and Kanawha counties. That is in effect until 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. But we're going to come back to that storm. Let's talk about some of the other states here that are being impacted by the severe weather. We have some of these storms that are moving on through here in Kentucky. Let's go to our differential reflectivity and try and find for some of the reds. All right, we want to try and look for reds, which basically look for strong thunderstorm activity. And I don't see much except for this area over here in Lincoln County. This is near Stanford. There is the threat for strong damaging winds over here within this storm, as there's a couple updrafts that are located within that little complex. Other than that, not really too crazy, to be honest with you. There might be some storms in southern West Virginia and western Virginia to watch out for as well. Let's go over to some of the stuff that is down into Tennessee. That actually, believe it or not, that severe thunderstorm warning that was for Knoxville has now been either canceled or expired. No strong severe storms that are over here in Tennessee at this time. So that's some good news there for folks that may be in and around that area. There's a storm that's over here south of Rockwood and near Rockwood here in Tennessee. This could potentially be something to watch out for maybe a strong to eventually severe storm to try and develop. This would eventually head off towards the Wartburg, the Clinton, and the Oak Ridge areas. So if you know anyone that lives in that general vicinity near Morgan County, Anderson County, and Rowan County here in Tennessee, I would definitely watch out for the threat of some strong thunderstorm activity. Moving off down to the south, here into portions of North Carolina and South Carolina, some severe thunderstorms are not really all too likely at this time. So that is the good news here. There's not really a whole lot of strong thunderstorms, but they are starting to develop. They are starting to develop here just a little bit. And I really am watching very closely for the potential of development for some strong thunderstorms to maybe even severe thunderstorms here along the I-77 corridor here in North Carolina. If you guys are in that general vicinity, I would really watch out for the threat of some severe storms. But right now, nothing really too crazy. The only storm that I would watch out for is this one near Hickory, Conover, and Newton here in Catawba County in North Carolina. Move off down to the Roanoke radar. You can see there's our thunderstorms in the distance in western portions of North Carolina. All these other storms that are over here on the border of Kentucky and Virginia aren't really doing too much quite yet. Same with some of these other storms that are just popping in and around. So really, not really too much stuff that's going on. Just these two storms that are here near Hickory as well as Yadkin Valley are probably the only ones we're going to want to watch. I'm going to actually move our radar down here to Charlotte's airport radar for right now. And I'm going to look at chat because you guys are great. I want to answer some of your guys' stuff that you guys may have. Let's see. Thank you, sir, for everything you do. Watching YouTube ahead of Prime sub to use. Well, I appreciate that, Captain Sack. I really do. Evelyn Rose with the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. And then Serge Garcia says, I-85 south towards Gaffney, South Carolina. Looks like you're driving into a really bad storm. Any update? That storm doesn't really seem to be doing too much. So you guys honestly should be mostly fine. I would say, you know, the conditions out in that part of the woods really aren't that significant. I'll check over here on my side screen radar, however. Yeah, there's just a couple thunderstorms here. Nothing really too significant at this time. Right now, our main strong thunderstorm is this one that is over here in central West Virginia. This has the potential to produce some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as quarter-sized hail. And there is a tornado possible tag noted on this storm. This storm could potentially try to produce a tornado. If it does, it's going to head towards the Lismores, the Belva, and the Summersville area, as well as Swandale and Clay. This is on the border of Fayetteville, or the Fayette, Kanawha, Clay, and Nicholas County area. If you're in these areas, please watch out, once again, for the threat of some severe weather that could be in these areas. If you haven't already, once again, please be sure to help us spread the information by giving this live stream, I should say. By putting this live stream onto other social media sites. By sending a text message. email, putting it to your, give it to your friends and family. All those small stuff like that. It helps out a lot. Have I ever seen a tornado? I have. I've seen one before. How's Huntington, West Virginia? Huntington's just seeing a lot of just rain, honestly. There's not really too much. Not really too much stuff. Nino with the 100 bits, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Right now, there's not really too much severe weather going on in Ohio at this time. It's just not really that much rain. The threat for Ohio is going to start to increase here over the next couple of hours. All right, so the people that may be in Ohio and are kind of just like, we're not getting anything right now. We're okay. Just wait a bit. Wait a bit. Trust me. New flash flood warning for portions of Pittsburgh. Flash flood warning here for Columbiana, Jefferson, Allegheny, Washington, Butler, Beaver, and Lawrence counties here in Pennsylvania, as well as Brooke and Hancock counties here in portions of West Virginia. Columbiana and Jefferson County in Ohio. My apologies. So flash flooding is possible over here. As I said, flash flooding is going to be a major risk across some of these areas. Do you need to stay up tonight in Western Maryland? I wouldn't say you need to stay up too late, but I would definitely stay up until around 8 or 9. Nino with the 100 bits, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. What's the tornado risk for West Virginia as a whole? So there is the chance for tornadoes here in West Virginia. The good news is they don't appear to be strong if they do form, and they're probably going to not last that long. So that's kind of the risk for tornadoes in West Virginia. It's a 10% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. It's also mainly localized towards the western portion of the state. We'll pull this back up here again so you guys can actually see. There's the risk for tornadoes. All right, so anywhere that's in the green has a 2% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. Areas in the brown sees a 5% chance, and then areas in the yellow is a 10% chance. And that will continue all the way throughout the day. So just because one storm passes by doesn't mean that the next storm, or doesn't mean that you're not going to see, any more storms. There's going to be a next storm eventually. So consider that. And as I said, new flash flood warning for portions of the northern panhandle of West Virginia, as well as into portions of Pittsburgh. This storm still is trying. I'll tell you what, this storm near Belleville, Gauntly Bridge, Lismores, as well as Blakely, this storm is still trying to produce a tornado, but it's having issues, man. It's having issues. Let's take a look at the satellite imagery, see if we can identify anything interesting. We'll use that. So all these areas here that you're going to see, these bright yellows and oranges and maybe even reds, this is where some thunderstorms can exist. And usually the more robust areas of convection, the most robust areas of thunderstorm activity, is going to be within the areas that have the darker colors, the orange, the red, the black sometimes. So you can see in the beginning, there wasn't really a whole lot of stuff. But now you can see how thunderstorms are starting to form across the board. And this is going to start to be a bit more of a widespread severe risk that is going to develop. So folks that are, thinking, hey, there's not going to be anything that's going to happen today. Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but unfortunately, there's going to be more storms that are going to be moving on through. Any active tornado threat in Charleston, West Virginia? Not at this time. Right now, all that we have, and I'm going to change my my title to tornado coverage image. Boom. We change that so that way everyone has that on there. Right now, there really isn't a tornado threat for Charleston, West Virginia. Charleston is over here. All right, Charleston is over here. Our severe thunderstorm warning is just to the east of that. It's going to be heading off into Nicholas and Clay County. So this is, if anything, Charleston's going to see maybe some residual rain showers that are going to move on through. There are more storms that are going to be moving into your area, however. So if you are in Charleston, don't just think, oh, this one storm is it. It's not. Trust me. It's not. For reference, folks that are in Tennessee have a low chance for a tornado. There's a 2% chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius, which is very, very low. Anything for West Central Ohio? No. If you're in, basically, all right, if you're from Columbus and west, you're good. You don't have to worry about it. What would be the name of the movie based on my current life? I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, this is going to start to turn tornadic here very shortly. If you're in Belleville, you need to get in your safe space immediately. We could be hearing a tornado warning here very, very shortly. Let's just quickly look at this. Quickly look at this here. If you are in the yellow contour in the background, you need to pay attention for the threat of severe weather today. If you are in the yellow contour, you need to pay attention for the threat of severe weather today. If you are in Columbus, Cincinnati, areas near Lexington, Lima, Toledo, you guys are good. Don't worry about it. Same thing with folks that are over in the DC, Baltimore areas, Harrisburg, State College, Virginia Beach. You guys are good. Areas that may be over near Greensboro and Charlotte, however, I would think you guys are still going to want to watch out for the threat of severe weather, honestly. I think there is definitely something that could be moving very near you. All right, so I would watch. But right now, the main areas that need to watch is portions of Pennsylvania, Ohio, all right, Ohio, West Virginia, Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, Northeastern Tennessee. There's a little bit of rotation here, as I mentioned, a little bit of rotation. If we look to our radar, once again, our radar is just to the left side of the screen. Green's moving westbound, red's moving eastbound. Right in the middle, there's going to be some counterclockwise spin, some rotation just over Belva. If this thing produces a tornado, it's going to be right over Belva, and it's going to move further north along West Virginia State Route 16, or not 116, just 16. There's only 2 digits there, Nate. Congratulations. So once again, if you're over here in the portions of northern Fayette County, western Nicholas County, and portions of Clay County, you need to get indoors and stay away from windows. If you're in Kanawha County right now, and if you heard that severe thunderstorm warning, trust me, you guys are good. The storm is now passing your area. The only storm, or the only area that could really still be seeing remnants of the storm is over near Blakely. And even Blakely is starting to see a drop in the amount of precipitation over there. That's a new scan that just came in. No debris signature quite yet, so no tornado that is in progress right now, but it is, as I said, very possible this thing could produce a tornado here very shortly. We have a new flash flood warning for portions of Mingo, Boone, and Logan counties here. If you live in those areas, please be sure to watch out for the threat of some flash flooding within your area. Someone asked about Parkersburg. Parkersburg is currently experiencing a lot of rain. There isn't really too much that they're going to be seeing as of this moment, but there could be some stronger severe weather later on tonight, so I would watch out for that. What about Oak Hill, Ohio? What part of the state is Oak Hill, Ohio? Because I want to make sure I I don't want to put too much. Oh, I know where Oak Hill, West Virginia is. I don't know where Oak Hill, Ohio is. Yeah, tornado watch. So one thing I also want to discuss with everyone here real quickly is there is a huge difference between a tornado warning and a tornado watch. A tornado watch basically says that their conditions are starting to become favorable for the potential for tornadoes to exist. All right. But the ingredients have not come together yet. The ingredients are just out there in the sky. It's kind of similar. It's very similar to me saying, all right, I'm going to bake a cake. I have the eggs, I have the flour, I have the sugar, I have the icing, I have all the things that I may need to bake the cake, but I haven't started yet. I haven't started baking the cake. When the cake comes out of the oven, I tell everyone, hey, I've baked the cake, or the cake is ready. Everyone can eat the cake. When a tornado warning gets issued, that's the National Weather Service's, I'm baking the cake. Or, well, they're not baking the cake, I should say, but someone baked a cake. Someone baked a cake. Something is happening. In this case, a tornado. So, that's the big difference, all right? I know a lot of people get that confused a little bit. Trust me when I say there is a huge difference between a warning and a watch. So if you get a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, it's just the ingredients are out there, but it hasn't come together. Thoughts on Monday and Tuesday? Monday, we're going to be live tomorrow. Oh, not tomorrow. Oh my gosh. I need to get my head. Sleep. Yeah, we're going to be live on Monday. Monday's going to be a significant severe weather event for portions of Kansas and Oklahoma. There's a good chance it's either going to be tornadic or it's going to be a significant wind event. Either or. But we'll look for it. We'll watch out for it. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information. You can copy the link to the live stream, put it on social media like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You send it through a text message. Friends and family, acquaintances, people you may know that could live in these areas. Or if you would like to help us spread the information through YouTube, you can go and you can help us out by hitting that thumbs up button down below. That helps us spread the information on YouTube. You can additionally help us spread the information on YouTube by hitting that subscribe button as well. As I said, both of those things help out. You can unsubscribe after the stream if you don't exactly care for the content, which is understandable. I'm talking about clouds for the most part. Some water that's falling from the sky. But yeah, other than that, what radar am I currently using? So the radar that I'm currently watching severe weather with is the KRLX radar out of Charleston. I'm using the program GR2 Analyst. It costs a pretty penny, but this is, in my opinion, the best radar to use on computer. If you have a phone, however, if you're on like a mobile device, like a tablet, phone, or whatever, either get Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Radar Omega is a little bit more user-friendly for people who may be starting to get into this, though. So, why USA have many tornadoes and Europe never does? It usually has something to do with the Alps, the terrain that's over there. The United States is constructed in the perfect way to create tornadoes based off of geography. Whereas Europe, the Alps kind of prevent a lot of stuff from happening. New flash flood warning. Portions of Tyler, Pleasance, Doddridge, Ritchie, Wirt, Wood, Jackson, Rowan, and Mason counties, as well as Calhoun County, and then Washington County in Ohio. So the same old once again is going to be flooding. There is going to be a lot of flooding here today. I think that is going to be the main risk outside of tornadoes. Otherwise, that's kind of pretty much a lot what we have. Do I know why? What, for like YouTube's algorithm? Or why does it get humid after a heavy downpour? Oh, okay. It's mainly because rain or liquid in itself, liquid is technically near or above 100% humidity. And you might be figuring, you might be listening and saying, Nate, there's no way you can get above 100% humidity. In science, yes, there is. Science is weird in general. Science breaks the norms very often. So, how about Steubenville, Ohio, Wheeling, West Virginia area? If you're over in those areas, you're going to want to watch out for some significant flash flooding. Do not be near the Ohio River. All right, just don't. It's not really a great idea. But there could be the threat for severe weather later on tonight for you guys. I'm thinking around 7 or 8. So another hour or two. I'm going to look at the radar over here from Charlotte. There is like a terrible radar hole that is over here in western North Carolina. That is a storm that's near Iron Station. It's rotating a little. As I said, these storms here in portions of North Carolina definitely need to be watched out for. Kings Mountain, Shelby, Iron Station. Yeah, this storm over here near Iron Station here. Iron Station, Westport, Triangle, Sherrills Ford over here in the portions of North Carolina. There's definitely the threat for some strong, severe weather over there. But we'll have to see how that storm tries to evolve. How long till Beckley, West Virginia is in the clear? That's a good question. Let's take a look. Beckley right now, they're not seeing anything, but they're going to see some storms here soon. Let's take a look at the models. Or let's see if I can get a model in here. Something like that to try and help. I appreciate you guys, by the way, being here on stream. Everyone watching and stuff like that. Does help out a lot. Why does West Virginia not have their own? Anyways, okay, that's cool. Reflectivity. So Beckley's going to be out of the thunderstorm stuff by late tonight around 11 or 12. But the strong thunderstorm stuff should start to move completely past your area by about 8 to 9 p.m. There is a thunderstorm threat for Charleston, West Virginia, but it is not right now. Drink some water. I'm gonna mute my mic. Then I unmute my mic. Do any of you guys do this with your water bottles after you're done? I crush them so that the way there's not as much space in the trash can. That's what I do. Not as much space taken up. Spartanburg's getting pounded by rain. Yeah, fortunately, none of those storms are really too significant, so that's the good news. I'm interested to actually see. Let's take a look at the live camera out of Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte. That is, first off, that's a really nice view. Is there another camera that is Charlotte Football Club? Yeah, this is a pretty nice view. People have not. Listen, then I just gave you guys the greatest idea on how you can save space in your recycling bin and or trash bin. I appreciate you guys, by the way. We're 11 subscribers away from 50,900, which means we're 111 subscribers away from 51,000 subscribers. As I said, I really do appreciate you guys and your support. If you haven't already, please be sure to subscribe if you're enjoying this content. As we're going to continue to be here live for quite some time. Be covering this. Still, this storm over here near Lismore's is trying to be tornadic. It's on the struggle bus right now, though. It's on the struggle bus. We're going to go back to our satellite imagery here to try and see if we can find any more strong storms that could try and develop. There's our strong storm that is over in central West Virginia. It looks like some of those colors have kind of calmed down just a little bit, so maybe that one's not as strong anymore. There is maybe some thunderstorm activity over here near northern West Virginia. Definitely a lot of heavy rain and some thunderstorm activity over here just to the east of Parkersburg. And then there's also a couple of strong thunderstorms that are trying to develop over on the border of Kentucky and West Virginia again. Go back to Knoxville's radar. Or no, not Knoxville's radar. Go to Jackson, Kentucky's radar. See what some of those storms could potentially be doing. Not much. Not much, believe it or not. There isn't really a whole lot of activity there. Sup, Kit? Hello, hello. Listen, Abigail, if I got to 60,000 subscribers tonight, I would flip. But that ain't happening. We already know that. So, we'll just go take it one step at a time. And not to mention, you know, as much as I would love to get more subscribers, I'd probably care a little bit more if it, you know, the people that were impacted were also safe while doing so. I don't really want them to, you know. Anyways, you get my point. Yeah, we're starting to get to a radar hole, unfortunately. A little bit of a radar hole where it's hard to see what's happening across portions of US Highway 50 near Wick, Pennsboro, West Union, Harrisville, or that's Middleburn, I should say, not Middleburn. Oh yeah, that's Pennsboro. Middleburn, Smithfield, Pine Grove, basically areas in Tyler County, Pleasants County, Ritchie County, Doddridge County, Wetzel County. If you're in those county areas here in West Virginia, you need to watch out for the threat of some localized strong storms that could produce some substantial wind gusts, maybe even a spin up. A couple tornadoes are definitely possible across this area, but I think the other thing about it is some significant flooding is possible, as now there's a report of flash flooding over here. Heavy water running across the roadway 1 mile up Proctor Creek from Route 2. So some significant flash flooding is possible over in some of these areas as well. Will Morgantown be getting storms? Yes, they will be getting storms. Will they be super significant? That is to be determined. Right now they are in the, right now I believe you guys are in the tornado watch. Yeah, you are. Not a tornado warning, a tornado watch. Let's see. One thing I do want to say is if you haven't already, please be sure to spread this information with as many people as possible. If you would like to see this broadcast 10 to 30 seconds sooner, because for whatever reason, YouTube's processing is not the greatest. Live stream is a lot slower, and so it's just bleh. You can go on to this. The link is in the chat, or the link is down below. It is called Twitch. It is a platform there that is mainly for for streaming. If you want to go in there, watch it 10 to 30 seconds sooner, you can. Minute set of ads for every 40 minutes. All right, which is actually not terrible at all. It's a lot better than what some other weather channels do. Because yes, if you want to skip those ads, not be able to have those ads at all, guess what? You can. If you have an Amazon Prime account, sync your Amazon Prime account with Twitch, and then use your Twitch Prime subscription on the channel, you get to skip the ads. You get cool emotes, badges, and all sorts of other stuff. It's a platform for hot tub streamers. Unfortunately, that's where it's, that's the other side of Twitch. It needs to turn back into a gaming live stream community. I don't know why it's not, but anyways, if you would like to see this live stream sooner, head over to Twitch. I remember when Twitch was so popular. See, this is the funny thing too, because I have YouTube Premium as well. I don't have ads on my YouTube streams. I don't believe in making money off of ads through YouTube, especially if I'm going to be using the fair use policy. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning right now, once again heading into Clay County as well as Nicholas County and eventually into Braxton County. So if you know anyone over there, please watch out. Interestingly enough, my mom actually grew up, we're starting to get into this portion of the state. We're actually getting close to areas near Addison or Webster Springs. My mom grew up over there. So we've been there a couple of times to check and see, hey, what some of these areas are like. There you go. I've of course been to Charleston numerous times. So I grew up in Berkeley County, West Virginia. That's in the eastern portion of the state. I've been through Morgantown, I've been through Clarksburg, I've been through Charleston, I've been through Wheeling. I've not been to Parkersburg or Huntington yet, though. Eventually I do want to, but I've been to Elkins. I have not been to Beckley. I have not been to Beckley. I remember when my my school took or made me take a quiz to memorize all the counties in the state. Oh, how useful that would have been, for stuff like this if I didn't forget almost all of them. I mean, I didn't. I know a lot of the counties here. I remember my favorite named county being Wirt. W-I-R. Wirt County. It was definitely one of the funniest ones. There's a couple cameras over here in Tennessee that we might want to use. There's a storm that's heading near Oak Ridge. Cell that's heading near Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Look at how ominous that looks. Oh, they're moving the camera around. Yeah, this is in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Let's take a look at this from our radar above us. What's happening in Oak Ridge? Damaging winds. Damaging winds. Saw Charlotte's on the screen. Is there significant weather today? I wouldn't say super significant, but I think there could be the chance for some severe weather in your area. It is definitely possible. Man, I think this storm that's over here near Cheryl's Ford is interesting. That is a fly. Of course, the fly continues to terrorize me. I hate flies. Flies are genuinely the worst thing in the world. They don't make any sense. At all. From McDowell County. Oh, there you go. Cool. Cool, cool. Out here delivering goods. Food and torrential downpours make no difference. And a good tip, just make sure you're safe, all right? If you have a flooded roadway in front of you, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. It appears a lot shallower than it actually is. So unless if you want to be on the nightly news, don't do it. Look at that, guys. I really do appreciate you guys. Look at that number down there. 50,919 subscribers. Just last week, we hit 50,000 subscribers, and you guys have really been helping us out. As I said, I really do appreciate you all. You guys have been helping us grow our community. That's a fly on my knee. I almost smacked the crap out of my knee. Still got a strong severe thunderstorm warning over here for portions of Nicholas and Clay County. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. You can see we have hail that is right below quarter-size, or if not around quarter-size. We have some greens in here that could indicate about penny-sized hail to maybe even quarter-sized hail. But we have a lot of these blues, which indicate about, I'd say, pea-sized hail. So it's okay. It's okay. If you're near Clay, Swandale, Birch River, and Strange Creek, you guys could potentially be talking about a severe storm. This also has had a history of trying to be tornadic. It has a tornado possible tag. It has a little bit of rotation. Red's moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. So right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. If you're in Lismores, Belva, Anstead, or really if you're just in Fayette or Kanawha County right now, you're out of that severe thunderstorm warning right now. You guys are not a part of it. It is only this area near Clay and Nicholas County, and it'll eventually head towards Braxton County as well. As I said, the flies are the bane of my existence. Cannot handle flies. It's my favorite part about West Virginia. That's a good question. West Virginia has its own atmosphere. And what I mean by that is the way people in West Virginia act is so different than how other people act outside of West Virginia. Like, you can tell they're West Virginian, but it's not in a bad way at all. Sometimes it could be a little homey. Like, there could be some nice people that are in West Virginia. And then there's some people that, aren't so nice. But I think there's just a style into which they conduct themselves that you can just kind of tell if you've been or if you've lived in West Virginia, you can kind of tell they're from West Virginia as well. And I think that's my favorite part about it is that whenever you see another West Virginian like that, you can kind of tell and you can be like, you can easily relate. Easily relate. Might be a storm heading into Clarksburg here in a second. If you're in Clarksburg, you might see some strong thunderstorm activity. Oh yeah, flies are terrible. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain, Chris. It's very hard to explain. As I said, I've lived in West Virginia, so I can tell. West Virginia is a great place to put a Fallout game. Bethesda messed it up. I thought they modeled it off of Webster Springs and Addison, which was where my mom grew up once again. But if not, then I mean, yeah, they did, mess it up. I believe in Mothman. I mean, I would think that he could exist. I wouldn't be entirely surprised, but it is something that is a nice little story to tell. My girlfriend, she likes those scary types of stuff. No, it's not like I haven't. So I've been to Alabama before, but I haven't like been there extensively. It's not like that. Like I know West Virginia gets a bad rep based off of some stereotypes. There there is a different atmosphere around them that isn't about that. It's about the character of the people that live in the state of West Virginia. And you can just kind of tell. I will say, the infrastructure in West Virginia is absolutely abysmal. Wheeling has been under construction since it feels like, it was first built. It's like a mini Cleveland, just without the crime. No one really wants to go to Charleston all too much because it's in the middle of nowhere. So it's not really a good area for some young people to want to, increase their, I should say, their resolve and for bigger ambitions. Morgantown, I think, is the only place that is still like really nice to an extent. It's just the terrain over in Morgantown. WVU is built on a mountain. Everything over there is built on a mountain. So it's just kind of like bleh. Martinsburg has a huge opioid crisis, but yet more people are still trying to pack in Berkeley and Jefferson County because it's close to DC and the housing is cheap. And I only know that because my dad was a deputy sheriff in Berkeley County. Can I check Charlotte? I sure can. Areas near Charlotte, there's some thunderstorms out to the west. That could be something to watch. There's a cell that's to the north and west near Valdez and west of Hickory. That could be a storm to watch, but other than that, not too much. Yeah, as I said, I've never been to Beckley before, so I'm very curious to go over there. Never been to Parkersburg, never been to Huntington. But I've heard that those places are pretty good. But the general infrastructure of West Virginia is genuinely not great. Got best friends in West Virginia, moonshine and mountain people. Uh, yeah. Really daily disclosure. Interesting. That is true, Lakeside. That is true. I think the northern panhandle of West Virginia, north of Wheeling, like once you get to like areas near Steubenville and north of that, actually is pretty decent. I traveled up there because I had friends over at the Franciscan University in Steubenville, and it was nice. Yeah, I liked Morgantown. Morgantown was pretty nice. It is a party city if you're over in the college. But if you are like living in Morgantown, it's honestly not that bad at all. What's the chances of me streaming on Monday? 100% chance. I am going to be live streaming on Monday. How are we looking in Jefferson City, Tennessee? Yeah, why not? Let me take a look. I will let you know. I believe Jefferson City is, yeah, it's over here near the Morristown area. There's a couple thunderstorms that is just to the west of Knoxville at the moment. They're sub-severe, probably around 40 to 50 mile an hour winds, but it's not really too crazy. So I think you guys are all right. Well, and I don't think it's entirely West Virginia's fault that the infrastructure is pretty bad because number one, you're kind of relying on people to build stuff on hills and mountains. That's, it's the mountain state. What's East Coast North Carolina getting tonight? A lot of rain. Don't worry about it too much, honestly, Kevin. You're pretty good. Was the rating a slight L tornado? I have no idea. They had significant flooding, so that could have been delayed a little bit. Berkeley County is beautiful. Berkeley County is beautiful. I've lived in Berkeley County up until 2019. And then I moved out because I got bigger ambitions. Berkeley County, the Eastern Panhandle, West Virginia, basically from like Hampshire and Hardy and Mineral County all the way to the east, is beautiful. Beautiful place to go. Berkeley County and Jefferson County is a growing populous area. I think there can be I was talking to this with my dad earlier because I actually went to Martinsburg for the first time in 2.5 years this past Saturday. And I said, listen, with you being a former cop in Martinsburg and stuff like that, part of the deputy sheriffs, you've experienced the opioid crisis over there. It's pretty bad. But you could revitalize Martinsburg and hear me out if this could work, all right? You can revitalize any town or city and make things crazy, which, by the way, that's a heck of a view out of Knoxville, by putting several bars and several like modern restaurants in the downtown square, the downtown area. Martinsburg tried to do that with like this new area, and it actually wasn't bad. It was like this little mini food court that was like modern and stuff, and people actually came to it. If you can make downtown Martinsburg or some of these other areas in West Virginia a little bit more modern, people are going to come. People are going to come. People are going to, relax. People are going to enjoy because, West Virginia in itself, it's beautiful. The mountainous terrain, hiking. West Virginia in itself is a perfect tourist destination for hiking and all sorts of stuff like that. But if you can add a little modern twist to it through some of these towns instead of it just losing population for the most part, or even just a city, some of the cities like Martinsburg, if Wheeling had some modern restaurants, I kid you not, Wheeling would be totally revitalized, especially in the downtown area because, the Ohio River, are you kidding me? If you had a modern restaurant there near Main Street, oh, I'll tell you what, West Virginia would be such a good place. But right now, it's just kind of in a, it's kind of floating. It's kind of doing stuff. Thunder in St. Mary's? Yeah, if you're in St. Mary's, continue to stay indoors. If you're in Pleasance County in general, Pleasance County, Tyler County, Wetzel County, Wood County, Ritchie County, Doddridge County, Wirt County, Jackson County, Rowan County, as well as Calhoun County. You're in a flash flood warning. So if you see any flooded areas, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Steubenville area, tornado risk. There is a tornado risk there for you guys tonight. It's a lot later on, so I would just kind of watch out a little bit. But for right now, it's not really too crazy. It's just the severe thunderstorm warning right now here, guys. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County, and that'll eventually move into Braxton County. Which is why some of the stuff that is over in some of the restaurants, and this is why I think Martinsburg's idea worked pretty decently. Having the food court idea that they had to where you have a different assortment of like places for cheap is not bad. It's not bad. It's not a bad idea at all. You know? They're definitely, let's put it this way. When I traveled to Wheeling at the end of January to the beginning of February, Wheeling looked so much better than the year prior. I went to Wheeling this year in 2024, and I went to Wheeling last year in 2023 at the end of January. And it looked like it was getting better to an extent. And that's, you know, that's something that I feel like could be really, really good. Man, if this fly doesn't get out of this room, I'm gonna zap it with the bug zapper. It's gonna happen. Oh yeah, and as I said, you can tell if people are from West Virginia. There's some good people in West Virginia. I know, you know, sometimes West Virginia has a weird rep. Sometimes there can be some ignorant West Virginians as well. But overall, there's a lot of nice people. Let's go back to the radar, because as I said, it's just this one storm that's over here in Clay County. Just this one storm. I want to see if there may be other cameras that we can look at. Bank of America Stadium. Man, that's just a lot of flash flooding. That's a new flash flood warning for Charleston. Once again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Yeah, this fly is annoying the crap out of me. This fly is really annoying the crap out of me. Oh, that's cool. Will it get bad in Charleston, West Virginia, Columbus, Ohio? Columbus, Ohio is fine. Columbus is good. It's currently raining in Steubenville, Ohio as of right now. Yeah, there's a lot of rain. Let's go over to the Pittsburgh radar here. Thunderstorm activity, as I said, was upticking over in Clarksburg. That storm has now passed you guys. Is headed heading towards the western portions of Fairmont. You guys want to watch out for that. Not anything super severe, just some strong winds, maybe some heavy amounts of rain. There's a couple storms that are over here near Pine Grove, New Martinsville, and 100. That will eventually head off from Wetzel County into Marshall County, as well as southwestern Greene County here. If you guys know anyone that lives over there, I'd watch out. I'd tell them watch out for some severe weather. Otherwise, just right now, there isn't really too much that's happening within these storms. Maybe some heavy rain that's over in the Pittsburgh general vicinity. Basically up and down I-79 from Bethel Park all the way up to Franklin Park. But not really too much crazy stuff. When does this tornado watch expire? At 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So 2.5 hours from now. Is Charleston a clear area? For right now it is. There's going to be more rain, however, and there's a flash flood warning for your area. So I would watch out for flooding. Go Greer, South Carolina. I really think this storm that's over here near Hickory. There's a storm near Maiden and Lincolnton. These storms that are over here in the portions of North Carolina are really starting to spin up. Do I have cameras over here? I'm pretty sure I do. I think I do. Tell me I do, please. Pretty sure there are sky cameras over there. No, I do not care about that. Oh, there are cameras. North Wilkesboro. Okay. It's an interesting camera. Blues Lake, Carolina Marina. That's not live. I appreciate your contributions. Winston-Salem. Please give me a... That's Greensboro. Live camera. Elon University. Where is Elon University at? I have no idea. Asheville Chamber Sky Camera. Asheville, I believe, is... Yeah, just off to the west. There has to have been a camera over in that area. Real-time Crime Center? I didn't put crime. I put a sky camera. Yeah, oh well. Good enough. As I said, actually, it might be a good idea for us to have that camera in Wilkesboro. Do not care. That camera is not live. Please. Yeah, there's nothing. That sucks. There's nothing. No camera in the Hickory area. Yeah, that sucks. That's awful. Kind of need those to be able to tell you guys what's going on. Give me a second here, guys, as I currently try to look to see if I can get more cameras. Charlotte Motor Speedway. I've been there. Yeah, some of these cameras are not helping. Web cameras in Charlotte. Come on, please. Continue without disabling. Image unavailable. Well, that's wonderful. I know I have the WRAL cameras. That's right. Hold up. Hold up. Time out. There's cameras over there. It's not facing anything relevant, but it might be a decent idea. If you enjoy our content, please disable ad block. Are you serious? There's the boat club. Thank you. Queen's Landing. And this is going to probably ask me to... Oh, that's inactive. Come back online in March? It's April! Unbelievable. Douglas with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, what's the thoughts on tornadoes in PA near Pittsburgh, mostly Carnegie? Honestly, I think the threat for tornadoes is pretty limited for you guys up there, but there is still a small chance. Of course, you guys are also in a tornado watch at this time. If there is going to be the chance for tornadoes, first off, right now, there's a strong storm that's moving on through. Not anything super severe. If there is going to be the chance for tornadoes, it is going to happen likely within the next hour and a half to 2.5 hours from now. Something around that. Yeah. Yeah, these storms are boring, and that is good. I am happy that they are boring. Flooding of creeks and low-lying areas in portions of southern or southwestern Washington County. Good. Good. Good to see that we got a report. We need more reports and stuff like that. Once again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. It's another report of flooding. Oakdale Road and Oakdale Borough closed due to flooding. And then we have flooding on Route 844 in Canton Township. More flooding. I see the new MCD. I did not. Good to see you, Caleb. Yeah, I'm okay with boring storms. Listen, I'm okay with that. New MCD for North Carolina. It says, watch issuance 40%. Potential for damaging wind gusts and a couple of tornadoes may increase this evening. While there is some uncertainty in storm coverage / intensity, a watch is possible. It's for my sleeper risk! Woo! As a forecaster, I'm pumped. As a humanitarian, this sucks. Can this severe weather just, like, not exist? That might be a tornado here soon near Maiden eventually. That's a heck of a supercell. Oh my goodness. What is you doing? What are you doing? That's gonna be a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Catawba and Iredell counties. Tornado happened in Pittsburgh and didn't hurt anybody or destroy anything, but only picked up Hinesfield. You're going away. I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. Can I look at models soon once we have downtime? Probably. Probably can. I appreciate everyone who has helped us spread the information with as many people as possible. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below. That helps us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. We want to try and spread our information to more and more people. And if you do that, you know, you're helping us get information to people who may need it. The second round of thunderstorms are moving on through into, well, it might actually be the fourth or fifth round of storms that are moving through Kentucky. That's besides the point. Um, anything coming to my way today? Yes, eventually I'm gonna see some thunderstorms. And then, all right, and then, if I get anything significant, I got my good old-fashioned Midland NOAA weather radio right here. It'll go off. It'll be crazy. Here, I can give you guys a test. I'm gonna turn down my volume as I do it, however, though. Alert type, select, display, tone or voice. Tone. Okay. So I'm gonna turn this down. I'm gonna turn this down significantly so everyone's ears doesn't die. There we go. I'm super quiet. I'm super, super quiet. This is the test. And anytime a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning or a flash flood warning or any sort of warning happens in my area, that's what we got. So now, if you would like to be informed and stuff like that, and say you don't have, say, a certain weather live streamer that's live, you know there's going to be severe weather overnight, trust me when I say those things could save your life. We're getting reports now of trees down near Schuffler Road in Burke County. Tree on a house. I wonder, is this some because of strong damaging winds? Interesting. New severe thunderstorm warning for the cell near Maiden and Lincolnton. This is for the cell that I was talking about. So if you're near Newton, Conover, Claremont, Catawba, areas into Alexander, Iredell, and Catawba counties. Threat for large hail and strong damaging winds, as well as a tornado possible, is there. What brand is that? That's a WR400, but I recommend if you want a cheaper option, get a WR120. That's a fly on my screen. That's it. I'm telling someone in this house to get me the fly swatter. Bring me the fly swatter, please. That's a fly that is on my screen. I'm upset. Do I think we will get severe storms in the West Virginia Panhandle? Which one? Eastern or northern? That's the real test right there if you were from West Virginia. That question should be asked and the answer should be which one? Come in.
The tennis racket.
Thank you. All right. You're dismissed. Eastern Panhandle, you're good. Don't worry about it. Maybe if you were a little bit further closer to like Hampshire and Hardy and then further out. But if you're like Berkeley, Morgan, and Jefferson, oh yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You might see some thunderstorms tonight, but that's not going to be anything super significant. Yep, there's the electric swatter. If that fly comes in and around here again, I'm going to smack it. Done with that. Yeah, if you're in Maiden, there's going to be some strong damaging winds here in North Carolina moving through at this time. You're in Hardy? Well, then maybe it's possible. I think you guys should watch out. Yeah, I think you guys should probably watch out. I'm assuming like the Moorfield area. I've been to Moorfield before. Played their tennis team. Back when I was in high school. Because why not? Yeah, that severe threat down there in North Carolina is starting to elevate. I'm really watching that closely. Do I have any special insurance chasing? I don't. I'm pretty sure Reed does. This is, once again, severe storms that are over in North Carolina right now. Nothing's in South Carolina, really, that is significant. That's a tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for Eastern Catawba County in the Piedmont of North Carolina, Southeastern Alexander County in the Piedmont of North Carolina, West Central Iredell County in the Piedmont of North Carolina.
Chat, is my sleeper risk doing things or is it doing things? If you're in Maiden, you need to get in your safe space. If you're on Interstate 40 east of Conover, you need to get in your safe space. If you're near Statesville, if you're near Stony Point here in North Carolina, you need to get in your safe space. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the rotation here on radar. Reds are moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the south of Claremont, just to the south of Newton, just the area near Maiden, moving off to the north and east at about 30 miles per hour. So once again, Claremont, Catawba County, or areas of eastern Catawba County, moving off into Iredell County, as well as southeastern Alexander County near Stony Point. If you live in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you haven't already, once again, please be sure to help us spread the information with as many people as possible. Once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, a new tornado warning has been issued. This is for portions of Catawba, Iredell, and Alexander counties here in North Carolina. That'll be in effect until 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Is it Iredell? It's not Iredell, is it? It's Iredell. Iredell. Got it. But this is a discrete supercell here that is moving about. We can look at reflectivity, and this is a discrete mini supercell. You can see this storm is wrapping its rain around. We have our reds and pinks that are actually more centralized into the heart of the storm. And basically what happens is the storm can wrap some of that around to the bottom side. Right at the bottom part of the hook is where we could look at for some tornadic rotation, and that's exactly what we are seeing here in this instance. So we could be seeing more storms like this that could pop in and around this general vicinity. There's another one that's over here near Statesville that is potentially trying to do stuff. It does have a little bit of rotation aloft, so who knows? We might even see a new tornado warning for portions of Iredell County, as well as maybe even portions of Davis and Yadkin County. But for right now, nothing really too crazy within that storm. There's also another area of rotation just to the north and west of Hickory. If you know anyone that lives north of Hickory here, heading into Alexander County, and then, of course, as I said, northern Iredell County, southern Wilkes County, you guys are definitely going to want to watch out for the threat of some severe weather, maybe even something that could be tornadic within your area. Can I do a 3D? Unfortunately, no. This is the airport radar, and it's not really going to help us if we were to take a 3D. So we're kind of just stuck with what we got. Let's try and move our radar from Knoxville, Tennessee. There's not really any other storms that are going to be super. Well, actually, no, that storm over there near Hot Springs. That might be something for us to watch. Let's move our radar that is over in. Let's just get a new radar. That's it. We're getting another one. We can put as many radars here as we can. Try and track these as much as possible. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread this information with as many people as you can. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or any sort of other social media site that you may know of. Or if you know anyone that lives in some of these areas, once again, there's a tornado warning that has been issued for portions of North Carolina. If you know anyone who may live in North Carolina, it doesn't hurt to share this live stream with them, so that way they may be able to get this information. Or you could just send a text message, say, hey, did you just get a new tornado warning? If you did, please be sure to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You want to try and put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. All right, that's the big thing here whenever you're getting into a tornado warning here. But once again, numerous severe storms are starting to pop up here across portions of the Piedmont of North Carolina. If you live in some of these areas, it is recommended that you once again get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building. If you know anyone who may live out in front of this as well, like Greensboro, Winston-Salem, areas west of that along I-40, or areas near Interstate 77. Once again, this is the aforementioned corridor that I've been telling you guys about. I said I-77, the I-77 corridor is going to see some significant weather here relatively shortly. It's going to happen. We're going to need to continue to watch out for the threat of severe weather over in these areas. So please, if you're along the I-77 corridor, watch out for the threat of severe weather today. If you would like to help us spread information here on YouTube, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe. That helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm. And of course, if we can get this out to more and more people, then of course we can continue to expand our outreach. And that's exactly what we want to do. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. New mesoscale discussion for portions of West Virginia. It says the isolated tornado and wind damage threat is expected to continue across parts of the central Appalachians for several more hours this evening. At this time, it appears a new watch issuance to the east of the ongoing watch will be unlikely. So a new tornado watch is not going to happen across portions of West Virginia. However, a new tornado watch for portions of North Carolina and Virginia has occurred. A couple tornadoes are possible here. A 40-20 tornado watch prob. So definitely something to watch out for with that. Grammy with the Twitch Prime, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. That helps us out a lot as well. Once again, new severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning has been issued. If you are near Statesville, North Carolina, or if you are west of Statesville, North Carolina, you need to get into your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Let's go back over here to the radar that is over out of Charlotte. Here is the storm in question. You can clearly see our storm is trying to wrap around and is trying to hook down into the bottom parts of the storm. Right at the leading edge of this hook, right in there, is where the tornadic rotation is going to be at. That is exactly the case here as we look here off of the radar. We'll take a storm motion vector and make things just a little bit easier. Earlier, it actually had a bit of a stronger rotation down near Maiden. You had greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation is. All this purple is kind of contamination, so it's a little difficult to be able to try and find as to how confined this rotation is. But once the purple kind of went away, things were just a little bit easier, of course, and you were able to, or at least the National Weather Service was able to identify the fact that there is a tornado warning for portions of Catawba County, I should say, as well as Iredell and Alexander counties. There's also a new tornado watch that has been issued. New tornado watch for portions of North Carolina and Virginia. All right, if you live in the new tornado watch, You guys need to watch out for the threat of tornadoes. That will be in effect until 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So folks that are over there definitely are still going to want to watch out. I'm going to update everything here. I'm going to update everything so that way you guys are up to date with our scroll text. As I said, new tornado watch has been issued. And this tornado watch will be in effect until 11 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. WCMC has a sky cam for it. Where? If you can send that link, because I've been looking. Dorothea Dix Park, Raleigh. Some of these other cameras. That's the Durham Bulls stadium camera. Are you serious? That's pretty crazy. Fayetteville, Wake Forest. So is there a camera in Statesville? WCNC. Failed or the format is not supported. That sucks. That's awful. Oof. Yeah, as I said, I appreciate that, Grammy. Once again, tornado warning here for portions of Catawba County as well as Iredell County as well as Alexander County. If you're in these areas, you need to get in your safe space. WBTV is another channel that might have one. I looked a little bit on WBTV. Some of the cameras, as I said over here, aren't exactly the greatest. I know WRAL has a crap ton of cameras. So if storms end up going into that general area, you know, we're going to be covering that like it's, you know, like we're a hawk on a perch. We'll see all, we'll forget nothing, you know? But once again, if you're near Statesville, if you're near Stony Point, you need to get in your safe space. The tornadic thunderstorms heading into your area. Let's take a look at some of these other severe storms that are a little bit to the north of that because we want to try and balance our coverage here. If you are near North Wilkesboro, if you are near State Road, near Jonesville and Roaring Gap, getting close into areas over here near Surrey County, Wilkes County, Yadkin County. Watch out. Watch out for the threat of severe weather in your area as we have a couple thunderstorms that could try to be tornadic that is moving off into this area. Still watching out for this camera over here near Charlotte. There's a thunderstorm that's moving very close to Charlotte. If there's any sort of real need for us to use it, we'll use it. You can see right here, this is the camera coming out of Charlotte. This is a tornado warning for Wilkes County. There you go.
Tornado warning for northeastern Wilkes County in northwestern North Carolina.
Well, we called it. We definitely called it. We definitely called it. Steven with the 2, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Says, any news for Claremont, North Carolina? Claremont, North Carolina, if I may look at that real quickly. Once again, if you're near Mulberry, North Wilkesboro, Fair Plains, you need to get in your safe space. Tornadic thunderstorm over here could very well be trying to produce a tornado. That's the reason why a tornado warning has been issued for this area. This is heading off towards the Roaring Gap and the McGrady areas. So if you're in that general vicinity, need to get into your safe space. Computer voice and the warning is echoing on stream. Is it really? Is it really echoing on stream? Let's try that, chat. If there's a new tornado warning, let's see if it's that. There might be a new area of rotation down here as well, near the Love Valley area, heading towards Rhonda and Jonesville, as well as State Road. If you know anyone that lives in those areas, please get into your safe space as well. There are some cameras, some traffic cameras that are over here from Virginia Dot that we can look at. Okay, so that's cool. Did I say anything about Raleigh? I said that their cameras were great, but there's no weather in Raleigh right now. You guys are good. Tree on a house, trees and power lines down on Ronnie Fox Road. How are people able to, how's the National Weather Service able to cover this part of North Carolina if there are no radars over here? Like, there's nothing. Nothing. Okay, thank goodness it doesn't look like it. Let's try that. Let's see if that's an echo. DC Watcher with the Twitch Prime, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. A lot of people are watching over on Twitch now. If you're on YouTube and you would like to see this live stream sooner, because YouTube's processing when it comes to live stream or live streaming is not the greatest. So it could be about 10 to 30 seconds delayed. Contrast to if you were over on Twitch. So if you are over on Twitch, please be sure to stick around. If you haven't been on Twitch yet, you should. It helps us get our live stream out quicker. We're all about efficiency. We're all about trying to get information out as quickly as possible and as good as possible. Not as good as possible, as correct as you guys know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. If you're in Statesville, once again, tornado warning for your area near Iredell County, as well as Alexander County and Catawba County. So get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you're over in those areas. By the way, if you're on Twitch, there's not going to be ads right now, but there's a 1 minute section of ads for every 40 minutes. If you want to ignore that, however, or if you don't want ads at all, hook your Amazon Prime account if you have one. Hook it to your Twitch account and then subscribe through that way. That'll be able to get you to ignore ads. You get cool emotes and badges and stuff. And yeah, I mean, you get even cool perks and stuff. So just for having an Amazon account, you'll be able to see this a lot more, a lot quickly. A lot quicker. My English tonight is great. What's up, Razor? Nice to see you. Got 46 people watching on Twitch now, so cool stuff. This area of rotation just to the south and east of Wilkesboro is very concerning to me in a sense that this could probably be tornado warned. We could even be talking about this maybe even trying to produce a tornado here. If this thing is producing a tornado, it's going to be heading towards the Rhonda and the Jonesville area. The storm that's north of Wilkesboro has started to deteriorate. It used to have decent rotation. Now it doesn't exactly have the best of rotation, but you can still see greens are moving towards the radar, reds are moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So folks that are over near the Hayes area, the Fair Plains, and the Mulberry area, I recommend you guys get into your safe space as well. Let's go back down to the other tornado warning down here, approaching Statesville. It looks like the storm, the rotation is still there. There is still a little bit of rotation within this storm, although we are going to start to get into what appears to be a little bit of a glitch in the system. Still, we have greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So this counterclockwise, no, this isn't counterclockwise spin. What in the world is happening with this storm? Has the rotation just died? Greens moving towards. Reds would be over here, but it's in the glitch. So we may not be able to tell. Oh, there we go. We can just go higher up in the tilt, can't we? It's a little bit better. There we go. Reds moving away. There's our reds. Greens moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. There's also another area of rotation down here near, I should say, north of Iron Station, heading into the Sherrills Ford area. We have a little bit of elevated rotation here. Reds moving away, greens moving towards. Right in the middle would be the tornadic rotation. A lot of strong winds just to the east of Newton. That doesn't seem to be super tornadic at this time. And then actually, there's a little bit of a decent little thunderstorm that's over here near Charlotte. Let's actually take a look and see what that storm could be looking like with our camera. Radar pocket tilt. That makes sense. So we have our camera that is here from the Bank of America Stadium. Bank of America Stadium here in Charlotte. As we have a storm that is passing very near the city. You can actually see this is the stadium here where the Carolina Panthers play. Looking at the rotation once again within this storm that is about to cross over I-40. This is moving just to the west of Statesville. If you are near Statesville, once again, continue to seek shelter. New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for South Central Surrey County in northwestern North Carolina, southeastern Wilkes County in northwestern North Carolina, northwestern Yadkin County in northwestern North Carolina.
I just told you that storm's gonna get warned. I just told you it's gonna happen. If you're over in Rhonda and Jonesville, as well as US Highway 421, just the east of North Wilkesboro, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you are in downtown Wilkesboro, you guys are actually pretty good for right now. Storms have already passed you to an extent. You might get another round of thunderstorms, however, so please watch for that. But once again, if you're near Rhonda, if you're near Jonesville, you need to get in your safe space. There is some tornadic rotation within this storm. It is located right here. All right, we have a lot of blues moving away from the radar. Reds and grays moving, or blues moving towards the radar. Reds moving away. Jeez, I'm losing my mind already. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation. Without an echo, there you go. So there you go. I got it set up. So please, 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 if you're near Rhonda, if you're near Jonesville, you need to get into your safe space. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information. Copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we can be able to get this out to more and more people on social media. If you would like to help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below, as well as even subscribe if you want to. That helps us get this out onto YouTube's algorithm, into which we can continue to spread this with more and more people. Where can you get my hat? I don't even know where people can get my hat. I've inherited this from my grandfather. Still, tornado warning down here. I think this storm over here near Sherrills Ford is something to watch. That is elevated rotation right next to Charlotte. I am actually really interested to see. Here's a live camera looking out of Charlotte. And here's another live camera that is looking from the Charlotte Football Club. Yeah, there's nothing really over there too much. There's a little bit of elevated rotation with that storm heading into Charlotte. It's just not that strong. Which, thank goodness for that. If we were talking about a tornado in Charlotte, that would be bad. So, no tornado over there. Oh. What in the world? Yep, it's still going. It's hard to say if there's a debris signature. I think there's a lot of hail with this storm. I don't think this is currently on the ground based off of radar. Now, someone could be right next to the storm and say, hey, this could probably be, a tornado if they're storm chasing it. I think that is a very real possibility. I definitely think it is a very real possibility. But we'll go full screen to our radar now as we can be able to show you guys. Here is the rotation in question. Once again, blues moving towards the radar. Grays and reds moving away. This counterclockwise spin is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the east of North Wilkesboro, just to the south of Rhonda, just to the south and west of Jonesville. If you are near Rhonda and Jonesville, you need to get into your safe space immediately. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So we'll play the loop here so you guys can kind of see as to the general motion of these storms. It looks like the cell that is over just near North Wilkesboro might actually be producing some strong damaging winds back in behind that. So watch out, honestly. I think there is the potential for maybe even a brief spin-up tornado that could occur near Rhonda. And why I believe that is the case is because I think these two storms are going to merge. I think this storm that is over here near North Wilkesboro could potentially merge with this other one. They could potentially do a Fujiwara effect and or converge and create a brief spin-up. And it would be right over here near Rhonda or just to the west of Rhonda. And this could then eventually head over near the State Road and maybe even the Jonesville area. So please watch out for that if you haven't already. As I said, if you are in these areas, you need to make sure you are in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. If you are in Mulberry, honestly, I believe you guys are clear. There is nothing tornadic in your area. Same thing with McGrady. Same thing with Roaring Gap. That tornado warning is likely going to expire here very soon. This cell near Rhonda and Jonesville still continues to intensify, so this is still a tornadic thunderstorm here that we're going to want to watch. This thing could potentially produce a tornado at any second, which is the reason why a tornado warning has been issued. If you are in Yadkin, as well as portions of Surrey County and portions of Eastern Wilkes County, you need to get into your safe space right now. Vivian with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks for North Carolina coverage, Nate. No problem. Thank you for being here on the stream, watching it live with us. As I said, I do not believe this is on the ground at this time. It's hard to say this is on the ground without someone being there. There is a lot of this here, all right? This is correlation coefficient. This is a lot of hail. A lot of hail over in this area. It's not really on top of the actual rotation, if you will. If we were seeing debris, we would be seeing way worse correlation coefficient than this. I personally do not believe this is on the ground at this time, but I think this thing could at any moment be on the ground. I think at any moment this could be on the ground. So folks that may be using correlation coefficient to try and determine as to if there is a tornado, right now, based off of what I'm seeing, that's not exactly the case, but I do think that this could spawn one here very soon near Rhonda and Jonesville. What are the thoughts of the cell west of Mount Airy? Are we talking about like Mount Airy, North Carolina? I think the cell west of Mount Airy has a little bit of rotation, but I don't think it's anything that is super well put together quite yet. It's got an updraft, so it definitely has time to intensify. Wasn't that area marginal earlier today? See, this is why I said this is the sleeper risk for tornadoes, ladies and gentlemen, all right? I told you guys at the beginning of the stream, Piedmont of North Carolina, the corridor of I-77. Did I not say that, right? I said the corridor of I-77 is going to be a sleeper risk for tornadoes, and now we've got more tornado warnings that have been issued than the entire, risk today. Actually, was there a tornado warning prior to these tornado warnings? I don't think there has been a single tornado warning today except for these storms in North Carolina on this stream. There's been tornado warnings in Florida. I don't think there has been tornado warnings in Kentucky, West Virginia. Once again, the I-77 corridor from Charlotte all the way up north into Blacksburg, Roanoke, and I-81. This is the hot zone for today. This is, in my opinion, the area where we could probably see the majority of tornadic activity. Other than the PDS in Florida and the storms that are over in Tampa, no. And yeah, that's as I said. What is this camera doing right here in Charlotte? What is that? That's a wall cloud. That's a wall cloud, ladies and gentlemen. That is outside of Charlotte. That is outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. What's that radar saying? Because I knew it definitely had rotation. Yep, it still has rotation. That's a wall cloud. That's 100% a wall cloud. That is a wall cloud. Maybe a little bit of a funnel cloud as well that we just saw. We may have just saw a funnel cloud. If we're trying to find a tornado as well, it would be right there. It would be right there. If there's a tornado, it's right in that storm. Once again, this is currently located just outside of Charlotte. If you can see right above me, this is the current rotation. This is the velocities here on radar. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So there is some spin within this area. Charlotte, I would stay indoors. I would get away from windows, the lowest innermost part of your building. If you're north of that along 77, near Dorita, Huntersville, as well as areas near State Route 73 or State Highway 73. I'm going to move this camera a little bit further to the left. That looks to me right there. That we saw earlier, that's where rotation was. This definitely is a storm that is spinning. This definitely has rotation. You can see on radar right above us, this is a supercell. We have a hook that is wrapping around right within this area. This is definitely a storm that is trying to be tornadic. It's struggling a little bit, yes, that is absolutely correct. But this right here is a wall cloud. That right there is a wall cloud. We may have saw a funnel earlier. We may have 100% saw a funnel. Because I was looking at it earlier. I saw the rising scud. I saw the rotation around it. I was like, ugh, that looks very ominous. And then I switched over to the camera. Yes, as I said, 100%. 100% exactly what we just saw. Stephanie with the 2, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Says, you're in Concord, North Carolina. Should you be worried? I'm going to look up to see where that is and try and let you know. We're going to keep this camera here for right now. Pyro with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. What do I think about the area elevated reflectivity north of Delpane and the tornado warning? Let's go back to the tornado warning up north here real quickly, because that is a good point. We need to check up here in Rhonda. There doesn't seem to be too much. This thing has kind of weakened a little bit near Rhonda and Jonesville. Has this thing produced a tornado? It doesn't look like it. So right now it looks like those storms that are up north near Mulberry and Rhonda and Jonesville, they're still tornadic, but you're going to want to watch out for that as much as possible. Still a heck of a wall cloud here north of Charlotte. You can clearly see it right here. We're going to keep it on until we can, until we lose it. We're going to keep it until we lose it. Concord, North Carolina. You guys should pay attention to the weather. You guys should pay attention to it. Still a little bit of rotation over here near Low Gap. If you're just tuning in here right now, we've got tornado warnings here in the portions of North Carolina. This is our sleeper risk of the day that we mentioned at the beginning of the risk. This is where there was supposedly not supposed to be a whole lot of strong, severe weather. And now there is a crap ton of severe weather with the potential for tornadoes. All these red boxes are tornado warnings. Once again, this is for portions of Alexander, Catawba, as well as Iredell counties. And then we also have a new tornado warning, or a tornado confirmed here near Rhonda and Jonesville. This is confirmed by radar. This is radar confirmed, which is honestly a little strange because I don't know how that's radar confirmed. But tornado confirmed now here for Wilkes and Yadkin County, as well as portions of southwestern Surrey County here in the Piedmont of North Carolina. So if you know anyone that lives over here, you guys need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Actually, this is northwestern North Carolina. The Piedmont's a little bit further south. Let's go back down. Once again, a little area of rotation that is near Dorita, heading off into the Huntersville and the Cornelius general vicinities. If you're over there, stay indoors. A strong thunderstorm is moving off through northern Charlotte at this time. It'll be heading off towards Huntersville and Cornelius, as well as Kannapolis. Concord, I think, is a little bit too far east. I think you guys should be fine. But if you're in like China Grove, Mooresville, as well as Sherrills Ford, Troutman, and Cleveland, as well as areas to the west of Salisbury, you guys are definitely going to want to watch out for the threat of some tornadic weather near you. All right, I'm going to look up Delapane because that is a good question. North Carolina. Delapane Court. Oh, Delapane Court, you guys are fine. That's Raleigh. That's too far east. You guys are okay. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information with as many people as possible. We're trying to get this out to people who may need it, especially if they don't have local news coverage. People could be without cable. People could be without power. Those are very real circumstances. And so that's where we come from. We're on here on YouTube and on Twitch trying to make sure we get this information out to as many people as possible. So if you haven't already, please be sure to help us by spreading this onto social media. Send this to friends and family who may be in these areas. If you would like to help us spread this on YouTube, hit that thumbs up button down below. And if you want to, even subscribe. You can unsubscribe after the stream for all I care. All I want to do is I just want to spread information to as many people as I possibly can and hopefully make sure that people stay safe. We're getting reports of power lines down here in portions of Alexander County. We have a new tornado warning that's just been issued.
Tornado warning for southern Surrey County in northwestern North Carolina, east central Wilkes County in northwestern North Carolina, northwestern Yadkin County in northwestern North Carolina.
I'm not going to be talking about Alaska right now. Alaska's way too far away from the main threat for severe weather. Let's just say Alaska is going to be very chilly for a little bit. So you guys should be okay. I know there's a lot of people that live in North Carolina. And one thing I just want to say is that right now I'm just going to be calling out areas. All right. I can't exactly go through every single person. I mean, we've got 1,130 people watching in the stream right now, which, by the way, thank you all so much for sticking around. But if I call out an area, please pay attention, all right? I know some people that maybe are over in like Greensboro, Winston-Salem, Raleigh, Asheboro, Rockingham, Fayetteville, and stuff like that. All those areas are not being impacted right now. Where we are talking about is the I-77 corridor. The I-77 corridor here from Charlotte all the way up to I-81 in Virginia. That is where the main threat of severe weather is as of this time. This will eventually start to trickle to the east. So if I call out your area, if I call out your county, you guys are going to want to watch. But otherwise, if I haven't called out your county, if the automated voice message that is on this stream has not called out your county quite yet, you guys are good. You guys are relatively tame. Right now, Catawba County, Iredell County, Alexander County, Yadkin County, Wilkes County, and Surrey County here. If you are in those counties, you have a tornado warning for your area. It is recommended you guys get indoors, stay away from windows, get into the lowest innermost part of a sturdy building. New tornado warning, as we mentioned. I'm getting a call from someone. I have to not do that. Unfortunately, I cannot answer calls. Once again, confirmed tornado here that is heading towards State Road and Jonesville. If you live in these areas, you need to get into your safe space immediately. There we go. All right, we've updated that. So once again, tornado confirmed, tornado in progress right now near Jonesville and Rhonda, as well as State Road. Please be sure to get in your safe spaces. Dobson as well, eventually towards the Mount area and White Plains area. You guys will definitely need to watch out for this tornadic thunderstorm. Some of these other areas that are in the surrounding areas, like Love Valley, Harmony, Yadkinville, Boonville, Rhonda, and then Rockford and East Bend, you guys are going to see some strong damaging winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour. It is likely that that is going to be the case in your area. So just watch out for the threat of that severe weather as well. We also have the threat for maybe some storms that could try to rotate here within some of these cells that are in and around the Charlotte area. This looks to be more strong rather than severe, so not as bad of thunderstorms, a lot of thunder and a lot of lightning. So areas that are in and around the Charlotte area is pretty good, is pretty fine for right now. Nothing really too much to be concerned about within those storms. Storms are also starting to get pretty far away from the Greenville Spartanburg radar, so we're going to actually move this radar over to the east. We're going to now try and look at these storms from the Raleigh radar that they have. So this radar that is from Raleigh, we're going to try and see if we can find anything. Who knows? Once again, the radar is pretty far away from some of these storms, and we do have a massive radar hole, unfortunately, in this area. So coverage is going to be a little bit sparse, but we'll do what we can. And as I said, if you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on social media like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You could send this as a text message to friends, family, acquaintances that may live in these areas as well. Or if you would like to help us spread the information on YouTube, you could be able to hit that thumbs up button down below and even subscribe. That helps us spread this information with as many people as we possibly can. You can unsubscribe after the stream, as I mentioned. Unsubscribe after the stream if you really want to, if this content isn't for you. This is just something that I want to try and be able to get out to. I want information that is given to people who may need it. Some people can be without power. Some people may not pay for cable. We want to still, regardless, spread this information with those type of people. So please be sure, if you haven't already, try to spread the information. And also help us try to spread information. If you would also like to see or listen to this broadcast about 10 to 30 seconds sooner, unfortunately, YouTube sucks with its broadcasting. It delays it by a good bit. We have a live stream on another platform called Twitch. If you would like to create an account on Twitch or just watch it live on Twitch, it is about 10 to 30 seconds sooner. So that way it's a quicker way to get information from this channel. In the chat, there is a link that you can click, or in the description down below, you can go over there and you can be able to, once again, follow the Twitch account, and you'd be able to watch these storms and get the information sooner than the YouTube live stream. But if you're on YouTube, you don't like Twitch and stuff like that, that's completely fine. Once again, we're going to be trying to get this information out to as many people as possible anyways, and it's good for us to have two platforms so we can try and expand our outreach. Once again, still tornado confirmed here, tornado in progress that is just to the east of Wilkesboro, or north and east of Wilkesboro, heading off towards the State Road area and the Jonesville area near the I-77 corridor. Let's actually take a look, because there's actually some traffic cameras over here in North Carolina. I want to see, this is a picture traffic camera. So NC traffic cameras. If you're over near Dobson, as well as White Plains areas near I-74, once again, guys need to get into your safe space if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows, so you put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, or in this case, tornado, as possible. So State Road, Dobson, areas of Surry County, areas southwest of Mount Airy, you guys, once again, need to get into your safe space. There is a camera over here. Look at that. This is an image that has been snipped here from this area that is north of Jonesville. And this is mile marker 86 in Surry County on I-77. It does look pretty ominous here. We do have a lot of gray skies, a lot of rain. Nothing that's too dark, though. Nothing that is too dark. Nothing that really may seem that is super tornadic just based off of first glance. So if this thing updates here soon, we'll be able to let you guys know. We'll be able to show you guys what is exactly going on. So that way you guys may be able to get the information. Spectrum width basically looks at turbulence. So we use it constantly to try and find where something tornadic may be. There's a little bit of turbulence right here. And of course, if you haven't seen a video, tornado video ever, then where have you been? Those things do cause turbulence. They cause a lot of turbulence. So, this is a good way for us to kind of show as to where maybe there could potentially be something tornadic. But once again, this is in North Carolina, tornado on the ground here on the border of Wilkes County, Surry County, and Yadkin County. This is moving off into Surry County here, and this is going to eventually move off towards the Mount Airy general vicinity. If you live near State Road and Dobson, as well as White Plains, and areas near the intersection of I-74 and I-77, you guys need to get into your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Still a little bit of rotation here. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is about to cross over US Highway 21. So if you're north of Jonesville on US Highway 21, where the business route and the actual US Highway combine, that is where the tornadic rotation is going to be moving off towards. It had a lot of stronger rotation earlier. Now it's a little bit weaker. So if there was a tornado, once again, it would be getting very, very close to the state road areas here. Shark Drake, what's up? Welcome to the Twitch stream. I appreciate everyone who went over to Twitch as well. We got 54 or 50 some odd people, I should say, watching that live over there. And then, of course, we also have 1,250 people watching on YouTube. As I said, if you would like to help us spread the information with more and more people on YouTube, you can help us get onto the YouTube algorithm by hitting that thumbs up button down below. And even if you want to, you can undo this after the stream. You can even hit that subscribe button. That both helps us get this stream out to more and more people. That expands our outreach. And once again, we want to continue to do that. We want to try and make sure that everyone is informed and everyone is aware, especially as this storm continues to look tornadic, and especially if some of these other storms could potentially be tornadic. We're getting reports of damage here in areas near Wilkesboro, near the Moravian Falls area. This is numerous trees down around Moravian Falls, so maybe something that could have happened in and around that area. Not sure if that could have been tornadic, not sure if that could have been from straight line damaging winds, but the fact of the matter is these storms do damage with 60 mile per hour wind gusts at minimum, and it is recommended that if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, you guys take that pretty seriously. That is a pretty well pronounced supercell here that is near the Sherrills Ford and the Mooresville area. That might be something that we are going to have to watch out for. If you are near Cleveland, Troutman, Woodleaf, Cooleyme, as well as Moxville here in portions of North Carolina, it is recommended that you guys get into your safe space or get into a sturdy structure and get in the lowest, innermost part of your building. By the way, in 20 seconds, well, actually, that's the ad break there on Twitch. I'll tell them after the ad thing, because they can't exactly hear me right now. This is a heck of a supercell. I mean, look at this here, guys. Rain wrapping around all the way down. This supercell, the rain is trying to wrap into a counterclockwise fashion here in the bottom side, which is the reason why we look for this little hook echo that is down here. Let's see if we can find rotation in the upper levels of the storm. It's not exactly there quite yet. It's going to try and develop maybe a little bit later. There is a new rotation north of Statesville that'll be over into the areas near Harmony. If you're near Harmony, you guys need to get in your safe space. Something that could be tornadic is over on I-77. So please, once again, watch out for that. That is north of Statesville. North of Statesville, near the Olin area and the Harmony areas. So please be sure to watch out for that. For the people who are on Twitch, they just experienced a 1-minute ad. If you have Amazon Prime, you can sync that with your Twitch account and then subscribe to the Twitch account for free. You get special emotes and stuff like that, special perks. And it also dodges the ads. You get rid of the ads completely. So essentially, with Amazon Prime, you get to see this a whole lot sooner. So feel free to do so if you haven't already. Someone told me to look at Twitter. Once again, tornado confirmed. Tornado that is in progress, heading into Surrey County in North Carolina. This is heading towards the Dodson, as well as the White Plains and the Mount Airy general vicinity. Still some rotation over there, so please be sure to watch out for that if you haven't already. Brief footage. Tornado just north of Moravian Falls at 6:41 p.m. Wow. This is a picture of a tornado, or a video of a tornado that is over here near Moravian Falls, North Carolina at 6:41 p.m., which is over just to the south of Wilkesboro, which would mean that if damage did occur because of this thing, that would have been because of a tornado. 100%.
Rapid upward motion in that. Not
Look
confirmed
at
if it's
that.
on the ground though. That's
Swift decline with the prime. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate it.
rapid upward motion in that.
Wilkes-Barre could probably see some thunderstorms later on tonight, but not right now. There's also some damage over here in North Wilkesboro to the gas station. Damage to the gas station over here. And this was from Devontae McKenneth. And the tornado video actually earlier, that was from Austin Evans, at Austin Evans WX. At Austin Evans WX. So once again, confirmed tornado that occurred over near the Moravian Falls in the North Wilkesboro area. That storm is now heading off into Surry County. The tornado warning has actually been updated now so that it is no longer a confirmed tornado in progress. But there is still some rotation within this storm. There's also another storm that's over here near Yadkinville. This is also starting to rotate more and more. You can see the brighter greens now surging towards the radar, reds moving away. So I wouldn't be surprised if this actually could be tornadic as well. There could be a potential tornado warning with that thunderstorm. And then some more rotation down near the Harmony area. Once again, we're talking about more storms in and along this line that is trying to be tornadic. And we said earlier from the beginning, the I-77 corridor is going to be the main area to watch. The I-77 corridor is going to be the main area to watch. So if you're along the I-77 corridor and now east of the I-77 corridor, this is going to definitely be the main area for tornadic activity here today. If you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with friends and family and on social media, especially if they live in some of these general areas here in North Carolina. Once again, we're talking about Surry County, Yadkin County, all the way down into Iredell County, and then down into portions of, this would be Rowan County now. Rowan County, Davie County, eventually into Stokes County. And then even into portions of Virginia, Carroll County and Patrick County. If you're over in those areas, please be sure to stay weather aware. If you are in a severe thunderstorm warning, this includes areas like Sherrills Ford, Troutman, Statesville, Harmony, Moxville, Yadkinville, East Bend, Enon, Boonville, Rockford, Pilot Mountain, Pinnacle, White Plains, and Mount Airy. Continue to stay indoors and stay away from windows. Strong thunderstorms that are severe or have the capability of being severe is moving through your area with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe some spotty hail. And once again, these storms have had a history of spinning up and producing maybe some tornadic activity. So please be sure to watch out for that very closely. As I said, if you are in Harmony, all right, if you are in Harmony, you need to be able to, I would say, get into your safe space. I think there is a storm that could potentially be trying to produce a tornado near the I-7, near the areas near I-77. I really do believe that. Roanne, got it. Roanne. Mr. Civ with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, how do you enable velocity on Radar Omega? It won't let me use it, so there's a toggle for it. So if you go on to Radar Omega, all right, at the bottom right-hand side, there's this little thing called short range reflectivity. You go to velocity products, and when you go on to a TCLT, the only thing it has is base velocity. That's the only thing that that radar has. If you go to any of these other radars that have a K in front of it, you'll be able to use something like high res velocity and some other stuff like that. So it's all based off of what type of radar you use it. Go back over here. It might be a good idea for us to start using Virginia traffic cameras here to try and see what's going on with some of these other storms that are starting to cross into southern Virginia. There is a storm that is down here near Monroe in North Carolina in Union County. They'll need to watch out. Mecklenburg County, believe it or not, you guys are starting to get out of the risk for the most part. There's some storms that are going to be moving off into the northern portions of the county, though, like Huntersville and Cornelius. If you're over there, continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows. If you're over here into portions of Rowan County, we're talking Kannapolis, China Grove, Granite Quarry, and Rockwell. I think there is the potential for something that could try to be severe and maybe, just maybe even tornadic. So please watch out for that. Please watch out for the threat of something that could be severe. It is currently localized over near the Kannapolis area. It is with this thunderstorm right here. If I look up into the sky to where there could be some elevated rotation, right there is where I'm watching. Right there here near Enochville and Kannapolis, and just to the west of that, where we have a lot of reds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. This general spin within this storm is where there could be some rotation, and I'm watching that to move off towards the Landis, the China Grove, and the Enochville areas. If you're in those areas, as well as eventually into Salisbury, you guys need to monitor for some changing severe conditions that could eventually elevate into even more than that. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information with more and more people by hitting that thumbs up button down below. That helps us spread this with more and more people on YouTube. And if you would like to further help us spread this information with more and more people, hit that subscribe button. You can unsubscribe after the stream. Where is... Oh, okay. This is a look at one of our thunderstorms. A new tornado warning has been issued. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southeastern Surrey County in northwestern North Carolina, west central Stokes County in north central North Carolina, northwestern Yadkin County in northwestern North Carolina.
Looks like they're trying to see what's happening with this camera here. It's hard to say. I think this is looking west to try and find if there is anything over in that general vicinity. But there's a new tornado warning over here for Yadkin County, as well as portions of Surrey County. If you are over in this area near Boonville and Rockford, as well as areas near, once again, White Plains, Mount Airy, Pilot Mountain, and Pinnacle, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Here's the area of rotation right here. Greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Grays and reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Just to the south of Boonville, just to the north of Yadkinville, moving to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So once again, folks that are over there along the border of the counties of Yadkin and Surrey need to get into their safe space. Areas near Rockford and Boonville, as well as Pinnacle and Pilot Mountain. Areas near North Carolina Route 268 need to also get into their safe space immediately. Let's see. As this continues to move off, we're also going to see this start to move into portions of Virginia. There may be a new tornado warning that could get issued for portions of Carroll County heading off towards Woodlawn and Hillsville. Right now, there's some significant damaging wind gusts that are within that area, but don't be surprised if there's a couple spin-ups within that general vicinity. We have 2 areas to where there could potentially be rotation right within here and right within here. Got some consolidated spin that could be localized to maybe even producing a tornado or 2. So please watch out for that. Now we're going to, now since that tornado warning has been downgraded to just a regular tornado warning, we're going to go with just a simple change to our title on our stream. Update that right there. That is not... Chat, you're funny. Chat, you're funny. These storms will eventually head off close to the Winston-Salem area, probably within the next, I would say, 45 minutes. 45 minutes to an hour is what I'm guessing for Winston-Salem, so please watch out for the threat of severe weather over there. This is over here in Davidson, North Carolina, north of Charlotte, where we are seeing a severe thunderstorm that is getting very close to the camera here. Actually is going over the lake right now, I believe. So very interesting view here within this storm. Funnel cloud coming in live on camera. We had a funnel cloud earlier. We did have a funnel cloud earlier. Not right now, however. There is a storm that is over in Union County, north of Monroe, near Unionville and Fairview. This actually is trying to rotate a little bit more. You can see there's a lot more greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. So a spin up is possible over here just to the west of Unionville, approaching the Fairview areas. And then that'll eventually move off into southwestern portions of Stanley County and extreme southern portions of Cabarrus County. Yeah, once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, we have quite a few tornado warnings that have been issued. And now we currently have 2 tornado warnings that are in the northern portions or the northwestern portions of the state of North Carolina. If you know anyone that lives in North Carolina, feel free to, or I would actually advise you to kind of check up on them, see if they're all right. And if they live along the I-77 corridor, or areas south of I-77, I would recommend telling them that there could potentially be something tornadic near their area. Cabarrus, got it, Cabarrus. I think this storm right here near Carroll County, near Woodlawn, this is probably going to see a tornado warning here soon. Yeah, that's going to see a tornado here soon. If you are near Hillsville and Woodlawn, you need to get in your safe space. We have 2 areas of spectrum width, 2 areas of turbulence to where there could potentially be tornadoes, plural, as in multiple tornadoes. This looks to be a storm right here that could more than likely be producing not 1, but 2 tornadoes. So if you're near Hillsville and Woodlawn, get into your safe space now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you are in Hillsville or Woodlawn, get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. What's up with West Virginia? West Virginia is flooded. You need to... Oh, that's a flash flood emergency that has been issued. Flash flood emergency has been issued for portions of western Pittsburgh. Flash flood emergency has been issued for western Pittsburgh. If you are over here into portions of west central Allegheny and north central Washington counties. Flash flood emergency has been issued. If you are in those counties, please take that very seriously. If you're in a flood prone area, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. They appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Significant flooding that is over here into portions of western Pittsburgh. You need to be able to once again get into a higher ground area. Once again, this storm over here near Carroll County, near Hillsville and Woodlawn, the potential for a tornado is probable within this area. You need to get into your safe space, as I mentioned, underground or lowest innermost part of your building for the potential of a spin-up tornado right within that area. If you know anyone that lives, once again, near Pilot Mountain as well, Pilot Mountain and areas near Rockford, tornado warning for your area here. There is some rotation associated with this cell. Greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is just crossed near Boonville. It is about to cross right over the Rockford areas. If you know anyone that lives near Rockford, as well as areas north of Rockford, you guys need to watch out for the potential of, once again, something that could move off into your general vicinity. We're getting more reports of damage over here north of Taylorsville and south of Moravian Falls. We're getting reports of trees and power lines that have fallen over Daniels Lumber Road, making it impassable. We also have power lines down across the board, even further up. Trees blocking a roadway on Sulphur Springs Road north of Hiddenite, as well as large limbs down on a home on Three Forks Church Road. So damage is being reported from some of these storms. It is once again advised that if you live in some of these areas, you make sure you take it very seriously and get into your safe space. Join your friends, Dylan. Who? Oh. There we go. Goodbye. Person got banned on Twitch. This is GR2 Analyst. This is what this radar is. If you would like to see this live stream earlier, because YouTube's processing is not the greatest with live streams, there's another site that I'm live streaming to that gets this out about 10 to 30 seconds sooner. So if you want to hear this information sooner, there's a link in the chat. There's a link in the chat that will be sent out. You can go over there and you can be able to watch it. There is a session where there's a 1 minute of ads for every 40 minutes of watching, but you can skip that once again by becoming a subscriber on Twitch. You can either do that the normal way through money, or if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can sync it up with your Twitch account, and you can be able to see, you can be able to just subscribe for free. You get you don't get ads, you don't get, or I should say, you do get emotes, badges, special perks, and stuff like that. So essentially, it's a good way to get information from this channel immediately, rather than having to wait the extra 10 to 30 seconds. But if you want to still stay here on, I can't speak at all. I need to just, if you want to stay here on YouTube, please be sure to do so. I need some water. That's what I need. Will Columbus, Ohio get thunderstorms tonight? I think it is possible, but I don't think it'll be super significant. So you guys should be good. You're in that red blob on radar near Yadkinville, North Carolina. Should you be concerned? I think you should be weather aware. I don't think there's anything tornadic near your area at this time. There's a lot of strong gusty winds. Very weak rotation. Very weak. It'll be a lot of strong, damaging winds. Wow. My brain is frying. Slow down? Yeah, I'll have to slow down. So once again, if you are in the Rockford, the Pilot Mountain areas, as well as the Pinnacle areas and west of Pinnacle near North Carolina, State Route 268, and areas south of Mount Airy, you need to get into your safe space. That is likely a tornado near Hillsville, just to the west of Hillsville, just crossed over the interstate, I-77. If you are in Hillsville, Virginia, you need to get into your safe space immediately once again. Ah. Lot of traffic over there in Virginia as well. Still, once again, tornado warning over for portions of Yadkin County and Surrey County, as well as extreme western Stokes County in North Carolina. Let's look at down to the south. Look back down to the south. There's still some storms that are moving on through. Once again, this storm that is heading off into Salisbury and China Grove, that looks to be potentially severe at some point. So that could be something that folks are going to need to watch out for. It's heading into Rowan County. Rowan County. Still some strong storms heading into, I can't remember what it's called. Carbarus or Cambarus? Something like that. My membership doesn't transfer here. Yeah, unfortunately it doesn't. Unfortunately, memberships on YouTube don't transfer over to Twitch. Parkersburg right now is seeing a lot of rain. Make sure you guys stay indoors and get to higher ground if you can. There's not really a whole lot that's happening in Parkersburg at this time, so you guys are pretty much good. Same thing with just the majority of West Virginia. There could be a spin-up tornado or two, but for the most part, as I said, get to higher ground. Get to higher ground. There's a lot of flooding, a lot of major flooding that is ongoing right now. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. They appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Let's go back to our storms that are over here. There's a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Forsyth County as well as Davidson County. So portions of Winston-Salem, Clemens, Advance, Lexington, Moxville, as well as Statesville. Although I believe Statesville, you guys are actually starting to get out of the risk. So you guys should be good in that sense. But if you're over in some of these other areas, Mockville, areas near I-40, near Farmington, heading up into the Louisville, Enon, Bethania, Rural Hall, and East Bend, you guys need to get indoors. You need to stay away from windows. A strong thunderstorm that is severe. It's going to be producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Is going to be moving into your area very, very shortly. The track of the storm is going to take it just to the west of Winston-Salem. But I believe that folks at Winston-Salem and just to the west of Winston-Salem, please, can I speak, are still going to want to watch out. Iredell County, once again, if you are over in Statesville, you guys are good. If you are in Harmony, you are good. If you're over in Mooresville, continue to stay indoors. Stay away from windows. How often does the radar update? Every minute and a half. There we go. Do that. Do I expect a lot of action in the dip of Virginia by Roanoke and Plattsburgh? I believe you guys could see some severe weather, so yes. Let's go back to the storm that's over north at Hillsville. Is that... Nope. Looks like there could have been a brief little spin-up tornado. Oh, hold up. I was about to say, was that a ZDR drop? A lot of spectrum width, though. Very weak tornado that likely occurred just to the west of Hillsville. Now Hillsville is fine. It's areas to the north of Hillsville that's really going to see their activity here. If you haven't already, please be sure to spread this information with friends and family and on social media, especially if you know some people that may be in and around there. This is once again, off into areas near Winston-Salem and west of Winston-Salem. And we're going to be on here live for still quite a while. So folks, continue to stay tuned as this continues to move about. This storm over here near Pilot Mountain still has a hook echo here. You can see rain trying to wrap around into a hook. Right at the bottom part of the hook is where we watch for the potential of tornadoes. And that is where our rotation is currently located. Although our rotation is a little kind of wonky. A little wonky. So we're going to go back in time. There you go. There's your hook right within there. The leading edge of the hook right at the top part is where we look for rotation. That is exactly what we have. Green's moving towards the radar. Red's moving away. Right in the middle, north of Rockford is where it was. It is now northeast of Rockford and due west of Pinnacle. So if you are near the Pilot Mountain areas and in between Pilot Mountain and Mount Airy, it is recommended that you guys get into the lowest innermost part of your building, as these storms have had a history of producing a tornado. Actually, multiple tornadoes. How much of the heavy rain in Pittsburgh is making its way to south central PA? I hope not too much, or else my house is going to be flooded. True facts. I hope not too much. Do I see a lot of overnight activity? I probably will. I'm going to be seeing a lot of stuff over here in south central PA, which is where I live. So I'm not exactly in the risk, but I'm not exactly out of it either. Might see a lot of thunderstorms. Speaking of thunderstorms, am I going to be seeing anything? Some local rain. It'll be overnight tonight is when I can see some stuff. Is the North Carolina one on the ground right now? As of this time, no. Nothing in North Carolina is a tornado in progress. Right now we just have a tornado warning. And we had earlier, as I mentioned, a couple of tornadoes. We had a tornado that was over near Wilkesboro, and we had another tornado that was over near Rhonda. Yep, thank you so much, Jim. I appreciate everyone in chat. Where are you guys from? Out of curiosity, everyone who's in chat, where are you guys from? If you guys don't mind putting that in chat, you can put your local town or nearby city or what part of the state you're in. I'm curious to see where everyone's watching from right now, and hopefully you guys are staying safe at home. That's a little bit of rotation over there near Cleveland and Woodleaf. That might start to evolve into maybe even something a little further. If you're near Cooley, Woodleaf, areas of southern Davie County and northern Rowan County, you guys are going to want to watch out. I do, Matt. I do know where you're from. Yeah, we got everyone in the kitchen sink here across the board. Good to see that you guys are watching from all over. Got some people near PA. Well, fortunately for a lot of you guys here that aren't in North Carolina, you guys are hopefully enjoying your night out tonight. Folks that are over here in Western North Carolina and the Piedmont of North Carolina, they're definitely going to be seeing some severe weather activity. I'm actually going to move my Raleigh radar over to Columbia. I think that might have been a better idea. Random red TVS. I saw that. I was like, no. I saw that and said no. No chance. It looks like the state of South Carolina is good for tonight, believe it or not, guys. So folks that are over in South Carolina, you guys are actually good. Now it's just North Carolina, Virginia, areas of West Virginia, maybe extreme Western Maryland, and then, of course, portions of, or maybe even portions of Ohio and Pennsylvania. Put our Davidson camera back up. And as I said, I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys a lot. I just realized, by the way, thank you guys so much for 51,000 subscribers. You can see the number right there. We've hit that milestone. Just last week, we had 50,000 subscribers. So I really do appreciate you guys and your guys' support. 51,000, 50 subscribers. Eventually, we're going to hit, 60,000 subscribers before we know it. So I appreciate you guys. Ooh, Garrett. So I know this guy. I know this guy that did this report. He's a storm chaser and or spotter. He's also one of my staff members on my Discord server, which if you haven't already, join the Discord server. All right, there's a link in the description down below to the link tree. Or Nightbot sometimes puts in link into the chat. If you have a Discord account, you should join the Discord server. I'm telling you, got a lot of smart people and weather guys over there. You talk to me and stuff like that. You talk to other people. We got a meteorologist in there as well. Yeah, no, we do not have an exclamation point Discord. But we got into the link tree here. I'll put it into the chat. Click that link. You'll be able to see the Discord. It's on there. All right, you can join the Discord server. He's got a report of a rotating wall cloud east of Fairview 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago. Judy, with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support to the channel. You've been a constant supporter of the channel for a very long time. Thank you. Once again, thank you so much for supporting the channel. You guys are the people that help keep this channel thriving. All the funds, all the constant support. Once again, wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. So thank you so much. New severe thunderstorm warning for, once again, I can't remember how to pronounce this. Carberus, I believe it's what it's pronounced. Carberus County, as well as Davidson County and Rowan County. If you're in these areas, you need to watch out for significant severe weather that could be moving on through your area. How's Columbus looking? So believe it or not, Columbus is actually not in the main risk of severe weather today. Watch the... What? That's a massive portion of the tornado watch that has been shaved for West Virginia. Look at that. I'm going to take the radar and the warnings and the watches out of the way. Okay. So areas that are within this yellow and this orange are going to want to watch for some severe weather and or flash flooding that is going to occur today. Fortunately, this does not include Columbus. But as I said, if you live over here into portions of, say, Pittsburgh, you've got a flash flood emergency for the west side of Pittsburgh right now. Cabarrus, got it. Cabarrus. I'm going to try and memorize that. Cabarrus. But if you're over here in like Roanoke, Lynchburg, Blacksburg, Charlottesville, Cumberland, Elkins, Beckley, Morgantown, Charleston, once again, Pittsburgh, Johnstown. There is the potential, once again, for some severe weather and some flash flooding. So if you live within those areas, you need to watch out. But look at that. Parts of the tornado watch has been canceled for the majority of West Virginia. There's still a tornado watch for southeastern or eastern portions of Kentucky, as well as portions of southwestern Pennsylvania and extreme northeastern West Virginia, and be in Morgantown. It does, Abigail, it does. You're absolutely right. But yeah, once again, flash flood emergency for western Pittsburgh. I know a lot of people are worried about the coverage over here in North Carolina. I want to balance this out here because flash flooding is a significant risk. Yesterday, we were live. We were covering areas of Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. All right. And there was some significant coastal flooding where people were trying to drive through flooded roadways in Mobile, Alabama. And there was 2 idiots in particular that ended up getting caught and got stuck. And we watched it live on stream. We watched it live through one of the traffic cameras there, and they had to get their cars towed. Just stupid, all right? Here's the big thing here, guys. If you see a flooded roadway, turn around. Don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. Unless if you want to go on the nightly news, if you want to be featured on the nightly news for the wrong reasons, and everyone else is wondering, man, how do these 3 people get stuck in the, waters? Why didn't they just drive around it? It's because people think that they can drive through it. It's not a smart idea at all. It's stupid. So do not, I repeat, do not drive through flooded roadways. It is not smart at all. They are donuts. Do not follow their advice. We have no more tornado warnings as of right now, which is gnarly. What about Danville / South Boston, Virginia? That's a good question. Danville is a little bit further off to the east. I know that for a fact. They're going to be seeing some thunderstorms later on this evening. It may not be as significant by the time it gets there, but I'd still want to watch out. Yeah, as I said, do not be an idiot. Maybe SBC Franklin. Anything for Honolulu, Hawaii? Not as of this time. Not as of this time. Florida getting hit hard right now? Not particularly. There aren't any severe storms at all. My headphones is dying. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna change the name here to tornado coverage update. There we go. And once again, we have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for these storms that are marching across portions of northwestern into north central North Carolina. If you live in those areas, please be sure to watch out for this very, very closely. We have 644 followers on Twitch. Look at that. We are rolling. You're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania right now. It's really bad. Well, as I said, please do not drive into flooded roadways. No matter what, please do not. Reports of damage here in Hillsville. Thunderstorm winds blew down several road signs into vehicles, took a canopy off a gas station, knocked down at least 2 power poles. Buddy, I don't think that's a severe thunderstorm wind gust. I think that's a tornado that occurred. We talked about that earlier. We said, hey, there's probably a tornado in this area just to the west of Hillsville, crossing over I-77. And look, there's damage right over the exact area that we told them. I wouldn't talk about politics too much. At the end of the day, you could be any sort of demographic you want to be. You're a human. You're a human. I don't care about politics too much, and I'd prefer if we didn't talk about it too much in chat either. Is this coverage or is this a fun stream? I mean, this is coverage and a little bit of a fun stream when we don't have some significant weather. We want to try and make sure that people can be relaxed around here. They're not, a whole lot of tension or anxiety. We want to make sure that people, are okay. Storm that is over just to the east of Concord. So once again, Concord's not in it. It's just areas that are east of Concord, here near Missenheimer, High Rock, Denton, Southmont, Rockwell. You guys are definitely going to be seeing some severe storms here soon. That'll eventually head towards Asheboro. So if you're over near the general vicinity of Davidson County, as well as Randolph County, don't be surprised if you guys get into the activity here as well. When you come to the UK, you'll see how narrow our roads are compared to the States. I wouldn't be too surprised. The United States are mainly built off of the infrastructure of automobiles. So tornado watch in Boyd County canceled? Yep. It's now just let's see. What if we move our radar from Charleston? Or do we actually need... Do we need the radar that is over in Knoxville, Tennessee anymore? No, we don't. I'm going to move our radar over here to Jackson, Kentucky. See ya, Air Inc. Take luck. Appreciate you being here for the short time. Whether it was a good experience or a bad experience, I appreciate you. The Jackson radar is not going to load, so let's go back over to Blacksburg, Virginia radar. Winston-Salem, if you're over here, this storm is getting very close to you. Very, very close to you. We're talking about within the next 10 to 15 minutes before this really gets and starts to uptick in activity for you all. 10 to 15 minutes. Sounds good, Matt. Sounds good. Yeah, it looks to be a lot of strong damaging winds at this time moving into Winston-Salem. I wish we had a radar here. What is this? Capable of producing water spouts. Oh boy. We might need to look at that. That might be a possibility. If we take our radar that was over here in Columbia, do we really think anything's happening? Maybe a little bit of rotation near Darlington, but that'll be fine. Thunderstorm capable of producing water spouts. Heading into Morehead City, North Carolina. We'll check on that here in a second. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Stokes County in north-central North Carolina.
So, we do have a new tornado warning here in Stokes County, North Carolina. It's one of those two storms. I think it's it's that one. We have two areas of rotation. We have one that's here. We have one that's here. And it's the first one that I circled. Ansted, West Virginia looks interesting. Is that off of Pittsburgh's radar? But still, new tornado warning here that has been issued. New tornado warning. If you are over near Danbury and Sandy Ridge, here in North Carolina, you need to get into your safe space. KRLK. Oh, you talking about like cameras? Oh, KRLK like radar. KRLX. I don't know why I can't read. I can't read at all. Yeah, Ansted does have a little bit of rotation. It does indeed have a little bit of rotation. I need water. I think I'm losing it. Just a little teeny bit. So if you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. As I said, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as possible. As we do now have a new tornado warning here for portions of Danbury and Sandy Ridge. If you are in Danbury and Sandy Ridge, you need to get into your safe space immediately. New severe thunderstorm warning down in Montgomery, Richmond, Moore, and Anson counties in North Carolina. Heading off into the Troy, the Ellerbe, the Rockingham areas. So watch out for the threat of severe weather that is developing down there. But we got our tornado warning at this time here. That's heading into Stokes County. This will eventually, if this were to continue to maintain, if this were to eventually stay as a tornadic thunderstorm, will likely head towards Martinsville County, Rockingham County, and the surrounding areas over there. You know, there very well could be a water spout that could make landfall near Emerald Isle and Broad Creek, just to the west of Morehead City. If you know anyone that lives over there, and this would be in Carteret County here in North Carolina, watch out. Same thing with Onslow County. Potential for a water spout to make landfall. Just wanted to double check that to make sure that everything was okay. Get some water here real quickly. Here, guys, real quick. You guys count to 15. I'm pretty sure I'll be back by then. And 15. Actually, it might have been 14 or 13. I counted pretty quickly. There we go. Need some new water. Definitely need it. Been doing this for 5 hours now. I usually do live streams for over 10 hours, so need to fix my issues. Excuse me. So if you're just tuning in here right now, we have a new tornado warning here for portions of Stokes County, North Carolina. Some of these other storms across the board could try to be tornadic, but there's also some strong damaging winds heading into Winston-Salem. If you are in Winston-Salem, stay indoors. Stay indoors. Stay away from windows, please, as those storms are likely to be severe with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, if there's anything next to your building, it could topple over trees and power lines or even branches off of trees. And if they get blown right into the side of your house, that also can hit the window that you may be standing in front of. So please be sure to watch out for that. Daytona Beach is fine for right now. Daytona Beach is fine for right now. And as I said, I really do appreciate you guys being here with me, helping me spread the information with as many people as possible. It really does mean a lot. So thank you guys so much for being here, being a part of my community, and helping me spread information. Reports of damage over here in Wilkesboro. This is from Jordan Ellis. And this is from Devontae McKenneth as well on Twitter. This looks to be some form of... I don't know what type of tree that is, actually. But it's pink, and it's pretty, and it's uprooted. Ouch. That's quite a bit of damage, once again. And if you're just tuning in here, earlier, we had a tornado. This is... we've actually had multiple tornadoes. But this one over here, this was footage taken by Austin Evans. Austin Evans. At Austin Evans WX on Twitter. This was the tornado.
Not confirmed if it's on the ground, though.
This was south of Wilkesboro, near the Moravian Falls area. They couldn't confirm it, but I mean, it did damage there. This is pretty much a tornado. You can connect the dots.
Rapid upward motion in that.
I don't know, Abigail. That's a good question.
Not confirmed
I would
if it's
assume
on the
so.
ground, though.
Does the Winston-Salem velocity look good, or is it just you? It could be just you, but let's see. Go back over. So once again, that was some activity that happened there, south of Wilkesboro in North Carolina. We have this live camera out of Davidson, North Carolina that we're going to keep on our side screen. I'm going to try and pull up the radar. Let's see. We're going to look at Jackson, Kentucky real quickly. And there's nothing there. Okay. We're going to go back to Raleigh. We're going to take a look at different perspectives. The Winston-Salem area. All right. Once again, this storm over here that is moving into Winston-Salem, I personally believe is creating a lot of strong damaging winds. The reason being why is if I take this, the polygons off, the severe thunderstorm warnings, you can see that we have this outline here between the greens and the reds of this little bowing segment. This little bowing segment here. A lot of strong winds are surging in, and at the top parts of this bowing segment is where we could see the strongest damaging winds. There isn't really anything that is too tornadic with this storm at this time, but if there was something that is rotating, it would be just on the northern side of that Boeing segment. There's also a little teeny bit of rotation over here near Advance, but that also in itself is not that impressive. So if you were to take anything away from what I'm talking about right now, these storms that are moving into Winston-Salem are not really doing too great. A lot of strong damaging winds that are starting to surge off into some of these areas. But yeah, please be sure to watch out once again for some strong damaging winds moving into Winston-Salem. We're going to be staying with these storms, all right? A lot of these storms are going to continue to be severe. There could potentially be... I'm actually interested to see if they issue a severe thunderstorm watch eventually. I mean, there's this tornado watch here right now. There's a tornado watch for portions of, once again, North Carolina and Virginia. Advance. So it's not advance, it's advance. It's like emphasizing the ad, right? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. So it's advance. Yeah, well, unfortunately, Rosa, it's kind of happened today. A couple of tornadoes down there, too. What about Asheboro? Asheboro is currently in the general path of these storms. There could be some severe weather that's heading off into their area here at this time. I don't see anything super significant in regards to tornado potential. I see a lot of severe weather that once again is pushing off to to the north and east. Now Wadesboro, North Carolina storm looks like an upside down horseshoe. Yeah. Also has a little bit of a hook with it too. But yeah, that's a good call, the lady car. See anything in southwestern PA tornado-wise? In the short term right now, let's take a look. There's a couple storms that could be trying to spin up, but if you are west of I-79, you guys are good. Otherwise, if you're east of it, like say Uniontown, California, Mount Pleasant, Connellsville, areas where the PA Turnpike and I-70 split off, there's still a little bit of a chance for something tornadic over there. Can Wilmington, North Carolina go to sleep? Yeah, I'd say so. You can go to sleep. You're good. I wouldn't worry too much. I wouldn't worry too much at all. What about Colfax and High Point, North Carolina? Let's find out. High Point, North Carolina. I'd say continue to stay indoors. Let's go back to Blacksburg radar. Yeah, I'd say continue to stay indoors. A lot of strong thunderstorms that are moving off into this area. Right into this general vicinity. By the way, I appreciate you guys so much. We have over 1,600 likes on this live stream, which is absolutely mental. Absolutely crazy. So once again, I appreciate you guys being here and supporting the channel. How's Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina? It's north of Raleigh. You guys are fine. A lot of your stuff's going to be happening a lot later on. Let's actually take a look and see. Let's take a look at the models just a little bit. Yes, I will be live Monday. All right, trust me. There is going to be a live stream on Monday. Tornado watches have been extended further east. Tornado watch has been extended further east. Can I take a magic eraser to Pike County, Kentucky? Holding up your white flag, too much water coming down the mountains. Yeah, let me actually check at that real quickly for you. Unfortunately for you, there may be another couple of rounds of rain heading into Pikeville. If you are in a flood-prone area, please be sure to get to higher ground. Once again, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways because they can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. So Pike County, watch out for that. But let's go back to our radar. When we're looking at this, I'm actually going to have to reload. That's crazy. That's crazy ones. All right. So here we go. Timing is all the way up here. You can barely see it, but it says 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Storms are going to continue to move its way further to the north and east. It'll get towards the Danville area at about 10. Near the Raleigh area, and maybe even passing Raleigh to the north by about 11. So maybe not as much activity over for Raleigh. It'll be getting through near Danville, near Roanoke. A couple storms heading off further through. And then the severe weather threat's actually just not going to be that strong. There could be something that's over near Norfolk. It looks to be a lot of strong damaging winds, though. But these storms should be out of everyone's hair for the most part by 11. By 11 p.m. tonight, all these storms should pretty much be done. So Pennsylvania is pretty much going to see rain and thunderstorms. Yeah. What's up, Blondie? Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm still alive. I'm still live. I'm still alive. I'm having fun. I'm going to check my area here for Pennsylvania. It looks like rain's going to start to uptick here soon. That'll still be the case. Yeah, it looks like I'm in a flash flood risk, too. Looks like I'm in a flash flood risk. So I'll be watching out for that. Of course, as I said, we're going to be watching that very closely, and I'm going to be watching my area relatively closely. I want to make sure that if there's anything bad that's going to happen, I'm informed. And here's the other thing here too, guys. All right, I'm going to turn my my microphone down. There you go. Go to my full screen camera here. See this? See this? This is a NOAA weather radio by Midland. All right. These things are so helpful and so useful. I can't tell you how many times this thing has told me that severe warnings are a thing, especially in the middle of the night. If there's a severe storm or a tornado warning that is for my area here at the middle of the night, this thing wakes me up. And this thing makes sure that I'm safe. All right? So now this is me being quiet, but here's the alarm. Or I should say the alert. If I'm too quiet, I'm too quiet. I apologize. But that was my weather radio. That thing will keep me safe. That thing will keep me safe. Here. Let's try this again. Weather radio. Keeps me safe. Can't tell you how many times this thing has woke me up in the middle of the night because of like a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. And then I got to my safe space. Either that or I ran outside and I chased it. One or the two. But anyways, if I turn this thing, that was loud for the volume being that low. So, yeah, crazy stuff. Got muted in the Discord server for an hour. Did you break one of the rules? Usually when you break one of our rules, that usually is what happens. Usually. Some rotation developing south of Patrick Springs. Is that in North Carolina? Did my dad just call me a mumbler? He needs to go consider the following if that's the case. Collinsville and Martinsville. Where? Okay. If you're in Patrick Springs, continue to stay indoors. Strong thunderstorms are moving through the area. As I said, watch out. But there is a little bit of rotation near that area, just a little bit. Apparently spammed in today's severe weather. Well, as I said, if you did, you did. We're still going to be live here for a little bit. I appreciate you guys sticking around and stuff like that. We have 645 followers right now. And of course, a lot of people watching live on YouTube here too as well. If you have a Twitch account and you would like to see this live stream 10 to 30 seconds sooner, or if you would like to create a Twitch account, either or is fine too. Feel free to do so, okay? YouTube, for whatever reason, is not exactly the greatest when it comes to live streaming. So, you can click the link in the chat and go to an actual live streaming site where I'm on. You'll be able to see this about 10 to 30 seconds sooner. There are 1 minute ads for every 40 minutes of content, but you can completely ignore those ads, or you can dodge those ads completely by becoming a Twitch subscriber. That does cost money. Yes, it does. You can get a free Twitch subscription, however. If you have Amazon Prime, you can sync your Amazon account with Twitch, and then you can subscribe through your Twitch Prime subscription. And there you go. You get to hear me that much quicker, which is going to be useful in some instances, especially for storms like this over here near Danbury in eastern Stokes County. A little bit of rotation that's starting to develop a little bit more and more. It'll be approaching the Sandy Ridge, the Stoneville, the Price, and the Ridgeway area. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to watch out. You can see greens moving towards the radar, reds moving away. If this thing starts to consolidate a little bit more, we could be talking about maybe a tornado. Winston-Salem, you guys are still seeing severe storms. Stay indoors, stay away from windows. Nothing has passed you guys completely quite yet. But still, watch out for that. Security guard, what's up? Welcome to the Twitch live stream. CM, what's up? Welcome to the Twitch live stream as well. My Nate, favorite storm coverage streamer. I appreciate that, RGV. I appreciate that. What's the word on the Morehead City water spout? So earlier there was a special marine warning for Morehead City for the potential of water spouts. That storm has now moved further inland, so it is unlikely that that is probably producing a water spout. If it were to produce anything, it probably would be a tornado, but right now it's too weak, too small. I don't see it doing too much. don't see it doing that much at all, actually. You came from YouTube, like Prime count later. Got it. Got it. That'll be fine. That will be fine. Let's go back to our storms. Can Raleigh see these storms yet? Yes, they can. Once again, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings over here for these storms that are near Candor, Bisco, Norman, eventually heading over to the Southern Pines area, as well as Robbins and Seagrove here on Interstate 73. This is Montgomery, Moore, and Richmond counties in North Carolina, so be sure to get indoors and stay away from windows for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts near your area. I don't believe these are tornado possible. Oh no, there are tornado possible tags on them, so watch out for that as well. If you're over into portions of Randolph County, as well as areas eventually towards Guilford County, please watch out for a strong thunderstorm there. There might actually be something that could be heading off into Thomasville right now as we speak, as well as High Point. So if you live near High Point, Jamestown, Walberg, Kernersville, areas near the International Airport in between Greensboro and Winston-Salem, there might be a supercell here that is near Thomasville that could be trying to be significant from a thunderstorm perspective. So please be sure to watch out for that very, very closely. Was I born in Pennsylvania? No, I was born in Maryland. I get that, Kevin. I get that, Kevin. Are those discrete supercells starting to form in central Ohio? I don't believe so. Those ones don't seem to be doing too much. I'm gonna look at the rot. Yeah, there's nothing there. There's nothing really there from what I see on my side screen. Still a flash flood emergency for western Pittsburgh. Once again, turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. Evan sent you guys over here? That's pretty cool. As I said, send my regards to Evan. What time will it end in Randolph County? Good question. Randolph County. I think you guys are down there, Ashboro. Give it another, I'd say, hour. Another hour or two. That's what I'm seeing. Yep, no problem, The Real. Glad to see you guys enjoy the stream. Oh, really? Just so happened to pop on the live feed on YouTube just before the Wilkes County tornado. Is able to tell your son and coworkers that work and live in Jonesville? Well, as I said, thank you so much for being a part of the live stream. We try to tell people with, at the beginning of the stream here that there was a sleeper risk for the potential of tornadoes near I-77, near the I-77 corridor, both just to the east and to the west. Wilkesboro is kind of close to 77. It's a little close. So, I mean, if it's closer to 77 than it is to 40. But, no, we want to try and make sure that you guys stay safe, especially if you are watching this stream. We want to make sure that everything is all right. So, what about Greensboro? Greensboro is going to see some severe storms here very soon. Very soon. We're talking about the west side of Greensboro, seeing it within the next half an hour. Within the next half an hour. Yeah, Pennsylvania is going to be seeing more of a flood risk more than anything. Pennsylvania is going to be seeing more of a flood risk. I will say though, all right, I will say though, and I'm going to show you guys here on the side screen. How did I get warned for mute evasion? I have no idea. Are you the same person that... Yeah, you are. If you can plead your innocence to me, I might be able to help you out. But I will say, ladies and gentlemen, the enhanced risk has slightly, and I mean, or I should say not enhanced, the slight risk, the enhanced risk is gone. This slight risk has slightly moved off to the east, and I am still not in it. I'm on the border. I'm on the border. I'm in the slight risk. I am not in the tornado risk. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Yes, I know I just doxed myself. I don't care. How? Yes, I'm still going. So I'm going to get some weather tonight. I don't know when. Let's find out. It's going to be late overnight tonight. Oh boy. I'm going to be having some fun. Can you add me as a mod on Twitch? Oh, yes, I can. I forgot. Give me a second there, security guard. You are absolutely right. Need to do that right there. High Point Velo could possibly be a tornado. I do agree. I do agree. Not happening in Morgantown right now? No, not really. It's good news for me. I'm closer to severe weather, which means I unfortunately am going to, or fortunately in my case, because I get to chase if I want to in the middle of the night. Hear this radio go off like 5,000 or 6,000 times. Talk about crazy. I was crazy once. That is a zip code for where? New Hampshire? You guys are good. There's going to be a bit of rain. I wouldn't say too much rain. There's definitely going to be rain. Yeah, if you're near High Point, if you're near Kernersville and Jamestown, as well as Walkertown, you guys need to continue to stay indoors. Winston-Salem's starting to get out of the risk. Winston-Salem is starting to get out of the risk. Lynchburg, Virginia? That's a good question. Let's take a look. Lynchburg's eventually going to see this thunderstorm activity here in about an hour and 15 minutes. Hour and 15 minutes. Chris with the 5, thank you so much. Says Chris from Dayton here. Love the channel, Nate. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, as I said, you really do, you guys really do help support the channel. It really does mean a lot. So, thank you guys so much for, allowing this channel to continue to thrive, allowing this channel to continue to be who we are. We wouldn't be able to do it without your guys' support in general, and of course, just a little bit of financial support. But we don't ask for too much, and we actually genuinely just don't ask for anything. So I appreciate the people who do it. Thank you so much for the 5. I really do appreciate that. How do we send you a de-weather cap and some swag? Oh boy. Maybe. I wouldn't be able to wear it on stream and stuff like that, but Some swag sounds nice. Do I need any mods for YouTube? Been more than happy to help with chat. You know what? You know what, Rachel? If you are going to be a moderator, one thing I do want to say is don't treat this as like a I have to do this every single stream type thing. All right? But sure, why not? You're going to subscribe over on Twitch? Well, that's pretty cool. Thank you. McClan 1960 with the Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that on Twitch. I'm not sure if that was you. But yeah, thank you so much. We're starting to get a lot of strong damaging winds within these storms near Oak Level, Stanleytown, and Martinsville. If you're in Martinsville, continue to stay indoors. Oh, you're on Twitch now, Scarlett? Cool, cool. By the way, if you guys want to follow other people onto Twitch, follow the other people that have moved over. Twitch shows the broadcast about 10 to 30 seconds sooner, and the only reason is because YouTube's processing when it comes to live streaming is not good. It's not great. So if you want to see the broadcast as soon as it comes out, I'm talking, I kid you not, it's within the span of 2 to 3 seconds as soon as it comes out of my mouth, real time. All right? So if you want to see the information or listen to the information as it comes out, go on to Twitch. Hit that follow button down below on Twitch. There's only, for every 40 minutes, there's an additional 1 minute of ads that all just happens at the same time. But if you want to skip ads, sync your Twitch account and your Amazon Prime account if you have it. And you have a free subscription that you can use on the channel. You get, emotes, badges, special perks, and stuff like that. And yeah, you can subscribe to the Twitch channel to basically get rid of all those ads. Of course, as I said, greatly appreciated. Yeah, GR2 is pretty pricey. See if there's a cam on Vert Stadium near High Point. That's a good question. Hold up. High Point, North Carolina sky camera. New severe thunderstorm warning here for Gulliford County. Live High Point camera. Hold up. Live. That didn't help at all. Thank you. Can I talk about Monday? Monday is going to be a significant severe weather event across portions of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Texas, as well as maybe even portions of Nebraska. It could either be borderline significant damaging winds or some significant storms that could produce some quite a few tornadoes. So watch out if you guys can. It is recommended, once again, that if you know there is severe weather that's going to be happening in your area, you have a plan of action to take into account of it. And I'm going to be making a video tomorrow, by the way. I'm going to be making a YouTube video tomorrow talking about the threat for severe weather, starting on Monday, moving on into Tuesday, as we have more severe weather that's going to be happening then. So if you guys like the idea of that, if you guys want more information, and updates on severe weather across the United States, as well as portions of Canada if they get severe weather, and portions of Germany if they get severe weather. Yes, we cover 2 other countries. Well, it also can be 3 other countries if France fixes its stuff. Check the WGHP news camera. WGHP. And I'm going to actually loop the radar while I'm looking. That way everyone can see the weather camera. Can I check Greensboro's live camera, sky camera? Do they have one? Oh, that's in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. We don't want that. Watch. Live music. I can't find any. How am I doing? I'm doing good, AK Biggs. How are you? How are you? Trollage here. Seems legit, Death Dorito. Will Allegheny in Maryland have any severe weather? I think it's possible. Yeah, I can't find any cameras that are in Greensboro. I'm going to try and look again, though. Watch live, please. Continue without disabling. Please. I do not see anything. Okay, hold up. I'm going to pause on this site. It's cold. We're keeping a check on the weather. Enjoy the camera. There is no camera whatsoever. Yeah, this sucks. There's nothing. Try high point. Yeah, I'll look. Yep, night security guard. I mean, I know there's several sky cameras that are eventually over. There's like one in Roxborough, one in Raleigh-Durham. It's just this area over here in Winston-Salem and Greensboro never really has any cameras based off of what I've seen. Yeah, their accessibility could be put into question. That is very true. Very, very true. NC dot cameras, that's true. NC dot. Now, are all of North Carolina dot cameras, are they all live? I think a lot of them are just picture cameras. Yeah, a lot of them are picture cameras, unfortunately. Nothing is live. There is an image here that we just got. South side of Greensboro. I-40. Randleman Road. Yeah. If you, hey, listen, I'll tell you what, guys. I'll tell you what, guys. If you guys know where any live cameras are, if you guys know of any live cameras in this area, you can send them to me on Twitter through this, or you can email it to me. hockeyboyin8@gmail.com. One of the two. And they have to be live. They can't be picture cameras. All right? Because Picture cameras, we all can kind of agree, they don't exactly help. They don't exactly help too much. Reports of damage down here southeast of Salisbury of power lines down on the roadway, which is resulting into a brush fire, as well as multiple trees down on cars southwest of Southmont, just to the east of Salisbury here in Rowan County. Let's go over to the Raleigh radar here now for these other severe storms. This storm near Bisco and Candor continues to look like it's going to try and be severe. Little bit of rotation with this here too. Little bit of rotation. That ZDR is awful. What the heck is this? Why is Raleigh's radar like this? Oh, that's terrible. Ugh, disgusting. Well, no, I looked at North Carolina dot. So I looked at NC dot. They have individual cameras, but none of the cameras are live. Nova for a watch tonight? I think it's unlikely, but it's possible. Might be a Spectrum exclusive. Perhaps. Mayhaps. It's possible. State's pretty broken. A lot of states are pretty broken. It happens. It is what it is. We have 5 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. If you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, make sure that you are in a sturdy building and you stay away from windows. We have reports of damage over here from a 911 call center. This is 3 miles east-southeast of Woodville in North Carolina. Power lines down at the intersection of Ring Road in North Carolina. Highway 89 West. Rotation near McCall, South Carolina right now. There's a couple storms that have got some rotation right now. Robbins and Candor has a little bit of rotation, but it doesn't seem to be too strong. Oak Ridge has a little bit of rotation. Let's go over to Blacksburg's radar. Ridgeway, Virginia, and Eden, North Carolina. A little bit of stuff over there. You said all the way down there. I'm half tempted to go check that. There's a little bit of rotation in McCall. A little bit of rotation. Not anything too much to be significant, though. Check Discord. I'm on Discord. I have Discord open on the side of my screen. How's Putnam County, West Virginia looking right now? Putnam County, if I remember correctly, is like near Morgantown. No, it's not. Where's Putnam? Am I a donut? No, it's near Charleston. It's the other major populace. Geesh. A lot of rain. A lot of rain. I don't know why I was thinking of Preston. Yeah, that is Preston over there near Morgantown. Putnam is near Charleston. Let's take a look. Charleston, rain. I mean, there is some rain here. A lot of flooding in general. But there's no rain right now for Putnam County. There definitely could be some more showers and thunderstorms that are going to move on through your area here soon, though. So I'd watch out. Weather just calmed here at a high point. That's good. Found an Alexander County live camera. Do I want that? Yeah, why not? That's a new tornado warning that just got issued. There you go. Listen in.
Tornado warning for southwestern Pittsylvania County in south central Virginia, southeastern Henry County in south central Virginia.
So there you go. They've issued a new tornado warning here just to the east of Ridgeway. If you live near Axton, Brosville, and Sandy Level, get into your safe space now. This is areas west of Danville here in Virginia once again. And this will be getting very, very close to areas here in Pittsylvania County. This will be crossing over U.S. Highway 58, as well as areas over near the Virginia State Route 41 areas and areas near Soapstone. So new tornado warning over here. If you haven't already, please be sure to help us spread the information. Copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to as many people as we possibly can. If you would also like to, and it would greatly appreciate, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you hit that thumbs up button down below, you help us get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And believe it or not, you can actually help us through the same exact way, but just hitting the subscribe button as well. You can unsubscribe at the end of the stream if you want to. But hit the thumbs up button down below and subscribe. That helps us get onto YouTube's algorithm, helps us spread information to more and more people on YouTube. So once again, if you are over into portions of Sandy Level, Axton, Brosville, and Soapstone, as well as eventually into the Callens area in Pittsylvania County, Virginia, as well as Henry County, Virginia, extreme eastern Henry County, Virginia, need to get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. I used my face on that side of the screen. When was the last time since you've been on the channel, my friend? Been a couple of years, I'm assuming? A year, I should say. I think it's a year. Tornadoes coming to Maryland. Western Maryland, more than likely, but other than that, not really. Valen, what's up? Welcome to the Twitch stream. Nice to see you over there. So yeah, once again, tornado warning. The rotation has kind of fanned out a little bit. I'll go back a couple scans earlier. You can see there's a little bit of a tornado vortex signature associated with this. Some tight red velocities that gradually increase into a central spot. Tight green velocities that gradually increase into a central spot. And so the next velocity scan showed tight greens right here, tight reds right here. That is as close to being potentially a tornado as you can get without it being a tornado officially, of course. So maybe a little bit of a spin up north of Sandy Level. Are we safe in Greensboro? It looks like you guys have a severe thunderstorm that's moving on through Greensboro right now. I would get indoors and I would stay away from windows. If you do that, you're safe. If you do that, you're safe. Do I think Monday we'll see a potential tornado outbreak, or is it too far out to tell? I think there is the potential. I think there's the potential for a tornado outbreak, but I also think there's the potential for that to be a significant damaging wind threat. On the other hand, too. Could be one of the two. Flooding is very bad in Pittsburgh. Yep. It's just unfortunate that there's another significant flooding event that has happened within the past 2 weeks there in Pittsburgh. Should you tell your friends in Norfolk, Virginia, be careful? I think they're going to be fine. New mesoscale discussion for this system. The risk for damaging gusts and a couple of tornadoes will continue this evening. Short bowing segments and a few supercells should continue into south central Virginia and central North Carolina tonight. Some guidance suggests the severe threat may persist beyond Weather Watch 106 this evening. Lyons and Thompson is watching that. Brock with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Says Nate, thank you. You're the man I always tune in to on YouTube. Wow. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. I appreciate your continued support. So, thank you. That means a lot. If the threat for Blacksburg area is gone, you're going to go to sleep? Yeah, you can go to sleep. Blacksburg, I think, is too far west. It should be all right. Yeah, too far west. Blacksburg, though, I will say, actually, hold up. No, don't go to bed quite yet. Hold up. Time out. Don't go to bed. Don't go to bed. Hold up. Time out. I take it back. Time out. There's a little bit of rotation. Little bit of rotation. Could be a spin up near Blacksburg on the northern side. Whoever lived in Blacksburg, you need to get in to a sturdy building if you can. Lowest innermost part of it. Yeah, that might be a bookend vortex. Little spin up right there. What about Alamance County, North Carolina? Let me take a look. Bedford, are we talking about Bedford, Pennsylvania? Are we talking about Bedford where? I appreciate that, Hot Cross. Yeah, if you're in Blacksburg, please stay in a sturdy building. Axton, Brosville, areas near US Highway 58 and north of that into the Callens area. You guys need to continue to stay in your safe space for some tornadic activity. Any forecast for Raleigh? I think you guys could see some severe weather, but other than that, I don't really think it'll be too crazy. Alamance County, you guys are going to be seeing some thunderstorms move on through into your area here pretty soon. I think the area that could probably see the most severe weather over near Raleigh. It's on the northern side of Blacksburg for folks that live in Blacksburg. So just something to make a note of with that. Southern portions of Alamance County probably has the best chance at seeing something severe within the short term. So watch out for that. Is there any risk for severe weather in Martinsburg, West Virginia? It's so funny because I used to live north of Martinsburg, West Virginia, so I know exactly where that is. There is a risk for severe weather overnight tonight. You're in a slight risk, a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale, with the potential for maybe a spin-up tornado or two. I think the biggest risk for Martinsburg, however, is going to be the flash flooding. The Opequon Creek and the Potomac River, all those areas. If this continues to rain as much as it did in the western portion of the state, like Huntington and Charleston and areas near Wheeling, they're under some big-time flash flood warnings. But if it rains as much as it did over there, we could be talking about some big-time flooding. But yes, for severe weather, I think there is the risk over in those areas. Bedford, Virginia. Got it. Brock with the 10 again. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Long time watcher. This is 10 for all my Evansville, Indiana people and the live cam you always see tornadoes on. That is true. That is 100% true. We always, for whatever reason, see tornadoes cross over the Ohio River there. It doesn't make any sense. Bedford, Virginia. That is specifically to the west of Lynchburg. There is some thunderstorms that are over near your area. How significant? It's not too significant. It looks like this. You could get some severe weather here soon, though, so watch out. That's going to be a tornado north of Blacksburg. If you are in the northern portions of Blacksburg, you need to get in your safe space immediately. This is definitely a serious storm. That is most certainly a storm that is trying to produce a tornado. If you are in the northern portions of Blacksburg, as I mentioned, there is a spin up there in the northern portions of Blacksburg. You need to get into your safe space immediately if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. There does look to be a spin up tornado north of Blacksburg. North of Blacksburg. What camera is this? YT. Is that Virginia Tech? We've got a live camera out of Blacksburg here that's looking to the north. Live camera that's looking to the north. This is likely going to be a tornado in progress. This is crossing over US Highway 460 on the northern side of the city. This is right next to where you start to climb up the mountain. Right next to where you start to climb up the mountain. Yep, still going. It is basically going down 460. It is going down the mountain on 460 to the north of Blacksburg. Virginia Tech in itself, they're okay. All right, downtown Blacksburg, they are okay. If you are on the northern side of Blacksburg, however, all right, this is where 460 bus and just regular US Highway 460 is. That is where the potential for something tornadic can exist. And based off of the camera right now that we're seeing, look at how fast those clouds are moving. Look at how fast those clouds are moving. They are booking it. They are booking it. So there is definitely something that's happening over there. This is, once again, looking off to the north of Blacksburg, where I do believe we could have had a spin-up tornado that occurred. Likely a tornado that is on the northern side of Blacksburg. And this might be terrain-induced, honestly. Could be terrain-induced. So here's the rotation in question. We have a tornado vortex signature right here. Red's moving away from the radar. Green's moving towards. Right in the middle, pixel to pixel, is where the tornadic rotation would be. It is still going. That's a debris signature. Ball game. Goodbye. Debris signature. Tornado in progress, as I have mentioned. Tornado in progress, as I have mentioned. If you are in the northern portions of Blacksburg, there is a tornado in progress right now. What's the best free GR2 analyst alternative? I don't think there's a free alternative, but there is a good alternative for mobile devices. It's not free. It's like $9 to $10, but it's only a one-time purchase. It would be Radar Scope or Radar Omega. One of the two. Omega would probably be a decent one. Yeah, this is a tornado in progress north of Blacksburg. This is a confirmed tornado that is ongoing at this time here, unwarned. Radar is indicating that this is likely a tornado in progress. Very small tornado debris signature, but it is there. This is a tornado right there. You see this little blue ball right there? That little blue ball is where the tornado is located. Right in there is where the tornado is located. New scan just came in. That was a very faint debris signature. Look at that. So we did have indeed a tornado that is officially confirmed through 2 scans here right now at this time. Let's see the latest velocity scan. It probably died out, seeing that the correlation coefficient went away. But once again, tornado here north of Blacksburg. No, it's still there. This thing is still going. This thing is going for forever. That's a new tornado warning. Extension.
Tornado warning for northwestern Pittsylvania County in south central Virginia, east central Henry County in south central Virginia.
Well, there's a valid reason as to why that got a new tornado warning. If you're south of Virginia, Route 41 over here north of Brosville, eventually heading off towards the Callens, the Chatham area, as well as the Dry Fork area, there's a tornado or a potential tornado over in those areas. You guys need to get indoors and stay away from windows. Here's the rotation in question. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, just to the south of Callens, just to the north of Brosville. So once again, new tornado warning over here for Pittsylvania County, as well as portions of extreme eastern Henry County. And that'll be in effect until, if it will let me click. It's not going to let me click anytime soon. That's unfortunate. I don't know what's happening with my radar here. Oh, there's the new thing. Until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We're going back to our tornado that's up here. That is no. We are not doing that. Debris signature has now fanned off a little bit. So once again, that was a tornado that was north of Blacksburg. Hopefully the folks of northern Blacksburg over here, just to the east of US 460 and areas near the intersection of 460 or a US 460 and a US 460 bus are all right. That velocity signature is still there. It's just not as strong. But it is a tornado. It is 100% a tornado that is riding along that area. Still a little faint debris signature right within there. This is a tornado. This is definitely a tornado that's still going. Still in progress. Yeah, Supercell WX is pretty good. I don't use Supercell WX though. Yeah, there is still some rotation here within this storm. There is still some rotation within this storm north of Brosville. It's not that well organized, honestly. We're gonna go back down to Virginia because I know a lot of you guys could be from the Greensboro area. Greensboro, if you are in the southern portions of Greensboro, you're still going to see some severe storms, or at least the potential for a severe thunderstorm. Nothing is really tornadic. Nothing is really tornadic in these areas at this moment. So if you're in Gulliford County, just stay indoors, stay away from windows, and you're good. There's not really anything super bad with you guys. Winston-Salem, you guys are clear. High Point, you guys are clear. That's a reported damage in Lexington of multiple trees and wires down across the board over there. So we are starting to get reports of damage. There's also a report here of trees down of North Carolina Highway 89. Reports of damage in Danbury. Oh my goodness, I'm going to take the severe warning away. Winds blew a tree down on Shepherd Mill Road, and then thunderstorm winds blew a tree down on Tilley Road there in North Carolina. So these storms are going to be producing some strong damaging winds. Possible severe weather here in Pennsylvania. I know, right? I live there. Southern Pennsylvania is where it is at. I'm just kidding. It's not. Guilford. So it's just Guilford. I guess it's what it's called. Guilford. Check back on our tornado that is up here that is currently unwarned, and it is no longer in progress. Thank goodness. That thing spinned away. But it looks like it was on the ground for a good bit here. We're talking 1623. We're talking about that tornado being on the ground for about 5 minutes. Woof. Yep, Guilford, got it. So if you're in Guilford County, get some rotation in your, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation. Just get away from windows, get in a sturdy building, you're good. Not really too much there. There is a strong storm that's moving off into portions of Chatham County now, as well as extreme northern Moore County. If you live over there in Chatham County, you need to get indoors and stay away from windows. This is a Siller City, Bonlee, Goldston, Bennett, Glendon. Brosville is pronounced Brosville. Entire family's born and raised there, still live there. Oh, that's pretty cool, Karen. Thank you. So that's Brosville. If you live in Brosville, in this area, north of Brosville, near Virginia State Highway 41, south of Callens, there's the potential for a tornado to be near that area. You need to get into your safe space. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's also some reports coming out of Oak Level and areas west of Martinville of trees and power lines down on the 2800th block. Jeez, I'm losing my mind. 2800th block of Dillon's Fork Road in Fielddale area, as well as the Philpott Drive area in the Bassett area. So reports of damage coming out over there. Man, look at this. I'm pretty sure this storm is still going. I think this storm here that is north of Lafayette, I think that could potentially try to do it again. Could see another weaker tornado. See you, Jim. Thank you for staying on. I really do appreciate it. Is this tornado warning storm heading towards Dinwiddie, Virginia? Just wondering. Let's figure that out, shall we? If you haven't already, by the way, please be sure to help us spread the information with people on YouTube. How you do that? Well, you can undo this after the stream if you really want to. But hit the thumbs up button down below and subscribe. That gets us onto YouTube's algorithm, and that gets us onto more people's recommended feeds. All that stuff, as I said, it helps us spread this out to as many people as we possibly can. And that's what we want to do. We want to try and get this out to so many different people. Dinwiddie is going to be fine. I mean, there's going to be some thunderstorms that are going to occur overnight, but you guys should be okay. Stop it, ads. Go away. We don't care. We do not care. I think the near-term tornado potential here near Callens could be starting to increase. Not any more action for us in Blacksburg. There could be a maybe a couple extra thunderstorms, but honestly, right now, you're fine. There's more thunderstorms heading into Blacksburg, but I doubt they're going to be doing more than what they're doing right now. It could potentially try to produce a tornado. Northeast of Blacksburg, heading north of Lafayette into the Abbott area and the Hollins area. We could be seeing this thing trying to recycle. As I said, it produced a tornado earlier. 100% did. So the fact that it was unwarned tells you something. How sneaky this one snuck under the radar. Play on words there. Under the radar. Ohio, PA, West Virginia tornado watch out. The tornado watch expired at 9 p.m. anyways. So stand up, get some blood flowing. I'll need to in a second. Will we be okay in Michigan? Yeah, Michigan's fine. Right now, this is areas of Virginia and North Carolina. There's also some other areas to where there could be some tornadic activity. I'm seeing an area east of North Shore and east of Westlake Corner and west of Alta Vista, Virginia. That will eventually head off near the Evington area and south, way south of Bedford, near Virginia State Route 24. Friend in Clover, Virginia, just said they are under a tornado watch. Are they good? Good question. I'm going to look that up. Clover, Virginia. By the way, if you're on Twitch and if you're new, leave a follow. Why not? It doesn't hurt. As long, it doesn't hurt to leave a follow. Storms are going to eventually head off near that area into Clover. I don't think it'll be super strong, though. I don't think it'll be super strong at all. Reports of damage in Martinsville of the trees down. Yep, so more trees down because of the storm. A lot of strong damaging winds. Yeah, right near the intersection of 43 and 24, just the west of Evington, south of Bedford. I think there is the potential for something to be tornadic. We'll discuss Twitch on Saturday. DM me if available. I probably wouldn't be able to be available on Saturday. It'd have to be Sunday. I'm looking sleepy. I mean, I'm tired in general, but I gotta stay up after the stream anyways because I gotta dedicate some time, or more time, I should say, to a certain somebody that I like. By the way, ads in 3 minutes for people that are on Twitch. If you would like to skip the ads, you can subscribe. You can do it through 2 ways. You can do it the free way if you have Amazon Prime. You can sync that with Twitch, and then you get a free subscription that way. You can subscribe using Twitch Prime, or you could just do it through the normal way. Hearing thunder now in Bedford. Yeah, continue to stay indoors. Stay away from windows. As I said, the main area of rotation that I'm watching is west of Alta Vista. That's the area that I'm watching the most. By the way, we just got over 51,100 subscribers, so we're cooking here, guys. We're definitely, right? We're definitely starting to expand our community, which is great. I have no idea what that said. Hey, Kazuhiro. That's a new scan here. Still some areas of rotation where there could potentially be tornadoes. I'm still watching this storm that's north of Lafayette, west of Roanoke. It doesn't look to be on the ground right now. It was on the ground earlier. That was a tornado earlier. Right now... Oh my goodness, look at that! Is that based off of the mountains there? That is based off of the mountains. That's pretty cool. We have a area of tornadic rotation that is on top of the mountain, and you can tell it's on top of the mountain because if we go on to correlation coefficient, these little areas of not red right here are the tops of the mountain. So if we label that, go on to velocities, and then turn that off, you can see little areas right there where the mountain is. The mountain could be trying to aid the rotation, or it could be trying to kill it. Where can you find that red and green map to use for yourself? I recommend purchasing it off of Radar Scope or Radar Omega, off of phone, mobile devices, a tablet or a phone. Yeah, that rotation died. So it looks like we found our answer for what the mountains did to that area of rotation. There you go. $75K around the summer solstice. That'd be pretty crazy. How can you tell if a cell is outflow dominant? Usually when the storm starts to gust out more, like more of a bow echo. So kind of like this. You see how this line is starting to curl out and bow out a little bit more? That's how we can usually tell. Something like that. But it would be on a smaller scale, of course. If there's still a tornado with this storm, by the way, it would be just to the west of Chatham. I doubt there's a tornado on the ground right now. And as I said, there's a new area of rotation just to the north that I am really watching. And as a matter of fact, in a second here, this tornado warning is going to be canceled. I want to direct your guys' attention, however, to this massive severe thunderstorm warning. Look at how huge this polygon is, how wide it covers. Talk about crazy, huh? Talk about crazy, huh? Yep, good night, Kay. Thank you so much for coming out. Will I be on long? I'm thinking about sometime around 10 as to when I can start to get off. It'll really depend once again upon what's happening, but there's someone that I need to talk to. Do I use spectrum width a lot, and how do I know to see turbulence on radar scope? On spectrum width. I use spectrum width whenever a tornado vortex signature starts to show up, in my opinion. So this is just kind of like a good way to determine as to whether or not a tornado is on the ground or not. Scott Niles, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Updated flash flood warning for Pittsburgh until 2:30 a.m. Woof. There's still a flash flood emergency for portions of Pittsburgh, by the way. If we go back to Pittsburgh, go back to our flash flood emergency, this dark green polygon. Let's read what it says. It says, local law enforcement reported heavy rain across the Warren area. Between 3 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to a half an inch to maybe even an inch are possible in the Warren area. Flash flooding is ongoing. And the big reason why a flash flood emergency is also for some of these areas is because you have to realize how geographically inconvenient Pittsburgh generally is. It's built inside of a mountain, it's built on a mountain, it's built on big hills, which means runoff is a very real thing. Runoff is a very real thing, which means rain just channels into low-lying areas, and flooding just happens easily, very easily. So, if you are over here in Lynchburg, Timberlake, Evington, Alta Vista, Gretna, Mount Airy, Spring Garden, Danville, Ingram, Elmo, South Boston, Crystal Hill, Vollins, Brookneal, Naruna, Gladys, Rustburg. If I just called out your area, or if you live near that area by about 5 to 10 minutes, you guys need to watch out for the threat of some strong damaging winds and potentially some localized flooding. You can see the general path here of the storms as I play this on loop. I think the mountains kill storms. There's one lone mountain outside of Hillsborough. Storms seem to fall apart. So one thing I will say is that a part of it could also be because the mountains direct the lower level wind shear as well. Makes things kind of off and wonky. But not all times do mountains kill off thunderstorms. Sometimes mountains actually enhance it. There's been some studies that show that as well. It just depends upon in which way the mountains are proportionate to the thunderstorms, which is kind of interesting. The storm that is over near Clarksburg is not really that significant, so you guys are okay. There's still a supercell that is over here near Cleveland and Walkersville, near Upshur County, north of, that is Webster County, northeast Braxton County, southern Lewis County. So this is east of I-79. Nothing really that is supercellular with this, though. Or there is a supercell, I should say. Nothing really that is tornadic with this cell, which is the good news. A lot of this rain here is just a lot of rain. That's exactly what it is rain. It's rain. Let's go back down to some of the cells that are over in North Carolina by using Raleigh's radar. Some of this activity that is starting to move on through here. This might be a spin up right here. This could be a tornado. Good thing we just looked at it. Good thing we just looked at it, I'll tell you what. There could potentially be something that is trying to be tornadic here heading into Orange County. Do not be surprised. There could be a tornado warning here soon for portions of southeastern Alabama County, Orange County, northern Chatham County. If they go Durham County, I'm going to be very surprised. We'll see if they issue a tornado warning first, but this is kind of what I'm thinking. Moderate rain and a few rumbles of thunder here in Mechanicsburg tonight. Yeah, localized flooding risk is definitely possible here. But you can see there's a little bit of rotation right within this area. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Counterclockwise spin in the atmosphere. It's still got rotation there. It's still got rotation. If you haven't already, please be sure to help me spread the information with more and more people. Jeez, as I start to talk fast again. If you would like to help me out on YouTube, if you'd like to help me get onto YouTube's recommended feed, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. You hit that thumbs up button down below, that helps us get out to more and more people on YouTube. You can be twice as effective if you also hit that subscribe button, too. You can unsubscribe after the stream if you want as well. Worried about it? High possibility of tornado in Marshall, West Virginia. Let me see. Right now, I believe there's a flood warning over there. But anything that is tornadic, per se, I wouldn't say so. I think Marshall County is pretty good. CC seems to be glitched / broken. Yeah, I know it's broken. It 100% is broken. So good luck in using correlation coefficient and ZDR. It ain't happening. We're going to have to use spectrum width to try and help us with that. But there is definitely a little bit of turbulence here within this storm. That just got a bit tighter. Ooh. Yeah. That could be a tornado vortex signature here pretty soon. Could be seeing that. Yeah, we're going to have to watch out for this very, very closely. Once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible. This is over here into portions of Orange County, North Carolina, just to the west of Durham. If you are over there, it is recommended that you guys get indoors, stay away from windows as a precautionary. That is usually the precautionary for any severe thunderstorm. Is it safe to go to bed? If I haven't talked about your area in a while, I would assume so. Like if you're in South Carolina, if you're in Western North Carolina, if you're in Kentucky, Tennessee, extreme Western Virginia, like if you're west of 77. If you're in Ohio, although that is another risk for maybe something that could be trying to be tornadic over there. We'll watch. We'll see. There is a little teeny bits of rotation that's heading into eastern portions of Ohio. But they're not really super strong, which I'm happy about. I'm pretty happy about that. That's... We'll see if that can be something that can be tornadic. I'm not too sure. I kind of doubt it. That's some pretty decent rotation over near Alta Vista. Could be something tornadic near Alta Vista and Lynch Station, heading close to the US Highway 29 areas north of Alta Vista. Is Randolph County done with severe weather? That's a good question. Let's see. Randolph County. Yes. Randolph County is done. Randolph County should be done at least. There's going to be some residual thunderstorms as well. But did this thunderstorm or the severe thunderstorm warning expire? No, there's a plethora of severe thunderstorm warnings across the board. But WGHP reported a confirmed tornado in Wilkes County earlier today. Yep, there is likely two of them. Two of them that occurred. Excuse me. Yeah, if you're near Lynch Station and Alta Vista, you need to get indoors. You need to stay away from windows. About Rockingham County. I'll look at that here. How is Cumberland, Virginia looking later? I'm going to look that up. I appreciate you guys watching here, by the way, and everyone's being a part of the stream. A lot of people on Twitch, so thank you very much for that. Rockingham County, that's north of Greensboro. Rockingham County, I think, is actually good. I think a lot of your severe weather has passed you already, and now you're just going to see more thunderstorms. So I guess the only thing that you'd need to watch out for would have to be flash flooding. That's it. About Cumberland, Virginia. Look at that. How's Greenville, North Carolina? Greenville, I think, is what? That far east? I think Greenville's fine. I think they're just going to see some thunderstorms. It might be severe, but I don't think there's going to be anything tornadic. Oh, Rockingham County, Virginia. Virginia. I got it. Cumberland, Virginia. It's going to see some severe weather, but it may be more damaging winds more than anything. Could be a chance for a spin-up tornado, but Rockingham County, Virginia. Virginia, please. Oh, you're near Harrisonburg. I think it'll be, I think you guys might get some localized wind gusts. More reports of trees down across the board. Man, these storms are just taking trees with them. Yeah, Greenville, I think, is a little too far to the east. How many followers do we have on Twitch now? 659 followers. Look at that. Good stuff. If you would like to watch this live stream 10 to 30 seconds sooner, for whatever reason, YouTube's processing with its live streaming is not great. But there is a place that is pretty great with it. It's called Twitch. If you create an account on Twitch, you'll be able to watch this 2 to 3 seconds as soon as I say it. As soon as it comes out of my mouth. And I kid you not, I'm looking at the screen here. Yeah, it's about 2, 3, 4 seconds as soon as it comes out of my mouth. It goes straight onto Twitch. So you'll be able to get more recent information. And one thing I will say is there is going to be, for every 40 minutes of me producing content, there's 1 minute of ads. But you can completely dodge all those ads. You can ignore all those ads and not even have to see them at all if you become a subscriber to the channel. And you can get a free subscription by hooking your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch account, and it gives you 1 free subscription to any Twitch channel of your choice. And you can use it on me if you want to. Getting hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts here, South Boston and Chase City. Yep, it's likely going to be the case as that moves over into Halifax County. So if you're in Halifax County, I'd definitely watch out. I appreciate you stopping by, Joyce. Thank you. Winds of 50 miles per hour will kill our power. Seems legit. How about Nash County? Are we talking about Nash County, North Carolina, Virginia? Nash County should be all right. All right, I just want to look over the models here real quickly. And by the way, if Squishy, if you're watching this live stream right now, you better answer my text. I swear. I swear. I'm going to look here. real quickly. We may be live for a little bit longer, but we'll see. I'm just seeing not really too much besides strong damaging winds, but we're still going to want to be here just a little bit. These storms are expected to deteriorate very quickly over time. What do you expect for Indiana, Pennsylvania? Indiana might see some flooding tonight. Not really anything super tornadic. What's my Discord? Fortunately for you, you can join my Discord server there in the link tree. There's a link tree down there in chat. Just said that in there. And you can click the Discord thing. What model am I currently looking at? This is the HRRR. That looks like a lot of rain, but yeah, that's crazy. This is from Brad Panovich here in the Wilkesboro area. Real quickly. Look at this. This is, once again, at Weather Brad. This is pictures of damage here in the Wilkesboro area from a tornado that went nearby. Is this line coming to upstate New York? Probably not, honestly. It's going to be too far off to the side. Yep, she has abandoned me. Gosh, dang it. Now she's gonna have to owe me an I love you tomorrow. What a frickin' donut. If you're just tuning in here right now, once again, we're looking at damage that was over here into portions of Wilkesboro in North Carolina that happened earlier on today. And as I said, over the next few hours, these storms are going to start to deteriorate as they move off to the north and east. But we do have an overnight tornado threat that is going to occur. It is definitely possible here. If we go back to this screen, I take off my radar, I take off all the warnings, I take off the tornado watch that is obviously there. You see this massive area in yellow. Massive area in yellow right here. This is the threat for severe weather overnight tonight. If you are within this yellow area and you have not experienced thunderstorms already, that is where we could potentially see some tornadic activity and some strong damaging winds in upwards of 60 miles per hour. But honestly, I think, and this is my thing here, I personally think that the major threat that is going to occur outside of the tornado risk is the flash flooding risk. The flash flooding risk is already very significant, especially over into portions of Pittsburgh. There's a flash flood emergency for portions of Pittsburgh. There's just so much flooding across the board there that, you know, once again, if you are in an area where there could be some flood-prone, you know, if you live in a flood-prone area, I should say. I had to think about it for a second. Sorry, I apologize. I've been live streaming for the past 4 days. I'm losing my mind over here. But if you're in a flood-prone area, you need to get to a higher ground. Do not be in a valley. And if you see a flooded roadway, gosh darn it, don't drive into it. Turn around, don't drown, don't drive into flooded roadways. They appear a lot shallower than they actually are. We saw that yesterday. We saw coastal flooding in Mobile, Alabama. We were watching that live on stream. Someone tried to drive over the flooded roadway, and guess what? 2 people got their cars stuck. That's what's up. What's going on in Danville, Virginia right now? That's a good question. I'll take a look. Let me take a look. Danville is currently seeing some strong damaging winds. So if you're in Danville, continue to stay indoors, stay away from windows. We got reports of damage north of Danville, 4 miles north of Keeling, of power poles broken. So power is probably out across some of these areas. I don't see anything really tornadic with the main line. If you're in Lynchburg, continue to stay indoors. Stay away from windows. Strong damaging winds is moving off into that area. Chapel Hill looks like it's got some rotation. Well, let's take a look with Raleigh's radar. Yep, they all still have rotation. Nothing produced, fortunately. Oh yeah, that's right. We can't use dual pole because these dual pole products are broken. If she's not going to get off, if she's not going to answer me, then I'm not going to end the stream. We can play. I am more than willing to talk to you, Miss Wonderful. Yes, by the way, Shell, it's Becca again. We said we needed to take a break. We took a break. Now we're kind of back. It's interesting. We're trying to make ourselves better while also being donuts. So if she doesn't respond to me, I swear, I'm going to be pretty upset tomorrow when I talk to her. Because we're going to call in the morning. And I'm going to be like, why didn't you tell me the normal good night and I love you? And she's going to say, oh, it's in a bad mood. And I'm like, please, stop. Even if we're in a bad mood, it doesn't matter. Although, I didn't cause her bad mood, fortunately. Or at least I don't think I did. I didn't do anything. I told her I said I would end the stream around 10. That's kind of the general plan of what happened. It's just a lot of severe storms that's moving on through, and even then, some of these aren't really doing too much. So if she's not going to respond to me, patience, Nate, she will. She said she was going to bed. She said she was going to bed. So I don't know if she is. I'm going to tell her on Twitter, you better reply to your texts. This is what you do to your girlfriend, totally. Becca the moderator? Yep, that's who. That is who. Becca Lynn. That's a new tornado watch that just got issued. Charlottesville and areas west of Richmond. Does anyone want to play the prob game? Well, no, listen, I'm considerate too, because actually, if she's in a bad mood and she just wants to go to sleep, then I'll let her go to sleep. Trust me. I'll let her go to sleep. But she at least tell me what's wrong. Am I making her a Ravens fan? I'm trying. She's a Bills fan right now. Yeah, she's definitely not watching the live stream right now. She went to bed. She went to bed. Oh, trust me, I call her my sleeping beauty every single night. And it's not the only time in which she said, hey, listen, I'm going to bed. I'm not in a good mood. I'm like, okay. But recently we said that we were going to increase our transparency just a little bit because I want to be able to have us be comfortable with talking out issues that we may have, whether that's my issues or her issues. And by the way, for people that are Bengals, Steelers, and Browns fans, I respect your teams so much. Because without you guys, we wouldn't have had the greatest division in football last year. So, thank you. How old am I? I'm going to be 22 at the end of April. Is this e-dating or social? It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of long distance, but we've seen each other a few times. We're going to be seeing each other soon again. So, word of advice, she likes you. She's most definitely watching. Then she better reply to her dang. Anyways, people who played the prog game, your survey said 30-10. 30-10. My birthday, April 27th, 28th, 23rd. 23rd. New relationship? No, I've been at it since, well, kind of like February, but I had a relationship with her in the past starting in like July. It ended in September. And then we decided to take a break. Yeah, don't ask me. Don't ask me why they issued this tornado watch and they couldn't have just issued a severe thunderstorm watch. Don't ask me why. No, you know why? Because the probs of everything else is significantly lower. Yeah, okay. You have a friend in Durham, North Carolina. Will he be all right? That's a good question. Durham is going to see a severe thunderstorm here. Some strong damaging winds. Just, I don't see anything too tornadic, but keep it private. Oh, trust me. I keep everything pretty much private. There's a bunch of stuff that her and I talk about that is so private. Don't worry about it. This is the most public that you're going to get out of our relationship, especially since our relationship is already a little public as is. I mean, she is a moderator on the server, or not on the server, a moderator on the YouTube channel. And she says some pretty out there stuff about us. So, yeah. Trust me when I say. I guess so, Tintin. At least just a little bit. But yeah, that is a new tornado watch for portions of Central Virginia. Crazy stuff. Oh, there you go. Glad you guys are going and going. Yeah, as I said, this storm over here near Durham, not really too crazy, just a lot of wind. Looks like this line of storms moving on into Lynchburg, Campbell, Halifax, and then eventually over into Amherst, Appomattox, Charlotte counties, and portions of Central Virginia. There's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds more than anything. But other than that, live stream until 11. Honestly, I think I'm going to end the live stream here relatively soon. If you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe. Helps us increase our outreach to more and more people. That's how we get onto YouTube's algorithm. Yeah, if we're not going to talk, I'm going to get some food afterwards. I haven't ate dinner at all. I've been live streaming for how long and I haven't? Oh, actually, I ate food in the beginning of the stream. 7 hours and 10 minutes. Sounds good. I definitely need some form of food. And by the way, now since we are getting a little bit towards the end of the stream here, as I said, next, I'd say 5 to 10 minutes probably. That's probably when we're going to be ending the stream. And I haven't yawned a whole lot recently. I'm going to jinx myself, but I haven't yawned a whole lot recently. If you haven't already, please go to the Twitch. This is where you see, once again, a quicker broadcast. Broadcast comes out quicker than on YouTube because YouTube's delayed by about 10 to 30 minutes, something like that. I will say there are ads. 1 minute ad every 40 minutes. So. You know, Nap Boy venting too much, homie? That's what it's like being a YouTuber, unfortunately. But yeah, head over to the Twitch. Leave a like on the live stream if you haven't already. As I said, go on to Twitch, leave a follow. We're trying to build up the Twitch over there so that way we can get more and more people to watch. And if we do, I'll tell you what, we're going to be growing on all sorts of platforms here. Talk to relatives in Brosville. Trees down around their home, no major damage. Oh, that's good, Karen. Happy they're safe. What's a good CC color table? There's a couple of them. Just anything that's pretty top heavy over the top 80%. Like red and yellow heavy, and maybe even a little bit of orange heavy, the top 80%. Once you get to like 70%, that's when stuff should start to kind of turn green, and then you can have your blues that are below 60%, something like that. Zoom out? Yeah, why not? Let's play the loop while we're at it. For you, YouTube's 4 seconds behind compared to Twitch? Really? It's probably because you use the 2 times speed thing. Is Tornado growing, or is just your patience waiting on that text? Listen, over the next 5 to 10 minutes, I'm going to be ending the stream, regardless if I get a text. Regardless if I get a text. Because, as I said, the severe threat is starting to decline. Really, it's just going to be... There's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning, likely for portions of Amherst, Appomattox, Charlotte, Prince Edward, Buckingham, Nelson, and Cumberland counties. More than likely going to happen. The tornado threat, however, is starting to kind of decline a little bit. And if there was a tornado threat still, it's going to be rather unpredictable for me to sit here on stream and be able to really tell you guys too much about it. I will say, tornado threat, is it in the Discord server? Probably. The tornado threat overnight tonight, all the tornadoes that occur are going to be relatively weak. A lot of strong damaging winds and stuff like that. So, honestly, if a tornado warning does get issued for your area, get indoors into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. If you can do that, you'll be doing pretty well for yourself. I appreciate that, Pris. I am in love. I am in love. She is the best woman I've ever met in my entire life up to this point. And I know I'm 22, so obviously I may seem decently young. But for reference, I've only had 3 relationships, and my longest one lasted a month, depending upon how who you ask, 2 months. So, do I have a Discord channel for the stuff that I use? Not exactly. We just have a bunch of stuff that people put in. It's in the radar customization chat. But no, I'm not the type of person to date just to date. Date just to date. I date with the intention of marriage. That's how seriously I take relationships. And there was the one time where I had a relationship, I didn't take it seriously. I hurt her very bad. And I couldn't forgive myself for it. Get a no other radio? You can sleep better? Trust me, I have one. Look at this. Oh, I have one. No. I've never met a woman like that in my life. I met a lot of women. Not someone like her. Ever. Her and I complement each other so well. So. There's a reason why I want to be with her. Anything for Aurora, Illinois on Tuesday? I think there is going to be some severe weather over there. Let's take a look, all right? Because we do have some severe weather that's going to be happening in the future. We're going to be making a video tomorrow about the severe weather on Monday and Tuesday. Now, some of you guys might be wondering, wait a second, Monday and Tuesday? Trust me when I say there is more severe weather that we can cover on this channel. That includes severe weather here, once again, on Monday. Significant severe weather expected for portions of Kansas, Oklahoma, and Texas, so the usual culprits, as well as some other areas here in this yellow. So realistically speaking, if you're in a shaded color at all, you just need to watch. Same thing here on Tuesday. Threat for severe weather here on Tuesday in this shaded yellow area. If you're in these areas, or if you're anywhere around this area, you're going to need to watch out for the threat of severe weather. There isn't really anything that's happening tomorrow, believe it or not, unless if you live in Oregon, Idaho, or Nevada. Which is pretty weird to say. Men don't have the basic romantic energy anymore. That's what my girlfriend told me before she met me, which is so weird. But no, like I can go on and on into it. I think the big thing that most guys need to understand is women can be very powerful once they have self-confidence. Once they have a good self-esteem and once they have good self-confidence, they can be the most powerful people on the planet. Because that's when they can start making decisions up and down the place. And if you start taking her for granted and she starts to get really self-confident, high self-esteem, she'll leave you in the dust because she knows you're not good for her. So it's important to spend good quality time with a woman. It's important. Now, I have a thing for intimacy anyways, so it's not like that matters all too much, but that's just me. That's a little bit of rotation northeast of Durham. Doesn't really look like it's doing too much, though. I think it's just going to be more damaging winds, if anything. All right, let's go another 3 minutes at 10:25 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 9:25 Central Daylight Time. That's when we're going to end the stream. Any questions that we may have at all? I'm not going to be really doing forecasts for Monday or Tuesday. That'll be for tomorrow's video, which, by the way, will be uploaded at some point around 6 to 8 o'clock Eastern. So 5 to 7 o'clock Central. Seems legit, Titan. That seems legit. $659 followers on Twitch. Yep. We're doing really good with that. Give it time? Yeah, I gotta give it time, Genie. Will it hit Richmond? Those storms will eventually hit Richmond. Eventually. Strong damaging winds, more than likely. Here's our new weird severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. What's the Toricon for Northern Virginia tonight? If I had to give a Toricon, because I have no idea what the what the Weather Channel said. A 1, a 2, something like that. New tornado watch? Yeah, it's the stupid weird one that's in Central Virginia. Will I be live tomorrow? Nope. There's no significant weather happening tomorrow. Ohio looking good for the rest of the night? Yeah, just watch out for some significant flooding that's possible. Definitely watch out. Make sure if you guys are in a flash flood warning, you stay out of flood-prone zones. If you see a flooded roadway, turn around, don't drown. Don't drive into flooded roadways. They can appear a lot shallower than they actually are. That's how they lure people into getting stuck. So stop. Don't do it. Doing a research paper on the 2011 super outbreak. Any tips? You could focus on the fact that storms, when they tried to recycle, or should I say when they tried to occlude, they failed occlude the entire time. Usually with long track tornadoes don't exactly die. It's the same tornado that happens over and over again. Whereas in normal thunderstorm processes, usually a tornado occludes and then a new tornado forms. So you could talk about the occlusion if you need to. South Carolina's fine. Don't worry about South Carolina. South Carolina's going to get a lot of thunderstorms, if anything, but it's not anything severe. What should you do if you're in a mobile home and something happens? Get into the innermost portion of your mobile home. Put as many things in between you and the outdoors as possible. Or if you are... Okay, buddy. Goodbye. Yeah, I just... Put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. Or you can go into a ditch and lay in a ditch. Okay, it is 10:26. It is time for us to go to sleep. Everyone can go to sleep. If you have any thunderstorms, and if a warning gets issued for your area, all you have to do is just Get into the lowest innermost part of your building, stay away from windows, and you'll be fine. Trust me when I say that. Other than that, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy the live stream, please be sure to leave a like. That helps out a lot. Subscribe if you're new. We're 2 subscribers away from 51,150. We actually hit 51,000 subscribers here today. And I think we actually got over 500 subscribers in this stream, which is pretty crazy. So subscribe if you are new. Be a part of our community. If you're on Twitch, leave a follow. Turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below in the link tree link. I will catch you guys in tomorrow's video. So make sure you guys turn on notifications onto this channel, on the YouTube channel. If you're on Twitch, hopefully you've subscribed to my YouTube channel by now. If not, you're hopeless. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Once again, if there's any more severe weather that happens tonight, it'll be a lot of strong, damaging winds. That'll include if a tornado warning gets issued. Just think of it more as some very strong, damaging winds. And, yeah, I will catch you guys in tomorrow's video. So, yeah, stay safe, everyone.